Acknowledgements. I am once more indebted to many people for this book's existence. My deep thanks to the Friday Nighters, April and Stephen Abrams, Stephen Barrett, Anita and John Everson, Dave Guinasso, Conan Lamotte, Tim Lascelle, Ethan Munson, Bob Potter, Rich Sparl, Alan Springer, and Laurie and Jeff Felton, for too many reasons to list. Susan Avery, David Bryn, Kathy Buford and Janny Wirtz for giving me their thoughts on a work in progress. My friends at Granada, especially Nick Austin. Al Sarantonio for playing the jukebox in Chicago. Again, Harold Matson, my agent. Abner Stein, my British agent. And, as always, Barbara A. Feist, my mother. Raymond E. Feist, San Diego, California, December 1983. Synopsis. Our story so far. Upon the world of Midkemia, the mighty kingdom of the Isles arose, beside the vast empire of Great Kesh to the south. The kingdom was then nearing an era of greatness. The nation spanned a continent from the Kingdom Sea to the Endless Sea. In the 12th year of the reign of Roderick IV, in the westernmost province of the kingdom, the Duchy of Criddy, an orphan kitchen boy named Pug was made apprentice to the magician Culgun. An indifferent student of magic, he rose to high station, for he saved the daughter of Duke Boric Condoin, Princess Carline, from a dire fate, and became a squire of the Duke's court. Pug then found himself the object of Carline's girlish infatuation, and, as a result, rival to young Squire Roland, a member of the court. With his best friend Tomas, Pug discovered the wreckage of an alien vessel and a dying man of unknown nationality. The Duke's priest, Father Tully, used his magic to learn that the dying man was from another world, Kelewan, dominated by a mighty empire of warriors, the Tsurani. They had reached Midkemia by a magic gate, a rift in space, and might be preparing the way for invasion. Duke Boric took counsel with the elf queen Algarana, who agreed that some strange menace was approaching the far coast of the kingdom. The elves had seen strange warriors mapping the west, men who vanished mysteriously. Fearing this a prelude to invasion, Lord Boric and his younger son Aratha led a company of men to warn King Roderick of the possible attack, leaving Criddy to the care of his elder son Liam and swordmaster Fannon. The company numbered Culgun the magician, Pug and Thomas, Sergeant Gardan, and 50 soldiers of Criddy. In the forest called the Green Heart, the Duke's party was attacked by the dreaded Mordel, the dark elves known as the Brotherhood of the Dark Path. After a long, bloody fight, the Duke and the other survivors were saved by Dolgan, a dwarven chief, and his companions. Dolgan led them through the mines of Macmordain Cadal, where a wraith attacked, separating Thomas from the others in the company. Thomas fled deep into the ancient mine, while Dolgan led the others to safety. Dolgan returned into the mine to find Thomas, discovering that the boy had been given refuge by one of the last of the mighty golden dragons, ancient and near death. The dragon, Ruagh, told of his life, of his encounter with the strange sorcerer Marcos the Black, and of other wonders. Ruagh vanished in a wondrous final moment of glory, a boon of Macross, and left Thomas with a special gift, magic golden armour. Duke Boric's company reached the city of Bordon, where they took ship for Crondor, capital of the western realm of the kingdom. They were driven by a storm to Sorcerer's Isle, home of the legendary Macross the Black. There, Pug met a mysterious hermit, discovered later to be Macross. He hints they shall meet again, but warns them not to seek him out. In Crondor, Prince Erland, the king's uncle and heir apparent, instructed the duke to continue on to Rilanon, capital of the kingdom, to see the king. While in Crondor, Pug met Princess Anita, Erland's only child, and learned she was expected to marry Prince Arthur when she grew up. In Rilanon, Duke Boric discovered the king to be a man of vision, also a man of doubtful sanity, given to outbursts of temper and rambling discourse. Duke Caldric of Rilanon, Boric's uncle by marriage, warned that the burden of repelling the Surani, should they come, would fall to the western lords. The king distrusted the Prince of Crondor, dreaming of plots against the crown, and was even leery of Boric, who followed after Erland in the succession. He refused to allow the armies of the East to leave the Eastern realm. Then came the Surani invasion, and Roderick put aside his suspicions, giving Boric command of the armies of the West. Boric and his companions rushed westward as the Riftwar began. During the early part of the war, a raid into Surani-held territory was mounted, and Pug was captured. Tomas was with Dolgan's force of dwarves among the first to resist the invaders. Something alien had manifested itself in Tomas's armour, and while wearing it, he became a warrior of awesome power. Haunted by strange visions, he was slowly changing in appearance. In a frantic battle in the dwarven mines, the Surani forced Tomas and Dolgan's company to flee into the forests. Having no safe haven, the dwarves struck out for Elvendar, home of the elves, seeking to ally themselves with the elves. Reaching the court of the elf queen, they were made welcome. Something in Tomas's appearance caused the old elven spellweavers to be fearful, though they would not speak of it. Liam left Criddy to join his father, and Swordmaster Fannon assumed command of the castle, with Aratha his second-in-command. Carline grieved over Pug's loss, and turned to Roland for comfort. The Surani raided Criddy, using a captured ship. During the battle, Aratha rescued Amos Trask, the ship's captain, a former pirate. The Surani besieged Criddy and were repulsed many times. During a battle, Swordmaster Fannon was wounded and Aratha assumed command. After a terrible underground battle between Aratha's men and Surani sappers, Aratha ordered the garrison surrounding Criddy to coordinate for a final battle against the Surani. But before that battle could commence, the Surani commander, Kasumi of the Shinzawai, received orders to return home with his command. 4 years passed, and Pug was working as a slave in a swamp camp on Kelawan, the Surani homeworld, with a newcomer, Laurie of Tir Sog, a minstrel. After trouble with the camp overseer, they were taken by Hukanu, the younger son of the Shinzawai, to his father's estate. They were ordered to train Kasumi in every aspect of kingdom, culture and language. There, Pug also met a slave girl, Katala, with whom he fell in love. The brother of the lord of the Shinzawai, Kamatsu, was one of the Great Ones, magicians of power, beings who were a law unto themselves. One night, the Great One, Fumita, learned Pug had been apprenticed as a magician on Midkemia. He claimed Pug for the Assembly, the Brotherhood of Magicians, and they vanished from the Shinzawai estate. Tomas, by then, had grown to a figure of stunning power, made so by his ancient armour once worn by a Valheru, a dragon lord, one of the legendary first people of Midkemia, masters of all. Little was known about them, save that they were cruel and powerful and had kept the elves and Mordel as slaves. Algarana, her son Carlin, and Tathar, her senior adviser, feared that Tomas was being consumed by the power of Ashen Shugar, the ancient dragon lord whose armour he wore. They feared an attempt at a return of Valheru domination. Algarana was doubly troubled, for besides fearing Tomas, she was falling in love with him. The Tsurani invaded Elvendar and were driven back by Tomas and Dolgan's forces, aided by the mysterious Macross the Black. After the battle, Algarana admitted her feelings to Tomas and took him as her lover, thereby losing her power to command him. Pug was cleansed of his memory by the teachers of the assembly and, after 4 years of training, became a magician. He learned he was a gifted follower of the Greater Path, a magic non-existent upon Midkemia. Kulgan was a lesser path magician, so he had been unable to teach Pug. Pug was given the name Milimber when he became a Great One. His teacher, Shimon, watched as Milimber passed the final test, standing upon a thin spire at the height of a storm while the history of the empire of Suar-Nuani was revealed to him. There he was steeped in the first duty of a Great One, to serve the empire. Pug met his first friend in the assembly, Hotchapepper, a shrewd magician who instructed Pug in the pitfalls of Tsurani politics. By the 9th year of the war, Arutha feared they were losing the struggle, then learned from a captive slave that new troops were arriving from Kellowan. With Martin Longbow, his father's huntmaster, and Amos Trask, Arutha travelled to Krondor to seek additional aid from Prince Erland. During the journey, Amos discovered Martin's secret, that he was Lord Boric's bastard. Martin made Amos swear never to reveal the secret until Martin allowed it. In Krondor, Arutha discovered the city under the control of Guy, Duke of Baz-Tyra, an avowed enemy of Lord Boric. Guy was clearly embarked on some plan to gain the crown for himself. Arutha then ran afoul of Jocko Radburn, Guy's henchman and head of the secret police, who chased Arutha, Martin and Amos into the arms of the Mockers, the thieves of Krondor. There they met Jimmy the Hand, a boy thief, Trevor Hull, a former pirate turned smuggler, and his first mate, Aaron Cook. The Mockers were hiding Princess Anita, who had fled the palace. Jocko Radburn was furiously trying to recapture Anita before Guy de Baz-Tyra returned from a border skirmish with the neighbouring empire of Great Kesh. With the Mockers' help, Arutha, his companions and Anita fled the city. During a sea chase, Amos lured Radburn's ship onto the rocks and the head of the secret police drowned. Upon returning to Criddy, Arutha learned that Squire Roland had been killed in a skirmish. By then, Arutha was in love with Anita, although he would not admit as much to himself, counting her too young. Pug, now Milimber, returned to the Shinzawai estate to claim Katala and discovered he was a father. His son, William, had been born during his absence. He also learned that the Shinzawai were involved in a plot with the Emperor to force peace upon the Tsurani High Council, which was dominated by the Warlord. Lori was to guide Kasumi, who had by then mastered the language and customs of the kingdom, to the king, bearing the Emperor's offer of peace. Pug wished them well and took his wife and child to his home. Tomas underwent a great change, bringing the forces of the Valheru and the human into balance, but only after almost killing Martin Longbow. In a titanic inner battle, the human was nearly overcome, but at the end he mastered the raging thing that once was a dragon lord and at last discovered peace within his soul. Kasumi and Lori came through the rift and made their way to Rilannon, where they discovered that the king had become thoroughly mad. He accused them of being spies, and they fled with the aid of Duke Caldric. The Duke advised them to seek out Lord Boric, for it seemed civil war would surely come. Reaching Boric's camp, Lorry and Kasumi met Liam, who informed them Boric was close to death from a wound. Milimber, as Pug was known, attended the Imperial Games, given by the warlord to commemorate his smashing victory over Lord Boric. Milimber became enraged at the wanton cruelty, especially the treatment of Midkemian prisoners. In a fit of rage, he destroyed the arena, shaming the warlord, thereby throwing the politics of the Empire into shambles. Milimber then fled with Katala and William back to Midkemia, a Surani great one no longer, but once again Pug of Criddy. Pug returned in time to be at Lord Boric's side when he died. The Duke's last act was to legitimise Martin. The king then arrived, angered by his commander's inability to end the long war. He led a mad charge against the Surani and, against all odds, broke their front, driving them back into the valley where they held their rift machine, their means of travel between the worlds. The king was mortally wounded and, in a rare lucid moment, named Liam, the eldest Condoin male, his heir. Liam sent word to the Surani he would accept the peace offer Roderick had spurned, and the date for the truce talks was set. Macross then went to Elvendar, warning Tomas to expect deception at the peace meeting. Tomas agreed to bring his warriors, as would the dwarves. At the peace meeting, Macross created an illusion, bringing chaos and battle where peace was the intent. Macross arrived, and he and Pug destroyed the rift, stranding 4,000 Surani under Kasumi's command on Midkemia. He surrendered them to Liam, who granted them freedom if they swore fealty. All returned to Rilannan for Liam's coronation, save Arutha, Pug and Kulgan, who visited Macross's isle. There, they discovered Gathis, a goblin-like servant of the sorcerer who gave them a message. Macross, it appeared, had died in the destruction of the rift. He left his vast library to Pug and Kulgan, who planned to start an academy for magicians. He explained his treachery by saying that a being known only as the Enemy, a vast and terrible power known to the Surani in ancient times, could find Midkemia by means of the rift. That was why he had forced a situation where the rift had to be destroyed. Arutha, Pug and Kulgan went on to Rilannan, where Arutha discovered the truth about Martin. Since he was the eldest of Boric's sons, Martin's birth clouded Liam's inheritance. But the former huntmaster renounced any claim to the throne, and Liam became king. Arutha was made Prince of Krondor, as Anita's father had died. Guy du Baz-Tira was in hiding, and in his absence was banished as a traitor. Lorry made the acquaintance of Princess Carline, who seemed to return his interest. Liam, Martin, who became Duke of Criddy, and Arutha left for a tour of the Eastern Realm, while Pug and his family, along with Kulgan, travelled to the island of Stardog to begin the construction of the Academy. For nearly a year, peace reigned in the kingdom. Book 3. Arutha and Jimmy. Their rising all at once was as the sound of thunder heard remote. Milton, Paradise Lost, Book 2, 1, 476. Prologue. Twilight. The sun dropped behind the peaks. The last rays of warmth touched the earth, and only the rosy afterglow of the day remained. From the east, indigo darkness approached rapidly. The wind cut through the hills like a sharp-edged blade, as if spring were only a faintly remembered dream. Winter's ice still clung to shadow-protected pockets, ice that cracked loudly under the heels of heavy boots. Out of the evening's darkness, 3 figures entered the firelight. The old witch looked up, her dark eyes widening slightly at the sight of the three. She knew the figure on the left, the broad, mute warrior with the shaved head and single long scalp lock. He had come once before, seeking magic signs for strange rites. Though he was a powerful chieftain, she had sent him away, for his nature was evil, and, while issues of good and evil seldom held any significance for the witch, there were limits even for her. Besides, she had little love for any Mordell, especially one who had cut out his own tongue as a sign of devotion to dark powers. The mute warrior regarded her with blue eyes, unusual for one of his race. He was broader of shoulder than most, even for one of the mountain clans, who tended to be more powerful of arm and shoulder than their forest-dwelling cousins. The mute wore golden circle rings in his large, unswept ears, painful to affix as the Mordell had no lobes. Upon each cheek were 3 scars, mystic symbols whose meaning was not lost upon the witch. The mute made a sign to his companions, and the one to the far right seemed to nod. It was difficult to judge, for he was clothed in an all-concealing robe, with a deep hood revealing no features. Both hands were hidden in voluminous sleeves that were kept together. As if speaking from a great distance, the cloaked figure said,
"We seek a reading of signs."
His voice was sibilant, almost a hiss, and there was a note of something alien in it. One hand appeared, and the witch pulled away, for it was misshapen and scaled, as if the owner possessed talons covered with snakeskin. She then knew the creature for what it was, a priest of the Pantathian serpent people. Compared to the serpent people, the Mordell were held in high regard by the witch. She turned her attention from the end figures and studied the one in the centre. He stood a full head taller than the mute, and was even more impressive in bulk. He slowly removed a bearskin robe, the bear's skull providing a helm for his own head, and cast it aside. The old witch gasped, for he was the most striking Mordell she had seen in her long life. He wore the heavy trousers, jerkin, and knee-high boots of the hill clans, and his chest was bare. His powerfully muscled body gleamed in the firelight, and he leaned forward to study the witch. His face was almost frightening in its near-perfect beauty. But what had caused her to gasp, more than his awesome appearance, was the sign upon his chest.
"Do you know me?"
he asked the witch. She nodded.
"I know who you appear to be."
He leaned even farther forward, until his face was lit from below by the fire, revealing something in his nature.
"I am who I appear to be,"
he whispered with a smile. She felt fear, for behind his handsome features, behind the benign smile, she saw the visage of evil, evil so pure it defied endurance.
"We seek a reading of signs,"
he repeated, his voice the sound of ice-clear madness. She chuckled.
"Even one so mighty has limits."
The handsome Mordell's smile slowly vanished.
"One may not foretell one's own future."
Resigned to her own likely lot, she said,
"I require silver."
The Mordell nodded. The mute dug a coin from out of his belt pouch and tossed it upon the floor before the witch. Without touching it, she prepared some ingredients in a stone cup. When the concoction was ready, she poured it upon the silver. A hissing came, both from the coin and from the serpent man. A green-scaled claw began to make signs, and the witch snapped, "None of that nonsense, snake! Your hotland magic will only cant my reading." The serpent man was restrained by a gentle touch and smile from the centre figure, who nodded at the witch. In croaking tones, her throat dry with fear, the witch said, "Say you then truly, what would you know?" She studied the hissing silver coin, covered now in bubbling green slime.
"Is it time? Shall I do now that which was ordained?"
A bright green flame sprang from the coin and danced. The witch followed its movement closely, her eyes seeing something within the flame none but she could divine. After a while she said, "The bloodstones form the cross of fire. That which you are, you are. That which you are born to do, do." The last word was a half gasp. Something in the witch's expression was unexpected, for the Mordell said,
"What else, crone?"
"You stand not unopposed, for there is one who is your bane. You stand not alone, for behind you I do not understand."
Her voice was faint, weak.
"What?"
The Mordell showed no smile this time.
Something vast, something distant, something evil."
The Mordell paused to consider, turning to the serpent man. He spoke softly yet commandingly.
"Go then, Kathos. Employ your arcane skills, and discover where this seat of weakness lies. Give a name to our enemy. Find him."
The serpent man bowed awkwardly and shambled out of the cave. The Mordell turned to his mute companion and said,
"Raise the standards, my general, and gather the loyal clans upon the plains of Isbandia, beneath the towers of Sargoth. Raise highest that standard I have chosen for my own, and let all know we begin that which was ordained. You shall be my battle master, Murad, and all shall know you stand highest among my servants. Glory and greatness now await. Then, when the mad snake has identified our quarry, lead forth the Black Slayers. Let those whose souls are mine serve us by seeking out our enemy. Find him! Destroy him! Go!"
The mute nodded once and left the cave. The Mordell, with the sign on his chest, faced the witch.
"Then, human refuse, do you know what dark powers move?"
"I, messenger of destruction, I know. By the Dark Lady, I know."
He laughed, a cold, humourless sound.
"I wear the sign,"
he said, pointing to the purple birthmark upon his chest, which seemed to glow angrily in the firelight. It was clear that this was no simple disfigurement, but some sort of magic talisman, for it formed a perfect silhouette of a dragon in flight. He raised his finger, pointing upwards.
"I have the power."
He made a circular motion with his upraised finger.
"I am the foreordained. I am destiny."
The witch nodded. knowing death raced to embrace her. She suddenly mouthed a complex incantation, her hands moving furiously through the air. A gathering of power manifested itself in the cave, and a strange keening filled the night. The warrior before her simply shook his head. She cast a spell at him, one that should have withered him where he stood. He remained, grinning at her evilly.
"You seek to test me with your puny arts, seer."
Seeing no effect, she slowly closed her eyes and sat erect, awaiting her fate. The Moradel pointed his finger at her, and a silver shaft of light came forth, striking the witch. She shrieked in agony, then exploded into white-hot fire. For an instant her dark form writhed within the inferno, then the flames vanished. The Moradel cast a quick glance at the ashes upon the floor, forming the outline of a body. With a deep laugh, he gathered up his robe and left the cave. Outside, his companions waited, holding his horse. Far below, he could see the camp of his band, still small, but destined to grow. He mounted and said,
"To Sargoth."
With a jerk on the reins, he spun his horse and led the mute and the serpent priest down the hillside. Chapter 1. Reunion. The ship sped home. The wind changed quarter, and the captain's voice rang out. Aloft, his crew scrambled to answer the demands of a freshening breeze and a captain anxious to get safely to port. He was a seasoned sailing master, nearly 30 years in the King's Navy and 17 years commanding his own ship. And the Royal Eagle was the best ship in the King's fleet, but still the captain wished for just a little more wind, just a little more speed, since he would not rest until his passengers were safely ashore. Standing upon the foredeck were the reason for the captain's concern. 3 tall men. 2, one blonde and one dark, were standing at the rail sharing a joke, for they both laughed. Each stood a full 4 inches over 6 feet, and each carried himself with the sure step of a fighting man or hunter. Liam, King of the Kingdom of the Isles, and Martin, his elder brother and Duke of Criddy, spoke of many things, of hunting and feasting, of travel and politics, of war and discord, and, occasionally, they spoke of their father, Duke Boric. The third man, not as tall or as broad of shoulder as the other 2, leaned against the rail a short way off, lost in his own thoughts. Arthur, Prince of Crondor and the youngest of the 3 brothers, also dwelt upon the past, but his vision was not of the father killed during the war with the Surani in what was now being called the Riftwar. Instead, he watched the bow wake of the ship as it sliced through emerald green waters, and in that green he saw 2 sparkling green eyes. The captain cast a glance aloft, then ordered the sails trimmed. Again he took note of the 3 men upon the foredeck, and again he gave a silent prayer to Cillian, goddess of sailors, and wished Rilannon's tall spires were in sight. For those 3 were the 3 most powerful and important men in the kingdom, and the sailing master refused to think of the chaos that would befall the kingdom should any ill chance visit his ship. Arthur vaguely heard the captain's shouts and the replies of his mates and crew. He was fatigued by the events of the last year, so he paid little attention to what was occurring around him. He could keep his thoughts only upon one thing. He was returning to Rilannon and to Anita. Arthur smiled to himself. His life had seemed unremarkable for the first 18 years. Then the Surani invasion had come, and the world had been forever changed. He had come to be counted one of the finest commanders in the kingdom, had discovered an unsuspected eldest brother in Martin, and had seen 1,000 horrors and miracles. But the most miraculous thing that had happened to Aritha had been Anita. They had been parted after Liam's coronation. For nearly a year Liam had been displaying the royal banner to both eastern lords and neighbouring kings, and now they were returning home. Liam's voice cut through Aritha's reverie. "What see you in the waves sparkle, little brother?" Martin smiled as Aritha looked up, and the former huntmaster of Criddy, once called Martin Longbow, nodded towards his youngest brother. "I wager a year's taxes he sees a pair of green eyes and a pert smile in the waves." Liam said, "No wager, Martin. Since we departed Rilanon, I've had 3 messages from Anita on some matter or other of state business. All conspire to keep her in Rilanon while her mother returned to their estates a month after my coronation. Aritha, by rough estimate, has averaged better than 2 messages a week from her the entire time. One might draw a conclusion or 2 from that. I'd be more than anxious to return if I had someone of her mettle waiting for me," agreed Martin. Aritha was a private person, ill-humoured when it came to revealing deep feelings, and he was doubly sensitive to any question involving Anita. He was impossibly in love with the slender young woman, intoxicated with the way she moved, the way she sounded, the way she looked at him. And while these were possibly the only 2 men on all Mid-Kemia to whom he felt close enough to share his feelings, he had never, even as a boy, shown good grace when he felt he was the butt of a jest. As Aritha's expression darkened, Liam said, "Put away your black looks, little storm cloud. Not only am I your king, I'm still your older brother, and I can box your ears if the need arises." The use of the pet name their mother had given him, and the improbable image of the king boxing the ears of the Prince of Crondor, made Aritha smile slightly. He was silent a moment, then said, "I worry I misread her in this. Her letters, while warm, are formal and at times distant, and there are many young courtiers in your palace." Martin said, "From the moment we escaped from Crondor, your fate was sealed, Aritha. She's had you in her bowmark from the first, like a hunter drawing down on a deer. Even before we reached Criddy, when we were hiding out, she'd look at you in a certain way. No, she's waiting for you, have no doubt." "Besides," added Liam, "you've told her how you feel." "Well, not in so many words, but I have stated my fondest affection." Liam and Martin exchanged glances. "Aritha," said Liam, "you write with all the passion of a scribe doing year-end tax tallies." All 3 laughed. The months of travel had allowed a redefinition of their relationship. Martin had been both tutor and friend to the other 2 as boys, teaching hunting and woodcraft. But he had also been a commoner, though as huntmaster he stood as a highly placed member of Duke Boric's staff. With the revelation that he was their father's bastard, an elder half-brother, all 3 had passed through a time of adjustment. Since then, they had endured the false camaraderie of those seeking advantage, the hollow promises of friendship and loyalty from those seeking gain, and, during this time, they had discovered something more. In the others, each had found 2 men who could be trusted, who could be confided in, who understood what this sudden rise to preeminence meant, and who shared the pressures of newly inflicted responsibilities. In the other 2, each had found friends. Aritha shook his head, laughing at himself. "I guess I have known from the first as well, though I had doubts. She's so young." Liam said, "About our mother's age when she wed father, you mean?" Aritha fixed Liam with a sceptical look. "Do you have an answer for everything?" Martin clapped Liam on the back. "Of course," he said. Then softly he added, "That's why he's the king." As Liam turned a mock frown upon Martin, the eldest brother continued, "So, When we return, ask her to wed, dear brother. Then we can wake old Father Tully from before his fireplace, and we can all be off to Crondor and have a merry wedding, and I can stop all this bloody travel and return to Criddy." A voice from above cried out, "Land ho!"
"Where away?"
shouted the captain.
"Dead ahead!"
Gazing into the distance, Martin's practised hunter's eye was the first to perceive the distant shores. Quietly, he placed his hands upon his brother's shoulders. After a time, all three could see the distant outline of tall towers against an azure sky. Softly, Aretha said, "Rilanon." The sounds of the light tapping of footfalls and the rustles of a full skirt held above hurrying feet accompanied the sight of a slender figure marching purposefully down a long hallway. The lovely features of the lady rightly acknowledged the reigning beauty of the court were set in an expression of less than pleasant aspect. The guards posted along the hall stood face front, but eyes followed her passage. More than one guard considered the likely target of the lady's well-known temper and smiled inwardly. The singer was in for a rude awakening, literally. In a most unladylike fashion, Princess Carline, sister to the king, swept past a startled servant who tried to jump aside and bow to her at the same time, a feat that landed him on his backside as Carline vanished into the guest wing of the palace. Coming to a door, she paused. Patting her loose dark hair into place, she raised her hand to knock, then halted. Her blue eyes narrowed as she became irritated by the thought of waiting for the door to open. So she simply pushed it open without announcing herself. The chamber was dark, as the night curtains were still drawn. The large bed was occupied by a large lump beneath the blankets that groaned as Carline slammed the door behind her. Picking her way across the clothing-strewn floor, she yanked aside the curtains, admitting the brilliant mid-morning light. Another groan emitted from the lump as a head with two red-rimmed eyes peeked out over the bed-covers. "Carline," came the dry croak. "Are you trying to wither me to death?" Coming to stand over the bed, she snapped, "If you hadn't been carousing all night and had been to breakfast as expected, you might have heard that my brother's ship has been sighted. They'll be at the dock within 2 hours." Lorry of Tir Sog, troubadour, traveller, former hero of the Riftwar, and lately court minstrel and constant companion to the princess, sat up, rubbing at tired eyes. "I was not carousing. The Earl of Dolth insisted on hearing every song in my repertoire. I sang until nearly dawn." He blinked and smiled up at Carline. Scratching at his neatly trimmed blonde beard, he said, "The man has inexhaustible endurance, but also excellent taste in music." Carline sat on the edge of the bed, leaned over and kissed him briefly. She deftly disengaged herself from arms that sought to entangle her. Holding him at bay with her hand upon his chest, she said, "Listen, you amorous nightingale. Liam, Martin and Aretha will be here soon, and the minute Liam holds court and gets all the formalities done with, I'm talking to him about our marriage." Laurie looked around as if seeking a corner in which to disappear. Over the last year, their relationship had developed in depth and passion, but Laurie had a near reflexive avoidance of the topic of marriage. "Now, Carline," he began. "Now, Carline, indeed," she interrupted with a jab of her finger into his bare chest. "You buffoon! I've had Eastern princes, sons of half the dukes in the kingdom, and who knows how many others, simply begging for permission to pay court to me. And I have always ignored them. And for what? So some witless musician can trifle with my affections? Well, we shall have an accounting." Laurie grinned, pushing his tousled blonde hair back. He sat up, and before she could move, kissed her deeply. When he pulled away, he said, "Carline, love of my being, please, we've covered this ground." Her eyes, which had been half closed during the kiss, instantly widened. "Oh, we've covered this ground before," she said, infuriated. "We will be married, that is final." She stood up to avoid his embrace again. "It has become the scandal of the court, the princess and her minstrel lover. It's not even an original tale. I'm becoming a laughingstock. Damn it all, Laurie, I'm nearly 26. Most women my age are 8, 9 years married. Would you have me die a spinster?" "Never that, my love," he answered, still amused. Besides the fact of her beauty and the slim chance of anyone's calling her an old maid, she was 10 years his junior, and he regarded her as young, a perception constantly furthered by her outbursts of childish temper. He sat up, fully, and spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness as he stifled his mirth. "I am what I am, darling, no more or less. I've been here longer than I've been anywhere when I was a free man. I'll admit, though, this is a far more pleasant captivity than the last." He was speaking of the years he had been a slave on Kelowan, the Surani homeworld. "But you'll never know when I'll want to roam once more." He could see her temper rising as he spoke, and was forced to admit to himself that he was often what brought out the worst in her nature. He rapidly changed tack. "Besides, I don't know if I'd make a good... whatever the husband of the king's sister is called." "Well, you'd better get used to it. Now get up and get dressed." Laurie grabbed the trousers she tossed to him and quickly put them on. When he was finished dressing, he stood before her and put his arms around her waist. "Since the day we met, I have been your adoring subject, Carline. I have never loved, nor will I love anyone as I love you. But I know I have had months of the same excuses." She jabbed him in the chest again. "You've always been a traveller," she mocked. "You've always been free. You don't know how you would fare being tied to one spot, though I've noticed you've managed to endure settling down here in the king's palace." Laurie cast his eyes heavenwards. "This is true enough. Well, lover mine, those excuses may serve you as you bid farewell to some poor tavern-keeper's daughter, but they'll do you little good here. We shall see what Liam thinks of all this. I should imagine there's some old law or other in the archives dealing with commoners becoming involved with nobles." Laurie chuckled. "There is. My father's entitled to a golden sovereign, a pair of mules, and a farm for your having taken advantage of me." Suddenly Carline giggled, tried to smother it, then laughed aloud. "You bastard!" Tightly hugging him, she rested her head upon his shoulder and sighed. "I can never stay angry with you." He cradled her gently in the circle of his arms. "I do give you reason upon occasion," he said softly. "Yes, you do." "Well, not all that often." "Look you well, boyo," she said. "My brothers are nearing the harbour as we speak, and you stand here arguing. You may dare make free with my person, but the king may take a dim view of things as they stand." "So I have feared," Laurie said, with obvious concern in his voice. Suddenly, Carline's mood softened. Her expression changed to one of reassurance. "Liam will do whatever I ask. He's never been able to say no to anything I've truly wished for since I was tiny. This is not Criddy. He knows things are different here, and that I'm no longer a child. So I've noticed. Rogue. Look, Laurie. You're no simple farmer or cobbler. You speak more languages than any educated noble I've known. You read and write. You've travelled widely, even to the Surani world. You have wits and talents. You're much more able to govern than many who were born to it. Besides, if I can have an older brother who was a hunter before becoming a duke, why not a husband who was a singer? Your logic is impeccable. I simply don't have a good answer. I love you without stint. But the rest, your problem is, you have the ability to govern, but you just don't want the responsibility. You're lazy. He laughed. That's why my father tossed me out of the house when I was 13, said I'd never make a decent farmer. She pushed away from him gently, her voice taking on a serious note. Things change, Laurie. I've given this much consideration. I thought I was in love before, twice, but you're the only man who could get me to forget who I am and act this shamelessly. When I'm with you, nothing makes sense, but that's all right, because then I don't care if the way I feel makes sense. But now I must care. You'd better make a choice, and make it soon. I'll bet my jewels Aretha and Anita will announce they are betrothed before my brothers are in the palace a day, which means we'll all be off to Crondor for their wedding. When they are wed, I'll return here with Liam. It will be up to you to decide if you'll be coming back with us, Laurie. She locked gazes with him. I have had a wonderful time with you. I have feelings I couldn't imagine possible when I dreamed my girl's dreams of Pug and then Roland. But you must get ready to choose. You are my first lover and will always be my dearest love, but when I return here, you will either be my husband or a memory. Before he could answer, she walked to the door. In all ways I love you, Rogue, but time is short, she paused. Now come along and help me greet the king. He came to her side and opened the door for her. They hurried to where carriages were waiting to take the reception committee to the docks. Laurie of Tir Sog, troubadour, traveller and hero of the Riftwar, was acutely aware of the presence of this woman at his side and wondered how it would feel to be denied that presence for good and all. He felt decidedly unhappy at the prospect. Rhiannon, capital of the Kingdom of the Isles, waited to welcome home her king. The buildings were bedecked in festive bunting and hothouse flowers. Brave pennants flew from the rooftops, and bold banners of every colour were strung between the buildings over the streets the king would travel. Called Jewel of the Kingdom, Rhiannon rested upon the slopes of many hills, a marvellous place of graceful spires, airy arches and delicate spans. The late king, Roderick, had embarked upon a restoration of the city, adding lovely marble and quartz stone facing to most of the buildings before the palace, rendering the city a sparkling wonderland in the afternoon sunlight. The Royal Eagle approached the king's dock where the welcoming party awaited. In the distance, upon those buildings and hillside streets affording a clear view of the dock, throngs of citizens were cheering the return of their young king. For many years, Rhiannon had abided under the black cloud of King Roderick's madness, and though Liam was still a stranger to most of the city's populace, he was adored, for he was young and handsome, his bravery in the Riftwar was widely known, and his generosity had been great. He had lowered taxes. With a master's ease, the harbour pilot guided the king's ship into its appointed place. It was quickly made secure, and the gangway run out. Aretha watched as Liam was the first to descend. As tradition dictated, he dropped to his knees and kissed the soil of his homeland. Aretha's eyes scanned the crowd seeking Anita. But, in the press of nobles moving forward to greet Liam, he saw no sign of her. A momentary cold stab of doubt struck him. Martin nudged Aretha, who, protocol dictated, was expected to be the second to disembark. Aretha hurried down the gangway with Martin a step behind. Aretha's attention was caught by the sight of his sister, leaving the side of the singer Laurie to rush forward and fiercely hug Liam. While others in the reception committee were not as free with ritual as Carline, there was a spontaneous cheer from the courtiers and guards awaiting the king's pleasure. Then Aretha had Carline's arms about his neck as she bestowed a kiss and hug on him. "Oh, I've missed your sour looks," she said happily. Aretha had been wearing the dour expression he exhibited when lost in thought. He said, "What sour looks?" Carline looked up into Aretha's eyes and with an innocent smile said, "You look as if you'd swallowed something and it moved." Martin laughed aloud at that. Then Carline was hugging him in turn. He stiffened at first, for he was still less comfortable with a sister than with two brothers. Then he relaxed and hugged her back. Carline said, "I've grown bored without you three around." Seeing Laurie a short distance off, Martin shook his head. "Oh, not too bored, it seems." Carline playfully said, "There's no law that says only men can indulge themselves. Besides, he's the best man I've met who's not my brother." Martin could only smile at that, while Aretha continued looking for Anita. Lord Caldric, Duke of Rilannon, first adviser to the king and Liam's great-uncle, smiled broadly as the king's huge hand engulfed his own in a vigorous shake. Liam nearly had to shout over the cheers from those nearby. "Uncle, how stands our kingdom?"
"Well, my king, now that you've returned."
As Aretha's expression grew more distressful, Carline said, "Put away that long face, Aretha. She's in the eastern garden waiting for you." Aretha kissed Carline's cheek, hurried away from her and a laughing Martin, and, as he dashed past Liam, shouted, "With your Majesty's permission!" Liam's expression ran quickly from surprise to mirth, while Caldric and the other courtiers were amazed at the Prince of Crondor's behaviour. Liam leaned close to Caldric and said, "Anita." Caldric's old face beamed with a sunny smile as he chuckled in understanding.
"Then you'll soon be off again, this time for Crondor and your brother's wedding?"
"We'd sooner hold it here, but tradition dictates the prince weds in his own city, and we must bow before tradition. But that won't be for a few weeks yet. These things take time, and we have a kingdom to govern in the meantime, though it seems you've done well enough in our absence."
"Perhaps, your Majesty, but now that there is a king again in Rilannon, many matters held in abeyance this last year will be unloosed for your consideration. Those petitions and other documents forwarded to you during your travels were but a 10th part of what you will see."
Liam gave a mock groan. "We think we shall have the captain put to sea again at once." Caldric smiled.
"Come, Majesty. Your city wishes to see its king."
The eastern garden was empty save for one figure. She moved quietly between well-tended plants and flowers, not quite ready to send forth blooms. A few hardy varieties were already beginning to take on the bright green of spring, and many of the bordering hedges were evergreen, but the garden still seemed more the barren symbol of winter than the fresh promise of spring, which would manifest itself within a few weeks. Anita looked across the vista of Rilannon below. The palace sat atop a hill, once the site of a large keep that still served as its heart. 7 high-arched bridges spanned the river that surrounded the palace with the loops of its meandering course. The afternoon wind was chill, and Anita drew a shawl of fine silken material close about her shoulders. Anita smiled in remembrance. Her green eyes misted over slightly as she thought of her late father, Prince Erland, and of all that had occurred in the last year and more. How Guy du Baz-Tira had arrived in Crondor and attempted to force her into a marriage of state, and how Aretha had come to Crondor incognito. They had hidden together under the protection of the Mockers, the thieves of Crondor, for over a month until their escape to Criddy. At the end of the Riftwar, she had travelled to Rilannon to see Liam crowned. During all those months, she had also fallen deeply in love with the king's younger brother, and now Aretha was returning to Rilannon. The tread of boots upon flagstone caused her to turn. Anita expected to see a servant or guard come to tell of the king's arrival in the harbour. Instead, a weary-looking man in fine but rumpled traveller's clothing approached across the garden. His dark brown hair was tousled by the breeze, and his brown eyes were ringed with dark circles. His near-gaunt face was set in the half-frown which he assumed when he was dwelling upon something serious, and which she found so dear. As he neared, she silently marvelled at the way he walked, lithe, almost cat-like in his quickness and economy of movement. As he came up to her, he smiled, tentatively, even shyly. Before she could muster years of court-taught poise, Anita found tears coming to her eyes. Suddenly, she was in his arms, clinging tightly to him. "Aretha," was all she said. For a time they stood saying nothing, holding each other tight. Then he slowly tilted her head back and kissed her. Without words he spoke of his devotion and longing, and without words she answered. He looked down at eyes as green as the sea, and a nose delightfully dusted by a small scattering of freckles, a pleasing imperfection upon her otherwise fair skin. With a tired grin he said, "I've returned." Then he was laughing at the obvious remark. She laughed as well. He felt buoyant to be holding this slender young woman in his arms, smelling the faint scent of her dark red hair, which was caught up in some complex fashion popular at court this season. He rejoiced to be with her again. She stepped away but held tightly to his hand. "It has been so very long," she said softly. "It was only to be for a month, then another, then more. You've been gone over half a year. I couldn't bring myself to go to the dock. I knew I'd cry at the sight of you." Her cheeks were wet from tears. She smiled and wiped them away. Aretha squeezed her hand. Liam kept finding more nobles to visit. "The business of the kingdom," he said, with a wry note of deprecation. From the day he had met Anita, Aretha had been unable to articulate his feelings for the girl. Strongly attracted to her from the first, he had wrestled with his emotions constantly after their escape from Crondor. He was powerfully drawn to her, and yet saw her as little more than a child, only about to come of age. But she had been a calming influence on him, reading his moods like no one else, sensing how to ease his worry, stem his anger, and draw him from his dark introspection. And he had come to love her soft ways. He had remained silent until the night before he had departed with Liam. They had walked in this garden, speaking late into the night, and, while little of consequence had been said, Aretha had left feeling as if an understanding had been reached. The light and occasionally somewhat formal tone of her letters had caused him worry, fear that he had misread her that night. But now, looking down at her, he knew he had not. Without preamble, he said, "I have done little but think of you since we left." He saw tears come again to her eyes, and she said, "And I of you." "I love you, Anita. I would have you always at my side. Will you consent to marry me?" She squeezed his hand as she said, "Yes," then embraced him again. Aretha's mind reeled under the sheer weight of happiness he felt. Holding her close, he whispered, "You are my joy. You are my heart." They stood there for a time, the tall, rangy prince and the slender princess, whose head barely reached his chin. They spoke softly, and nothing seemed of importance except the other's presence. Then the self-conscious sound of someone clearing his throat brought them both out of their reverie. They turned to find a palace guardsman standing at the entrance to the garden. He said, His Majesty approaches, your Highnesses. He will be entering the Great Hall within a few minutes.
Aretha said, "We shall go there at once." He led Anita by the hand past the guard, who fell in behind them. Had Aretha and Anita looked over their shoulders, they would have seen the experienced palace guardsman fighting hard to overcome a broad grin. Aretha gave Anita's hand a final squeeze, then stationed himself next to the door as Liam entered the grand throne room of the palace. As the king moved towards the dais upon which his throne rested, courtiers bowed to him, and the court master of ceremonies struck the floor with the iron-shod butt of his ceremonial staff. A herald shouted, "Hearken to me! Hearken to me! Let the word go forth! Liam, first of that name, and by the grace of the gods, right-wise ruler, is returned to us, and again sits upon his throne. Long live the king! Long live the king! Came the response of those gathered in the great hall. When he was seated, his simple gold circlet of office upon his brow and his purple mantle upon his shoulders, Liam said, "We are pleased to be home." The master of ceremonies struck the floor again, and the herald shouted out Aretha's name. Aretha entered the hall, Carline and Anita behind him, and Martin behind them, as protocol dictated. Each was announced in order. When all were in place at Liam's side, the king motioned to Aretha. Aretha came to his side and leaned over. "Did you ask her?" said the king. With a lopsided smile, Aretha responded, "Ask her what?" Liam grinned. "To marry, jackanapes, of course you did, and from that sloppy smile she said yes." He whispered, "Go get back in place and I'll make the announcement in a moment." Aretha went back to Anita's side, and Liam motioned Duke Caldric over. "We are weary, my Lord Chancellor. We would be pleased to keep the day's business brief."
"There are 2 matters I judge require your Majesty's attention this day. The balance may wait."
Liam indicated that Caldric should proceed.
"First, from the border barons and Duke Vandross of Yarbon, we have reports of unusual goblin activity in the Western Realm."
Aretha's attention was drawn from Anita at this. The Western Realm was his to govern. Liam looked over towards him, then Martin, indicating they should attend. Martin said, "What of Criddy, my lord?"
Caldric said, "No word from the far coast, your grace. At this time, we have only reports from the area between High Castle to the east and the Lake of the Sky to the west. Steady sightings of goblin bands moving northward and occasional raids as they pass villages."
"Northward?" Martin glanced at Aretha. Aretha said, "With your Majesty's permission." Liam nodded. "Martin, do you think the goblins moved to join the Brotherhood of the Dark Path?" Martin considered. "I would not dismiss such a possibility. The goblins have long served the Mordel, though I would have thought it more likely the Dark Brothers would be moving south, returning to their homes in the Grey Tower Mountains. The Dark Cousins to the Elves had been driven northward from the Grey Towers by the Surani invasion during the Riftwar. Martin said to Caldric, "My lord, have there been reportings of the Dark Brotherhood?" Caldric shook his head.
"There have been the usual sightings along the foothills of the Teeth of the World, Duke Martin, but nothing extraordinary. Lords Northwarden, Iron Pass, and High Castle send their usual reports. Nothing more regarding the Brotherhood."
Liam said, "Aretha, we shall leave it to you and Martin to review these reports and determine what may be required in the west." He looked at Caldric. What else, my lord?
A message from the Empress of Great Kesh, your majesty.
And what has Kesh to say to Isles?
The Empress has ordered her ambassador, one Abdur Rahman Memo Hazara Khan, to Isles for the purpose of discussing ending whatever contention may exist between Kesh and Isles.
Liam said, "Well, that news pleases us, my lord. Overlong has the issue of the Vale of Dreams prevented our kingdom and Great Kesh from treating fairly with one another in other matters. It would prove doubly beneficial to our two nations if we could settle this matter for all time." Liam stood. "But send word that His Excellency will have to attend us in Krondor, for we have a wedding to celebrate. My lords and ladies of the court, it is with profound pleasure that we announce the forthcoming wedding of our brother Aratha to the Princess Anita." The king turned to Aratha and Anita, taking them each by the hand and presenting them to the assembled court, who applauded the announcement. From where she stood next to her brothers, Carline threw Laurie a dark frown and went to kiss Anita's cheek. While good cheer reigned in the hall, Liam said, "This day's business is at an end." Chapter 2. Krondor. The city slumbered. A mantle of heavy fog had rolled in off the bitter sea, enshrouding Krondor in dense whiteness. The capital of the western realm of the kingdom never rested, but normal night sounds were muffled by the nearly impenetrable haze cloaking the movements of those still travelling the streets. Everything seemed more subdued, less strident than usual, almost as if the city were at peace with itself. For one inhabitant of the city, the night's conditions were nearly ideal. The fog had turned every street into a narrow, dark passageway, each block of buildings into an isolated island. The unending gloom was punctuated slightly by street lamps at the corners, small way stations of warmth and brightness for passers-by before they once more plunged into the damp and murky night. But between those small havens of illumination, one given to working in darkness was granted additional protection, as small noises were deadened and movements were masked from chance observation. Jimmy the Hand went about his business. About 15 years of age, Jimmy was already counted among the most gifted members of the Mockers, the Guild of Thieves. Jimmy had been a thief nearly all his short life, a street boy who had graduated from stealing fruit from peddlers' carts to full membership in the Mockers. Jimmy's father was unknown to him, and his mother had been a prostitute in the poor quarter until her death at the hands of a drunken sailor. Since then, the boy had been a Mocker, and his rise had been rapid. The most astonishing thing about Jimmy's rise was not his age, for the Mockers were of the opinion that as soon as a boy was ready to try thieving, he should be turned loose. Failure had its own rewards. A poor thief was quickly a dead thief. As long as another Mocker was not put at risk, there was little loss in the death of a thief of limited talents. No, the most astonishing fact of Jimmy's rapid rise was that he was nearly as good as he thought he was. With stealth bordering on the preternatural, he moved about the room. The night's quiet was broken only by the deep snores of his unsuspecting host and hostess. The faint glow from a distant street lamp entering the open window was his only illumination. Jimmy peered around, his other senses aiding his search. A sudden change in the sound of the floorboards under Jimmy's light tread, and the thief found what he was looking for. He laughed inwardly at the merchant's lack of originality in hoarding his wealth. With economical movement, the boy thief had the false floorboard up and his hand into Trig the Fuller's hideaway. Trig snorted and rolled over, bringing a responding snore from his fat wife. Jimmy froze in place, barely breathing, until the two sleeping figures were quiescent for several minutes. He then extracted a heavy pouch and gently placed the booty in his tunic, secured by his wide belt. He put the board back and returned to the window. With luck, it might be days before the theft was discovered. He stepped through the window and, turning backwards, reached up to grip the eaves. A quick pull, and he was sitting on the roof. Overhanging the edge, he closed the window shutters with a gentle push and jiggled the hook and twine so the inside latch fell back into place. He quickly retrieved his twine, silently laughing at the perplexity sure to result when the Fuller tried to figure out how the gold had been taken. Jimmy lay quietly for a moment, listening for sounds of waking inside. When none came, he relaxed. He rose and began making his way along the Thieves' Highway, as the rooftops of the city were known. He leapt from the roof of Trig's house to the next, then sat down upon the tiles to inspect his haul. The pouch was evidence the Fuller had been a thrifty man, holding back a fair share of his steady profits. It would keep Jimmy in comfort for months if he didn't gamble it all away. A slight noise caused Jimmy to drop to the roof, hugging the tiles in silence. He heard another sound, a scuffle of movement coming from the other side of a gable halfway down the roof from where he lay. The boy cursed his luck and ran a hand through his fog-damp curly brown hair. For another to be upon the rooftops nearby could only spell trouble. Jimmy was working without writ from the Nightmaster of Mockers, a habit of his that had earned him reprimands and beatings the few times he had been found out. But if he was now jeopardizing another Mocker's night work, he was in line for more than harsh words or a cuffing around the room. Jimmy was treated as an adult by others in the guild, his position hard won by skill and wit. In turn, he was expected to be a responsible member, his age being of no account. By his risking the life of another Mocker, his own could be forfeit. The other alternative could prove as bad. If a freebooting thief was working the city without permission from the Mockers, it was Jimmy's duty to identify and report him. That would somewhat mitigate Jimmy's own breach of Mocker etiquette, especially if he gave the guild its normal 2/3 of the Fuller's gold. Jimmy slipped over the peak of the roof and crawled along until he was opposite the source of the noise. He need only glimpse the independent thief and report him. The Nightmaster would circulate the man's description, and sooner or later he would be paid a visit by some guild bashers who would educate him in the proper courtesies due the Mockers by visiting thieves. Jimmy edged upwards and peered over the rooftop. He saw nothing. Looking about, he glimpsed a faint movement from the corner of his eye and turned. Again, he saw nothing. Jimmy the Hand settled down to wait. There was something here that provoked his sensitive curiosity. That acute curiosity was one of Jimmy's only weaknesses when it came to work. That and an occasional irritation with the need to divide his loot with the guild, which took a dim view of this reluctance. His upbringing by the Mockers had given him an appreciation of life, a scepticism bordering on cynicism, far beyond his years. He was uneducated, but canny. One thing he knew: sound does not issue from thin air, except when magic is in play. Jimmy settled down a moment to puzzle out what he didn't see before him. Either some invisible spirit was squirming about uncomfortably on the roof tiles, which, while possible, was highly unlikely, or something more corporeal was hidden deep within the shadows of the other side of the gable. Jimmy crawled along until he was opposite the gable and raised himself slightly to look over the peak of the roof. He peered into the darkness, and when he heard another faint scuffling, was rewarded with a glimpse of movement. Someone was deep within the gloom, wearing a dark cloak. Jimmy could locate him only when he moved. Jimmy inched along below the peak to gain a better angle to watch until he was directly behind the figure. Again, he reared up. The lurker moved, adjusting his cloak around his shoulders. The hair on the back of Jimmy's neck stood up. The figure before him was dressed all in black and carried a heavy crossbow. This was no thief, but a nighthawk. Jimmy lay rock still. To stumble across a member of the Guild of Death at work was not likely to enhance one's prospects of old age. But there was a standing order among the mockers that any news of the Brotherhood of Assassins was to be reported at once, and the order had come down from the upright man himself, the highest authority in the mockers. Jimmy chose to wait, trusting in his skills should he be discovered. He might not possess the near-legendary attributes of a nighthawk, but he had the supreme confidence of a 15-year-old boy who had become the youngest master thief in the history of the mockers. If he was discovered, it would not be his first chase across the thieves' highway. Time passed, and Jimmy waited, with a discipline unusual for one his age. A thief who cannot remain still for hours, if needs be, does not remain a living thief long. Occasionally, Jimmy heard and glimpsed the assassin moving about. Jimmy's awe of the legendary Nighthawk steadily lessened, for this one displayed little skill in staying motionless. Jimmy had long before mastered the trick of quietly tensing and relaxing muscles to prevent cramping and stiffening. Then, he considered most legends tend to be overstated, and, in the Nighthawk's line of work, it was only to their advantage to keep people in awe of them. Abruptly, the assassin moved, letting his cloak fall away completely as he raised his crossbow. Jimmy could hear hoofbeats approaching. Riders passed below, and the assassin slowly lowered the weapon. Obviously, those below had not included his intended prey. Jimmy elbowed himself a little higher to gain a better view of the man, now that his cloak didn't mask him. The assassin turned slightly, retrieving his cloak, exposing his face to Jimmy. The thief gathered his legs under him, ready to spring away should the need arise, and studied the man. Jimmy could make out little, except that the man had dark hair and was light-complexioned. Then, the assassin seemed to be looking directly at the boy. Jimmy's heart pounded loudly in his ears, and he wondered how the assassin could fail to hear such a racket. But the man turned back to his vigil, and Jimmy dropped silently below the roof peak. He breathed slowly, fighting back a sudden giddy urge to giggle. After it passed, he relaxed slightly and chanced another look. Again the assassin waited. Jimmy settled in. He wondered at the Nighthawk's weapon. The heavy crossbow was a poor choice for a marksman, being less accurate than any good bow. It would do for someone with little training, for it delivered a bolt with thundering force. A wound less than fatal from an arrow could kill, if from a bolt, because of the added shock of the blow. Jimmy had once seen a steel cuirass on display in a tavern. The metal breastplate had a hole in it the size of Jimmy's fist, punched through by a bolt from a heavy crossbow. It had been hung up not because of the size of the hole, which was usual for the weapon, but because the wearer had somehow survived. But the weapon had its disadvantages. Besides being inaccurate past a dozen yards, it had a short range. Jimmy craned his neck to watch the Nighthawk and felt a tick in his right arm. He shifted his weight slightly to his left. Suddenly, a tile gave way beneath his hand and, with a loud crack, it broke. It fell away, clattering over the roof to crash down on the cobbles below. To Jimmy, it was a thunder peal sounding his doom. Moving with inhuman speed, the assassin turned and fired. Jimmy's slipping saved his life, for he could not have dodged fast enough to avoid the bolt, but gravity had provided the necessary speed. He struck the roof and heard the quarrel pass over his head. For a brief instant, he imagined his head exploding like a ripe pumpkin and silently thanked Banath, patron god of thieves. Jimmy's reflexes saved him next, for rather than standing, he rolled to his right. Where he had lain a moment before, a sword came crashing down. Knowing he couldn't gain enough of a lead to outrun the assassin, Jimmy leapt up into a crouch, pulling his dirk from his right boot top in a single motion. He had little love for fighting, but he had realised early in his career that his life might depend upon his use of the blade. He had practised diligently whenever the opportunity had presented itself. Jimmy only wished his rooftop foray had not precluded his bringing along his rapier. The assassin turned to face the boy, and Jimmy saw him teeter for a brief instant. The Nighthawk might have quick reflexes, but he was not used to the precarious footing the rooftops offered. Jimmy grinned, as much to hide his fear as from any amusement at the assassin's unease. In a hissing whisper, the assassin said, "Pray to whatever gods brought you here, boy." Jimmy thought such a remark odd, considering it distracted only the speaker. The assassin lashed out, the blade slicing the air where Jimmy had been, and the boy thief was off. He dashed along the roof and leapt back to the building wherein lived Trigger the Fuller. A moment later, he could hear the assassin landing also. Jimmy ran nimbly until he was confronted by a yawning gap. In his hurry, he had forgotten there was a wide alley at this end of the building, and the next building was impossibly distant. He spun about. The assassin was slowly approaching, his sword point levelled at Jimmy. Jimmy was struck by a thought, and suddenly began a mad, stomping dance upon the roof. In a moment, the noise was answered by an angry voice from below. "Thief! I am undone!" Jimmy could picture Trig the Fuller leaning out of his window, rousing the city watch, and hoped the assassin had the same picture in mind. The racket below would surely have the building surrounded in short order. He prayed the assassin would flee rather than punish the author of his failure. The assassin ignored the Fuller's cries and advanced upon Jimmy. Again he slashed, and Jimmy ducked, bringing himself inside the assassin's reach. Jimmy stabbed with his dirk and felt the point dig into the Nighthawk's sword arm. The assassin's blade went clattering to the street below. A howl of pain echoed through the night, silencing the Fuller's shouts. Jimmy heard the shutters slam closed and wondered what poor Trig must be thinking, hearing the shriek right over his head. The assassin dodged another thrust by Jimmy and pulled a dagger from his belt. He advanced again, not speaking, his weapon held in his left hand. Jimmy heard shouts from the streets below and resisted the urge to cry for aid. He felt little confidence about besting the Nighthawk, even if the assassin was fighting with his offhand, but he was also reluctant to explain his presence upon the Fuller's roof. Besides, even should he shout for aid, by the time the watch arrived, gained entrance to the house, and reached the roof, the issue would be decided. Jimmy backed to the end of the roof until his heels hung in space. The assassin closed, saying, "You have nowhere left to run, boy." Jimmy waited, preparing a desperate gamble. The assassin tensed, the sign that Jimmy had watched for. Jimmy crouched and stepped backwards all at once, letting himself fall. The assassin had begun a lunge, and when his blade did not meet the expected resistance, he overbalanced and fell forward. Jimmy caught the edge of the roof, nearly dislocating his shoulder sockets with the jolt. He felt more than saw the assassin fall past, silently speeding through the darkness to crash on the cobbles below. Jimmy hung for a moment, his hands, arms and shoulders afire with pain. It would be so simple just to let go and fall into soft darkness. Shaking off the fatigue and pain, he urged protesting muscles to pull himself back onto the roof. He lay gasping for a moment, then rolled over and looked down. The assassin lay still on the cobbles, his crooked neck offering clear evidence he was no longer alive. Jimmy breathed deeply, the chill of fear finally acknowledged. He suppressed a shudder and ducked down as two men rushed into the alley below. They grabbed the corpse and rolled it over, then picked it up and hurried off. Jimmy considered. For the assassin to have confederates about was a certain sign this had been a Guild of Death undertaking. But who was expected down this street at this hour of the night? Casting about for a moment, he weighed the risk of staying a little longer to satisfy his curiosity against the certain arrival of the city watch within a few more minutes. Curiosity won. The sound of hoofbeats echoed through the fog, and soon two riders came into the light that burned from the lantern before Trigg's home. It was at this moment that Trigg decided to open his shutters again and resume his hue and cry. Jimmy's eyes widened as the riders looked up towards the fuller's window. Jimmy had not seen one of the men in over a year, but he was well known to the thief. Shaking his head at the implications of what he saw, the boy thief judged it a good time to depart. But seeing that man below made it impossible for Jimmy to consider the night's business at an end. It would most likely be a long night. He rose and began his trek along the thieves' highway back towards Mocker's Rest. Aretha reined in his horse and looked up to where a man in a nightshirt shouted from a window. "Laurie? What is that all about?"
From what I can make out between the wails and screams, I judge that burgher to have recently been the victim of some felony.
Aretha laughed. "I guess that much myself." He did not know Laurie well, but he enjoyed the singer's wit and sense of fun. He knew there was now some trouble between Laurie and Carline, which was why Laurie had asked to accompany Aretha on his journey to Crondor. Carline would be arriving in a week with Anita and Liam, but Aretha had long ago decided that what Carline didn't confide in him wasn't his business. Besides, Aretha was sympathetic to Laurie's plight if he had fallen into her bad graces. After Anita, Carline was the last person Aretha would wish angry with him. Aretha studied the area as a few sleepy souls in neighbouring buildings began shouting inquiries. "Well, there's bound to be some investigation here soon. We'd best be along." As if his words had been prophecy, Aretha and Laurie were startled to hear a voice coming out of the fog. "Here now!" Emerging from the murk were three men wearing the grey felt caps and yellow tabards of the city watch. The leftmost watchman, a beefy, heavy-browed fellow, carried a lantern in one hand and a large nightstick in the other. The centre man was of advancing years, close to retirement age from appearances, and the third was a young lad, but both had an air of street experience about them, evidenced in the way they casually had their hands resting on large belt knives.
"What passes this night?"
the older watchman said, his voice a mixture of good-natured humour and authority. "Some disturbance in that house, watchman." Aretha pointed towards the fuller. "We were simply passing by."
"Were you now, sir? Well, I don't suppose you'd object to remaining for a few moments longer until we discover what this is all about?"
He signalled to the young watchman to look around. Aretha nodded, saying nothing. At that point, a red-faced puffball of a man emerged from the house, waving his arms while he shouted,
"Thieves! They've stolen into my room, my very room, and took my treasure! What's to be done when a law-abiding citizen isn't safe in his bed, his own bed, I ask you?"
Catching sight of Aretha and Laurie, he said,
"Are these then the thieves? The vicious thieves?"
Mustering what dignity he could while wearing a voluminous nightshirt, he exclaimed,
"What have you done with my gold? My precious gold?"
The beefy watchman jerked on the shouting man's arm, nearly spinning the fuller completely around.
"Here now! What's your shouting, churl?" "Churl?" shouted Trigg. "Just what, I ask, gives you the right to call a citizen, a law-abiding citizen, a—"
He stopped, and his expression changed to one of disbelief as a company of riders appeared out of the fog. At their head rode a tall, black-skinned man wearing the tabard of the captain of the prince's royal household guard. Seeing the gathering in the streets, he signalled for his men to rein in. With a shake of his head, Aretha said to Laurie, "So much for a quiet return to Crondor." The captain said,
"Watchman, what is all this?"
The watchman saluted.
"That is what I was just undertaking to discover this very minute, Captain. We apprehended these two."
He indicated Aretha and Laurie. The captain rode closer and laughed. The watchman looked sideways at this tall captain, not knowing what to say. Riding up to Aretha, Gardan, former sergeant of the garrison at Criddy, saluted.
"Welcome to your city, Highness."
At these words, the other guards braced in their saddles, saluting their prince. Aretha returned the salute of the guardsman, then shook hands with Gardan, while the watchman and the fuller stood speechless.
"Singer," said Gardan, "it is good to see you again as well."
Laurie acknowledged the greeting with a smile and wave. He had known Gardan for only a brief while before Aretha had dispatched him to Crondor to assume command of the city and palace guards, but he liked the grey-haired soldier. Aretha looked to where the watchman and the fuller waited. The watchmen had their caps off, and the senior-most said,
"Begging your Highness's pardon, old Bert didn't know. Any offence was unintended, sire."
Aretha shook his head, amused despite the late hour and the cold weather. "No offence, Bert the watchman. You were but doing your duty, and rightly so." He turned to Gardan. "Now, how in heaven's name did you manage to find me?"
"Duke Caldric sent a full itinerary along with the news that you were returning from Rilannon. You were due in tomorrow, but I said to Earl Volney you'd most likely try to slip in tonight. As you were riding from Salador, there was only one gate you'd enter." He pointed down the street towards the eastern gate, unseen in the fog-shrouded night. "And here we are. Your Highness arrived even earlier than I had expected. Where is the rest of your party?" "Well, half the guards are escorting the Princess Anita towards her mother's estates. The rest are camped about 6 hours' ride from the city. I couldn't abide one more night on the road. Besides, there's a great deal to be done." Gardan looked quizzically at the prince, but all Aretha would say was, "More when I speak to Volney." "Now," he looked at the fuller, "who is this loud fellow?" "This is Trig the Fuller, Highness," answered the senior watchman. "He claims someone broke into his room and stole from him. He says he was awakened by the sounds of struggle on his roof."
Trig interrupted.
"They were fighting over my head, over my very head."
His voice trailed off as he realised who he was speaking to.
"Your Highness,"
he finished, suddenly embarrassed. The heavy-browed watchman threw him a stern look.
"He says he heard some sort of scream and, like a turtle, pulled his head back in from the window."
Trig nodded vigorously.
"Like someone was doing murder, doing bloody murder, Your Highness. It was horrible."
The beefy watchman visited Trig with an elbow to the ribs at the interruption. The young watchman came from the side alley.
"This was lying atop some rubbish on the street the other side of the house, Bert."
He held out the assassin's sword.
"There was some blood on the grip, but none on the blade. And there's also a small pool of blood in the alley, but no body anywhere."
Aretha motioned for Gardan to take the sword. The young watchman, observing the guards and the obvious position of command assumed by the newcomers, handed up the sword, then doffed his own cap. Aretha received the sword from Gardan, saw nothing significant in it, and returned it to the watchman. "Turn your guards around, Gardan. It is late, and there's little sleep left this night."
"But what of the theft?"
cried the fuller, shaken loose from his silence.
"It was my savings! My life savings! I'm ruined! What shall I do?"
The prince turned his horse and came alongside the watchman. To Trig he said, "I offer my sympathies, good fuller, but rest assured the watch will do their utmost to retrieve your goods."
"Now," said Bert to Trig, "I suggest you turn in for what's left of the night, sir. In the morning you may enter a complaint with the duty sergeant of the watch. He'll want a description of what was taken."
"What was taken? Gold, man! That's what they took! My hoard! My entire hoard!"
"Gold, is it? Then," said Bert with the voice of experience, "I suggest you turn in and tomorrow begin to rebuild your treasure, for as sure as there's fog in Crondor you'll not see one coin again. But do not be too disconsolate, good sir. You are a man of means, and gold quickly accrues to those of your station, resources, and enterprise."
Aretha stifled a laugh, for despite the man's personal tragedy, he stood a comic figure in his nightshirt of linen, his nightcap tipping forward to almost touch his nose. "Good Fuller, I will make amends." He pulled his dagger from his belt and handed it down to Bert the watchman. "This weapon bears my family crest. The only others like it are worn by my brothers, the King and the Duke of Criddy. Return it to the palace tomorrow, and a bag of gold will be placed in its stead. I'll have no unhappy Fullers in Crondor on the day of my homecoming. Now I bid you all good night." Aretha spurred his horse and led his companions towards the palace. When Aretha and his guards had vanished into the gloom, Bert turned to Trig.
"Well then, sir, there's a happy end to it,"
he said, passing the prince's dagger over to the Fuller.
"And you may take some added pleasure in knowing you are one of the few of common birth who may claim to have spoken with the Prince of Crondor, albeit under somewhat strange and difficult circumstances."
To his men he said,
"Let us back to our realms. There'll be more than this one little bit of fun in Crondor on a night like this."
He signalled for his men to follow and led them off into the white murk. Trig stood alone. After a moment, his expression brightened, and he shouted up to his wife and any others who still looked out of their windows,
"I've spoken to the prince! I, Trig the Fuller!"
Feeling emotions somewhat akin to elation, the Fuller trudged back into the warmth of his home, clutching Aretha's dagger. Jimmy made his way through the narrowest of tunnels. The passage was part of the maze of sewers and other underground constructions common to that part of the city, and every foot of those underground passages was controlled by the mockers. Jimmy passed a toffsman, one who made his living gathering up whatever of use could be found in the sewers. He used a stick to halt a jumble of debris carried along on the waters of the sewer. The floating mass was called a toff, that which toffleets in a corruption of language. He picked at it, looking for a coin or anything else of value. He was, in fact, a sentry. Jimmy signalled to him, ducked under a low-hanging timber, apparently a fallen brace in an abandoned cellar, and entered a large hall carved out among the tunnels. Here was the heart of the Guild of Thieves, Mocker's Rest. Jimmy retrieved his rapier from the weapons locker. He sought out a quiet corner in which to sit, for he felt troubled by the conflict he faced. By rights, he should own up to his unauthorised pilfering of the Fuller's house, split the gold, and take whatever punishment the Nightmaster meted out. By tomorrow afternoon, the Guild would know the Fuller had been boosted anyway. Once it was clear that no freebooting thief was at work, suspicion would fall upon Jimmy and the others known to occasionally go for a night's foray without leave. Any punishment forthcoming then would be doubly harsh for his not having confessed now. Still, Jimmy couldn't consider only his own interests, since he knew the assassin's target had been none other than the Prince of Crondor himself, and Jimmy had spent enough time with Aretha when the mockers had hidden the Prince and Princess Anita from Dubaz-Tira's men to have developed a liking for the Prince. Aretha had given Jimmy the very rapier the boy thief wore at his side. No, Jimmy couldn't ignore the assassin's presence, but he was not clear where his best course lay. After long moments of quiet consideration, Jimmy decided. He would first attempt to get warning to the Prince, Then pass along the information about the assassin to Alvani the Quick, the Daymaster. Alvani was a friend and allowed Jimmy a little more latitude than Gaspard de Vey, the Nightmaster. Alvani would make no mention to the upright man of Jimmy's tardiness in reporting if the boy didn't take too long to come forth. Which meant Jimmy would have to reach Aretha quickly, then return at once to speak with the Daymaster before sundown tomorrow at the latest. Any later than that, and Jimmy would be compromised beyond even Alvani's ability to look the other way. Alvani might be a generous man, now that he was in his twilight, but he was still a mocker. Disloyalty to the guild was something he would not permit.
Jimmy!
Jimmy looked up and saw Golden Dace approaching. While young, the dashing thief was already experienced in parting rich older women from their wealth. He relied more on his blonde good looks and charm than on stealth. Dace made a display of the valuable clothing he wore.
What think you?
Jimmy nodded in approval. Taking to Robin Taylor's? Golden aimed a playful, half-hearted cuff at Jimmy, who ducked easily, then sat next to the boy.
No, you misbegotten son of an alley cat, I have not. My current benefactor is the widow of the famous master brewer Fallon.
Jimmy had heard of the man. His ales and beers had been so highly prized they had even graced the table of the late Prince Erland.
And given her late husband's and now her far-reaching business concerns, she has received an invitation to the reception.
Reception? Jimmy knew Golden had some tidbit of gossip he wished to unfold in his own good time.
Ah, said Golden. Did I fail to mention the fact of a wedding?
Jimmy rolled his eyes upwards but played along. What wedding, Golden?
Why, the royal wedding, of course. Though we shall be seated away from the king's table, it will not be at the table most remote.
Jimmy sat bolt upright. The king? In Crondor?
Of course.
Jimmy gripped Golden by the arm. Start at the beginning. Grinning, the handsome but not terribly perceptive confidence man said,
The widow Fallon was informed by no less a source than the purchasing agent at the palace, a man she has known for 17 years, that extra stores were required within a month's time for, and I quote, the royal wedding. One is safe in assuming a king would be in attendance at his own wedding.
Jimmy shook his head. No, you simpleton. Not the king's. Anita and Aretha's. Golden seemed ready to take umbrage at the remark, but then a sudden glimmer of interest showed in his eyes.
What makes you say that?
The king weds in Rilannon. The prince weds in Crondor. Golden nodded, indicating this made sense. I hid out with Anita and Aretha. It was only a matter of time before they wed. That's why he's back. Seeing a reaction at that, Jimmy quickly added, or we'll be back soon. Jimmy's mind raced. Not only would Liam be in Crondor for the wedding, but so would every noble of importance in the west, and no small number from the east. And if Dace knew of the wedding, then half of Crondor did as well, and the other half would know of it before the next sundown. Jimmy's reverie was interrupted by the approach of Laughing Jack, the Night Warden, senior lieutenant to the Nightmaster. The thin-lipped man came to stand before Jimmy and Dace, and, with hands upon hips, said, You look like you've something on your mind, boy. Jimmy had no affection for Jack. He was a dour, tight-jawed man, given to violent tempers and unnecessary cruelty. The only reason for his high place in the guild was his ability at keeping the guild's bashers and other hotheads in line. Jimmy's dislike was returned in kind by Jack, for it had been Jimmy who had appended Laughing to Jack's name. In the years Jack had been in the guild, no one could remember hearing him laugh. Nothing really, said Jimmy. Jack's eyes narrowed as he studied Jimmy, then Dace, for a long minute.
I hear there was some fuss over near the East Gate. You weren't thereabouts this night, were you?
Jimmy maintained an indifferent expression and regarded Dace, as if Jack had asked both the question. Golden shook his head in the negative. Jimmy wondered if Jack already knew about the Nighthawk. If he did, and if someone else had caught sight of Jimmy nearby, Jimmy could expect no mercy from Jack's bashers. Still, Jimmy suspected that if Jack had proof, he would have come accusing, not questioning. Subtlety was not Jack's hallmark. Jimmy feigned indifference as he said, "Another drunken argument?"
"No,
"I was asleep most of the night."
good. Then you'll be fresh,"
said Jack. With a jerk of his head, he indicated Dace should absent himself. Golden rose and left without comment, and Jack placed his boot upon the bench next to Jimmy.
"We've got a job this night."
"Tonight?" said Jimmy, already counting the night half done. There were barely 5 hours left until sunrise.
"It's special. From himself," he said, meaning the upright man. "There's a royal do on at the palace, and the Kessian ambassador's coming. A load of gifts arrived late tonight. Gifts for a wedding. They'll be straight off for the palace by midday next at latest, so tonight's our only chance to boost them. It's a rare chance."
His tone left no doubt in Jimmy's mind that his presence was not requested, but required. Jimmy had hoped to get some sleep tonight before heading for the palace, but now there was no chance of that. With a note of resignation in his voice, he said, "When and where?"
"An hour from now, at the big warehouse 1 street over from the Fiddler Crab Inn near Dockside."
Jimmy knew the place. He nodded, and without another word, left Laughing Jack. He headed up the stairs towards the street. The question of assassins and plots would have to wait a few hours more. Fog still overwhelmed Crondor. The warehouse district near the docks was usually quiet in the early morning hours, but this night the scene was otherworldly. Jimmy wended his way among large bales of goods of too little value to warrant the additional expense of storage inside, and therefore safe from the threat of thievery. Bulk cotton, animal fodder to be shipped, and stacked lumber created a maze of maddening complexity through which Jimmy moved quietly. He had spied several dock watchmen, but the night's dampness and a generous bribe kept them close to their shed, where a fire burned brightly in a brazier, relieving the gloom. Nothing short of a riot would get them away from the warmth. The mockers would be long removed from this area before those indifferent guardians stirred. Reaching the designated meeting place, Jimmy looked about and, seeing no one in sight, settled in to wait. He was early, as was his habit, for he liked to compose his mind before the action began. Additionally, there was something in Laughing Jack's orders to him that made him wary. A job this important was rarely a last-minute affair, and even rarer was the upright man's allowing anything to tempt the prince's wrath, and purloining royal wedding gifts would bring Aretha's wrath. But Jimmy was not placed highly enough in the guild to know if everything was on the up and up. He would simply have to remain alert. The soft hint of someone approaching caused Jimmy to tense. Whoever was coming was moving cautiously, as was to be expected, but with the faint footfalls he had heard a strange sound. It was the slight clicking of metal on wood, and, as soon as recognition registered, Jimmy leapt away. With a loud thud and an eruption of wood splinters, a crossbow bolt ripped through the side of a crate where Jimmy had stood a moment before. An instant later, 2 figures, dark silhouettes in the grey night, appeared from out of the gloom, running towards him. Sword in hand, Laughing Jack rushed Jimmy without a word, while his companion furiously cranked up his crossbow for another shot. Jimmy drew weapons and executed a parry of an overhand slash by Jack, diverting the blade with his dirk, then lunging with his rapier in return. Jack skipped to one side, and the 2 figures squared off.
"Now we'll see how well you can use that toad sticker, you snotty little bastard," snarled Jack. "Watching you bleed just might give me something to laugh about."
Jimmy said nothing, refusing to engage in distracting conversation. His only reply was a high-line attack that drove Jack back. He had no illusions about being a better swordsman than Jack. He simply wanted to keep alive long enough to gain a chance to flee. Back and forth they moved, exchanging blows and parries, each looking for an opening to finish the contest. Jimmy tried for a counter-thrust and misjudged his position, and suddenly fire erupted in his side. Jack had managed to cut Jimmy with the edge of his sword, a painful and potentially weakening wound, but not fatal, at least not yet. Jimmy looked for more room to move, feeling sick to his stomach from the pain, while Jack pressed his advantage. Jimmy backed off from a furious overhand slashing attack as Jack used the advantage of his heavier blade to beat down Jimmy's guard. A sudden shout, telling Jack to get out of the way, warned Jimmy the other man had reloaded his crossbow. Jimmy circled away from Jack, trying to keep moving and put Jack between himself and Jack's accomplice. Jack slashed at Jimmy, turning his back rapidly, and then hacked downwards. The force of the blow dropped Jimmy to his knees. Abruptly, Jack leapt backwards as if a giant hand had seized him by the collar and yanked. He slammed against a large crate and, for an instant, his eyes registered shocked disbelief, then rolled up in his head as limp fingers lost their grip on his sword. Jimmy saw that, where Jack's chest had been, a bloody pulped mass was left by the passage of another crossbow bolt. But for the sudden fury of Jack's attack, Jimmy would have received it in the back. Without a sound, Jack slumped, and Jimmy realised he was pinned to the crate. Jimmy rose from his crouch, spinning to confront the nameless man, who had tossed away the crossbow with a curse. He pulled his sword and rushed Jimmy. The man aimed a blow at Jimmy's head, and the boy ducked, catching his heel. He fell heavily backwards into a sitting position, while the man's swing took him off balance slightly. Jimmy tossed his dirk at the man. The man took the point of the long dagger in the side and looked down at the wound, more an inconvenience than an injury. But the brief distraction was all Jimmy needed. An expression of uncomprehending surprise crossed the nameless man's face as Jimmy got to one knee and ran him through. Jimmy yanked away his blade as the man fell. He pulled his dirk from the dead man's side, then wiped off and resheathed his blades. Slowly examining himself, he found he was bleeding but would live. Fighting off nausea, he walked to where Jack hung against the crate. Looking at the night warden, Jimmy tried to gather his thoughts. He and Jack had never cared a whit for each other, but why this elaborate trap? Jimmy wondered if this was somehow tied up with the matter of the assassin and the prince. It was something he could dwell on after he spoke to the prince, for if there was a direct relationship, it boded ill for the mockers. The possibility of a betrayal by one as highly placed as Laughing Jack would shake the guild to its foundation. Never losing his perspective, Jimmy relieved Jack and his companion of their purses, finding them both satisfactorily full. As he finished looting Jack's companion, he noticed something around the man's neck. Reaching down, Jimmy came away with a gold chain, upon which hung an ebony hawk. He studied the charm for a few moments, then stuck it away in his tunic. Looking around, he spied a likely-looking place to deposit the bodies. He plucked Jack off the bolt, dragged him and the other man over to a nook formed by crates, and tipped some heavy sacks down on top of them. He turned 2 damaged crates so the intact sides were revealed. It might be days before someone uncovered the corpses. Ignoring his angry side and fatigue, Jimmy looked around to make sure he was still unobserved, then vanished into the foggy gloom. Chapter 3. Plots. Aretha attacked furiously. Laurie exhorted Gardan to better efforts as the prince forced his duelling companion into a retreat. The singer had willingly surrendered the honour of the first bout to Gardan, for he had been Aretha's partner every morning upon the journey from Salador to Crondor. While the practice had sharpened sword skills grown rusty in the king's palace, he had tired of always losing to the lightning-quick prince. At least this morning he would have someone with whom to share his defeat. Still, the old campaigner wasn't without a trick or two, and suddenly Gardan had Aretha backing up. Laurie whooped when he realised the captain had been lulling the prince into a false sense of control. But, after a furious exchange, the prince was again on the offensive, and Gardan was crying, "Hold!" The chuckling Gardan backed away.
"In all my years, there have been only 3 men who could best me with the blade, Highness. Swordmaster Fannon, your father, and now yourself."
Laurie said, "A worthy trio." Aretha was about to offer a bout to Laurie when something caught his eye. A large tree was situated in the corner of the palace exercise yard, where it overhung a wall separating the palace grounds from an alley and the city beyond. Something was moving along the branches of the tree. Aretha pointed. One of the palace guardsmen was already moving towards the tree, his attention drawn there by the prince's stare. Suddenly, someone dropped from the branches, landing lightly on his feet. Aretha, Laurie and Gardan all stood with swords held ready. The guardsmen took the youth, as they now clearly saw him to be, by the arm and led him towards the prince. As they approached, a flicker of recognition crossed Aretha's face. "Jimmy?" Jimmy executed a bow, wincing slightly at the pain in his side, poorly bandaged by himself that morning. Gardan said,
"Highness, you know this lad?"
With a nod, Aretha said, "Yes, he may be a little older and a bit taller, but I know this young rogue. He's Jimmy the Hand, already a legend among brigands and cut-purses in the city. This is the boy thief who helped Anita and me flee the city." Laurie studied the boy, then laughed. "I never saw him clearly, for the warehouse was dark when Kasumi and I were taken from Crondor by the mockers. But by my teeth, it's the same lad. There's a party at Mother's." Jimmy grinned. "And a good time will be had by all." Aretha said, "So you know each other as well?" "I told you once that when Kasumi and I were carrying the peace message from the Surani Emperor to King Roderick, there was a boy who had guided us from the warehouse to the city gate and led away the guards while we escaped Crondor. This was that boy, and I never could remember his name." Aretha put up his sword, as did the others. "Well then, Jimmy, while I am glad to see you again, there is this matter of climbing walls into my palace." Jimmy shrugged. "I thought it possible you'd be willing to see an old acquaintance, Highness, but I doubted I could convince the captain's guards to send word." Gardan smiled at the brash answer and signalled the guard to release his hold upon the boy's arm.
"Probably you're right, Jack-a-rags."
Jimmy suddenly became aware he looked a poor sight to these men, used to the well-dressed and groomed inhabitants of the palace. From his raggedly cut hair down to his dirty bare feet, he looked every inch the beggar boy. Then Jimmy saw the humour in Gardan's eyes. "Don't let his appearance mislead you, Gardan. He's far more capable than his years indicate." To Jimmy, Aretha said, "You throw some discredit upon Gardan's guards by entering in this fashion. I expect you've reason to seek me out?" "Yes, Highness. Business most serious and urgent." Aretha nodded. "Well then, what is this most serious and urgent business?" "Someone has placed a price on your head." Gardan's face registered shock. Laurie said, "What? How?" "What leads you to think so?" asked Aretha. "Because someone has already tried to collect." Besides Aretha, Laurie and Gardan, 2 others listened to the boy's story in the prince's council chambers. Earl Volney of Landreth had formerly been the assistant to the Principate Chancellor Lord Dulanic, the Duke of Crondor, who disappeared during the viceroyalty of Guy du Bastira. At Volney's side sat Father Nathan, a priest of Sung the White, goddess of the One Path, once one of Prince Erland's chief advisers, and there at Gardan's request. Aretha did not know these two men, but during the months of his absence, Gardan had come to trust their judgment, and that opinion counted for much with Aretha. Gardan had been virtually acting Knight Marshal of Crondor, just as Volney had been acting Chancellor while Aretha had been gone. Both men were stocky, but while Volney seemed one who had never known labour, simply a man always stout, Nathan looked like a wrestler now going to fat. Under that soft appearance, strength still waited. Neither spoke until Jimmy had finished recounting his 2 fights of the night before. Volney studied the boy thief for a moment, looking at him from under carefully combed bushy eyebrows.
"Utterly fantastic. I simply don't wish to believe such a plot can exist."
Aretha had sat with his hands forming a tent before his face, the fingers restlessly flexing. "I'd not be the first prince targeted for an assassin's blade, Earl Volney." He said to Gardan, "Double the guard at once, but quietly, with no explanation given. I do not want rumours flying about the palace. Within 2 weeks we'll have every noble in the kingdom worth mention in these halls, as well as my brother." Volney said,
"Perhaps you should warn His Majesty."
"No," said Aretha flatly. "Liam will be travelling with a full company of his royal household guard. Have a detachment of Crondorian lancers meet them at Malak's Cross, but no word that it is other than a formal honour company. If 100 soldiers can't protect him while he rides, he can't be protected. No, our problem lies here in Crondor. We have no choice in our options."
"I'm not sure I follow, Highness," said Father Nathan.
Laurie threw his eyes heavenward while Jimmy grinned. Aretha smiled grimly. "I think our 2 streetwise companions have a clear understanding of what must be done." Turning to face Jimmy and Laurie, Aretha said, "We must catch a nighthawk." Aretha sat quietly while Volney paced the dining hall. Laurie, who had seen years enough of hunger to take food when it was available, ate, while the stout Earl of Landreth stalked the hall. After watching Volney make another circuit before the table, Aretha, in weary tones, said, "My Lord Earl, must you pace so?" The Earl, who was caught up in his own thoughts, stopped abruptly. He bowed towards Aretha slightly, but his expression was one of irritation.
"Highness, I'm sorry to have disturbed you."
His tone showed he wasn't in the least bit sorry, and Laurie smiled behind a joint of beef.
"But to trust that thief is sheer idiocy."
Aretha's eyes widened, and he looked at Laurie, who returned his amazed expression. Laurie said, "My dear Earl, you should cease being so circumspect. Come, just speak your mind to the prince. Be direct, man." Volney flushed as he realised his gaffe.
"I beg your pardon.
He seemed genuinely embarrassed. Aretha smiled his crooked half-smile. "Pardon granted, Volney, but only for the rudeness." He studied Volney for a quiet moment, then added, "I find the candour rather refreshing. Say on."
"Highness,"
Volney said firmly,
"for all we know, this boy is but a part of some confidence game designed to capture you or destroy you, as he claims others intend."
"And what would you have me do?" Volney paused and shook his head slowly.
"I don't know, Highness, but sending the boy alone to gather intelligence is... I don't know."
Aretha said, "Laurie, tell my friend and counsellor the Earl that all is well." Gulping down a mouthful of fine wine, Laurie said, "All is well, Earl." When Aretha threw the minstrel a black look, Laurie added, "In truth, sir, all possible is being done. I know the ways of the city as well as any man can who is not one of the upright man's own. Jimmy's a mocker. He may discover a lead to the Nighthawks where a dozen spies will find none." "Remember," said Aretha, "I met Guy's captain of secret police, Jocko Radburn, and he was a cunning, ruthless man who stopped at nothing to try to recapture Anita. The mockers proved his match." Volney seemed to sag a little, then indicated he required the prince's permission to sit. Aretha waved him to a chair, and as he sat, he said,
"Perhaps you are right, Singer. It is just that I have no means to answer this threat. The thought of assassins running loose gives me little ease."
Aretha leaned across the table. "Less than myself. Remember, Volney, it appeared I was the intended target." Laurie nodded. "It could have been me they were after." "Perhaps a music lover," Aretha countered dryly. Volney sighed.
I'm sorry if I'm acting poorly in all this. I have wished upon more than one occasion to be done with this business of administering the principality."
"Nonsense, Volney," said Aretha. "You have done a capital job here. When Liam insisted I make the Eastern tour with him, I objected on the grounds that the Western realm would suffer under any hand but my own, which was because of the effects of Baz-Tira's rule and no comment upon your abilities. But I am pleased to see this was not the case. I doubt that any could have done better in running the daily affairs of the realm than you have, Earl."
"I thank His Highness,"
said Volney, somewhat less agitated for the compliment. "In fact, I was going to ask you to stay on. With Dulanic mysteriously gone, we've no Duke of Crondor to act on behalf of the city. Liam cannot announce the office vacant without dishonouring Dulanic's memory by stripping him of the title for another 2 years. But we can all assume he is dead, at Guy's or Radburn's hands. So, for the time being, I think we'll plan on your acting the part of Chancellor." Volney seemed less than pleased with this news, but took the pronouncement with good grace. He simply said,
"I thank His Highness for the trust."
Further conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Gardan, Father Nathan, and Jimmy. Nathan's bull neck bulged as he half carried Jimmy to a chair. The boy's face was drained of colour, and he was sweating. Ignoring formality, Aretha pointed to a chair, and the priest deposited Jimmy there. "What is this?" asked Aretha. Gardan half smiled, half looked disapproving.
"This young bravo has been running around since last night with a nasty cut in his side. He bandaged it himself and botched the job."
"It had begun to fester," added Nathan. "So I was forced to clean and dress it. I insisted on treating it before we came to see you, as the boy was turning feverish. It takes no magic to keep a wound from putrefaction, but every street boy thinks he is a chirurgeon, so the wound sours." He looked down at Jimmy. "He's a little pale from the lancing, but he'll be fine in a few hours, as long as he doesn't reopen the wound," he added pointedly to Jimmy. Jimmy looked abashed. "Sorry to put you to the trouble, Father, but under other circumstances I would have had the wound tended." Aretha looked at the boy thief. "What have you discovered?" "This business of catching assassins may be even more difficult than we thought, Highness. There is a way to make contact, but it's varied and roundabout." Aretha nodded for him to continue. "I had to cadge a lot with the street people, but here is what I've gleaned. Should you wish to employ the services of the Guild of Death, you must take yourself away to the Temple of Limbs Cragma." Nathan made a sign of protection at mention of the death goddess. "A devotion is said, and a votive offering placed in the urn marked for such, but with the gold sewn into a parchment giving your name. You will be contacted at their convenience within 1 day's time. You name the victim, they name the price, You pay or you don't. If you do, they tell you when and where to drop the gold. If you don't, they vanish and you can't reach them again.
Simple, said Laurie. They dictate when and where, so laying a trap will not be easy.
Impossible, I should think,
said Gardan. Nothing is impossible, said Aratha, his expression showing he was deep in thought. After a long moment, Laurie said, I have it. Aratha and the others looked at the singer. Jimmy, you said they will contact whoever leaves the gold within the day. Jimmy nodded. Then what we need to do is have whoever leaves the gold stay in one place, a place we control. Aratha said, a simple enough idea once it's thought of, Laurie, but where? Jimmy said, there are a few places we might take over for a time, Highness, but those who own them are unreliable. I know a place, said Laurie. If friend Jimmy the Hand is willing to say devotions, so the Nighthawks will be less likely to think it a trap. I don't know, said Jimmy. Things are funny in Crondor. If I'm under suspicion, we might never get another opportunity. He reminded them of Jack's attack and of his unknown companion with the crossbow. It may have been a grudge thing. I've known men to go crazy over something even more trivial than a nickname, but if it wasn't... If Jack was somehow involved with that assassin, then, said Laurie, the Nighthawks have turned an officer of the Mockers to their cause. Jimmy looked upset as he suddenly dropped his mask of bravado. That thought has troubled me as much as the thought of someone sticking his Highness with a crossbow bolt. I've been neglecting my oath to the Mockers. I should have told all last night, and certainly I must now. He seemed ready to rise. Volney placed a firm hand upon Jimmy's shoulder.
Presumptuous boy! Are you saying some league of cutthroats merits even a moment's consideration in light of the danger to your prince and possibly your king?
Jimmy seemed on the verge of a retort when Aratha said, I think that's exactly what the boy said, Volney. He has given oath. Laurie quickly stepped over to where the boy sat. Moving Volney to one side, he leaned down so his face was level with Jimmy's. You have your concerns, we know, lad, but things seem to be moving rapidly. If the Mockers have been infiltrated, then speaking too soon could make those who have been placed there cover tracks. If we can get one of these Nighthawks... He left the thought unfinished. Jimmy nodded. If the upright man will only follow your logic, I may survive, Singer. I come close to past the time when I may cover my actions with a facile story. Soon I will be at an accounting. Very well. I'll take a note to the drawer of Net's temple, and I will play no mummery when I ask her to make a place for me should it be my time. And, said Laurie, I must be off to see an old friend about the loan of an inn. Good, said Aratha. We will spring the snare tomorrow. While Volney, Nathan and Gardan watched, Laurie and Jimmy departed, deep in conversation as they made plans. Aratha followed their departure as well, his dark eyes masking the quietly burning rage he felt. After so many years of strife during the Riftwar, he had returned to Crondor hoping for a long, peaceful life with Anita. Now someone dared to threaten that peaceful life, and that someone would pay dearly. The Rainbow Parrot Inn was quiet. The storm windows had been closed against a sudden squall off the bitter sea, so the tap room lay blanketed in haze, blue smoke from the fireplace and a dozen patrons' pipes. To any casual observer, the inn looked much as it would have on other rainy nights. The owner, Lucas, and his two sons stood behind the long bar, one of them occasionally moving through the door to the kitchen to get meals and carry them to the tables. In the corner near the fireplace opposite the stairs to the second floor, a blonde minstrel sang softly of a sailor who is far from home.
Close inspection would have revealed that the men at the tables barely touched their ale. While rough in appearance, they didn't have the air of workers from the docks and sailors fresh in from sea voyages. They all possessed a certain hard-eyed look, and their scars were earned in past battles rather than tavern brawls. All were members of Gardan's company of household guard, some of the most seasoned veterans of the armies of the West during the Riftwar. In the kitchen, 5 new cooks and apprentices worked. Upstairs, in the room closest to the head of the stairway, Aretha, Gardan and 5 soldiers waited patiently. In total, Aretha had placed 24 men in the inn. Aretha's men were the only ones present, as the last local had left when the storm commenced. In the corner farthest from the door, Jimmy the Hand waited. Something had troubled him all day, though he couldn't put his finger on it. But he knew one thing. If he himself had entered this room this night, his experience-bred caution would have warned him away. He hoped the Nighthawk's agent wasn't as perceptive. Something here just wasn't right. Jimmy sat back and absently nibbled at the cheese, pondering what was askew. It was an hour after sundown, and still no sign of anyone who might be from the Nighthawks. Jimmy had come straight from the temple, making sure he had been seen by several beggars who knew him well. If any in Crondor wished to find him, word of his whereabouts could be easily purchased and cheaply. The front door opened, and 2 men came in from the rain, shaking water from their cloaks. Both appeared to be fighting men, perhaps bravos who had earned a fair purse of silver protecting some merchants' caravans. They wore similar attire, leather armour, calf-length boots, broadswords at their sides, and shields slung over their backs under the protective cloaks. The taller fellow, with a grey streak through his dark hair, ordered ales. The other, a thin, blonde man, looked about the room. Something in the way his eyes narrowed alarmed Jimmy. He also sensed something different in the inn. He spoke softly to his companion. The man with the grey lock nodded, then took the ales presented by the barman. Paying with coppers, the 2 men moved to the only available table, the one next to Jimmy's. The man with the grey lock turned towards Jimmy and said, "Lad, is this inn always so sombre?" Jimmy then realised what the problem had been all day. In their waiting, the guards had fallen into the soldiers' habit of speaking softly. The room was free of the usual common room din. Jimmy held his forefinger before his lips and whispered, "It's the singer." The man turned his head and listened to Laurie for a moment. Laurie was a gifted performer and was in good voice despite his long day's work. When he finished, Jimmy banged his ale-jack hard upon the table and shouted, "Ha, minstrel! More! More!" as he tossed a silver coin towards the dais upon which Laurie sat. His outburst was followed a moment later by similar shouting and cheering as the others realised the need of some display. Several other coins were tossed. When Laurie struck up another tune, lively and bawdy, a sound not unlike the normal buzz of conversation returned to the taproom. The 2 strangers settled back into their chairs and listened, occasionally speaking to each other. They visibly relaxed as the mood in the room shifted to resemble what they had expected. Jimmy sat for a while, watching the 2 men at the next table. Something about these 2 was out of place, something that nagged at him as had the false note in the common room only moments before. The door opened again, and another man entered. He looked around the room as he shook water from his hooded great cloak, but he didn't remove the voluminous covering or lower the cowl. He spied Jimmy and crossed to his table. Without waiting for invitation, he pulled out a chair and sat. In hushed tones, he said, "Have you a name?" Jimmy nodded and leaned forward as if to speak. As he did so, 4 facts suddenly struck him. The men at the next table, despite their casual appearance, had swords and shields close at hand, needing only an instant to bring them to the ready. They didn't drink like mercenaries fresh into town after a long caravan. In fact, their drinks were nearly untouched. The man opposite Jimmy had one hand hidden under his cloak, as he had since entering. But, most revealing of all three men wore large black rings on their left hands, with a hawk device carved in them, one similar to the talisman taken from Laughing Jack's companion. Jimmy's mind worked furiously, for he had seen such rings before and understood their use. Improvising, Jimmy pulled a parchment out of his boot. He placed it on the table to the far right of the man, making him stretch awkwardly across himself to reach for it, while he kept his right hand hidden. As the man's hand touched the parchment, Jimmy pulled his dirk out and struck, pinning the man's hand to the table. The man froze at the sudden attack. Then his other hand came from within his cloak, holding a dagger. He slashed at Jimmy as the boy thief fell backwards. Then pain struck the man, and he howled in agony. Jimmy, tumbling over his chair, shouted, "Night Hawks!" as he struck the floor. The room exploded with activity. Lucas's sons, both veterans of the armies of the West, came leaping over the bar, landing on the swordsman at the table next to Jimmy as they attempted to rise. Jimmy found himself hanging backwards atop the overturned chair and awkwardly tried to pull himself upright. From his position, he could see the barmen grappling with the grey lock man. The other false mercenary had his left hand before his face, his ring to his lips. Jimmy shouted, "Poison rings! They have poison rings!" Other guards had the hooded man in their grip as he frantically tried to remove his ring from his pinned hand. After another moment, he was held tightly by the three men around him, unable to move. The grey lock man kicked out at the barman, rolled away, leapt up and dashed towards the door, knocking aside two men surprised by the sudden move. For a moment, a clear path to the door appeared as curses filled the room from soldiers attempting to navigate the jumble of tables and chairs. The Nighthawk was nearing the door and freedom when a slender fighter interposed himself. The assassin leapt towards the door. With near inhuman speed, Aretha stepped forward and struck the grey-locked man a blow to the head with his rapier's hilt. The stunned man teetered for a moment, then collapsed to the floor unconscious. Aretha stood erect and looked about the room. The blonde assassin lay with eyes staring blankly upwards, obviously dead. The hooded man's cloak was thrown back, and he was white with pain as the dagger pinning his hand to the table was pulled loose. 3 soldiers held him down, though he looked too weak to stand upon his own feet. When the dirk was pulled from the table, he screamed and passed out. Jimmy stepped gingerly around the dead man and came up to Aretha. He looked down to where Gardan was removing the other black ring from the man on the floor, and then the boy grinned at Aretha. Holding up his hand, he counted 2 on his fingers. The prince, still flushed from the struggle, smiled and nodded. None of his men appeared wounded, and he had 2 assassins in tow. He said to Gardan, "Guard them closely, and let no one who is not known to us see them when you take them into the palace. I'll have no rumours flying around. Lucas and others may be in danger enough when these 3 turn up missing, should others from the Guild of Death be about. Leave enough of this company to keep up the appearance of normal business until closing, and pay Lucas double the damages with our thanks." Even as he spoke, Gardan's company was restoring the inn to order, removing the broken table and moving the others about so it would not be noticed missing. "Take these 2 to the rooms I have chosen and be quick about it. We shall begin questioning tonight." Guards blocked a door leading to a remote wing of the palace. The rooms were used only occasionally by guests of minor importance. The wing was a recent construction, being accessible from the main buildings of the palace by a single short hall and a single outside doorway. The outside door was bolted from within and was posted with 2 guards without, who had orders that absolutely no one, no matter who, was to enter or leave by that door. Inside the wing, all the outer rooms had been secured. In the centre of the largest room of the suite, Aretha studied his 2 prisoners. Both were tied to stout wooden beds by heavy ropes. Aretha was taking no chances on their attempting suicide. Father Nathan supervised his acolytes who tended the 2 assassins' wounds. Abruptly, one of the acolytes moved away from the bedside of the man with the grey lock. He looked at Nathan, his face betraying confusion. "Father, come see." Jimmy and Laurie followed behind the priest and Aretha. Nathan stepped up behind the acolyte, and all heard his sharp intake of breath.
"Son, show us the way."
The grey-locked man's leather armour had been cut away, revealing a black tunic beneath embroidered with a silver fisher's net. Nathan pulled away the other prisoner's robe. Beneath that robe was another of knight's black colour, also with a silver net over his heart. The prisoner's hand had been bandaged, and he had regained consciousness. He glared defiantly at the priest of Sung, naked hatred in his eyes. Nathan motioned the prince aside.
"These men wear the mark of Lim's Cragma in her guise as the drawer of nets, she who gathers all to her in the end."
Aretha nodded. "It fits in. We know the Nighthawks are contacted through the temple. Even should the hierarchy of the temple be ignorant of this business, someone within the temple must be a confederate of the Nighthawks. Come, Nathan, we must question this other one." They returned to the bed where the conscious man lay. Looking down upon him, Aretha said, "Who offers the price for my death?" Nathan was called to attend the unconscious man. "Who are you?" demanded the prince of the other. "Answer now, or the pain you've endured will be merely a hint of what will be visited upon you." Aretha did not enjoy the prospect of torture, but he would not stop at any means to discover who was responsible for the attack upon him. The question and the threat were answered by silence. After a moment, Nathan returned to Aretha's side.
"The other is dead," he said softly. "We must treat this one cautiously. That man should not have died from your blow to the head. They may have means to command the body not to fight against death, but to welcome it. It is said even a hardy man may will himself to death given enough time."
Aretha noticed sweat beading upon the brow of the wounded man as Nathan examined him. With concern on his face, the priest said, "He is fevered, and it rises apace. I will have to tend him before there can be an accounting." The priest quickly fetched his potion and forced some fluid down the man's throat as soldiers held his jaws apart. Then the priest began to intone his clerical magic. The man on the bed began to writhe frantically, his face a contorted mask of concentration. Tendons stood out on his arm, and his neck was a mass of ropey cords as he struggled against his confinement. Suddenly, he let forth a hollow-sounding laugh and fell back, eyes closed. Nathan examined the man.
"He is unconscious, Highness," the priest added. "I have slowed the fever's rise, but I don't think I can halt it. Some magic agency works here. He fails before our eyes. It will take time to counter whatever magic is at work upon him. If I have the time—" There was doubt in Nathan's voice. "And if my arts are equal to the task." Aretha turned to Gardan. "Captain, take 10 of your most trusted men and make straight for the Temple of Lim's Cragma. Inform the High Priestess I command her attendance at once. Bring her by force if needs be, but bring her." Gardan saluted, but there was a flicker in his eyes. Laurie and Jimmy knew he disliked the thought of bearding the priestess in her own halls. Still, the staunch captain turned and obeyed his prince without comment.
Aretha returned to the stricken man who lay in fevered torment. Nathan said,
Highness, the fever rises, slowly, but it rises.
How long will he live?
If we can do nothing, through the balance of the night, no longer.
Aretha struck his left hand with his bald right fist in frustration. There was less than 6 hours before dawn. Less than 6 hours to discover the cause for the attack upon him. And should this man die, they would be back to where they started, and worse, for his unknown enemy would not likely fall into another snare.
Is there anything else you can do? Asked Laurie softly.
Nathan considered. Perhaps. He moved away from the ill man and motioned his acolytes away from the bedside. With a gesture, he indicated that one of them should bring him a large volume of priestly spells. Nathan instructed the acolytes, and they quickly did his bidding, knowing the ritual and their parts in it. A pentagram was chalked upon the floor, and many runic symbols laid within its boundary, with the bed at the centre. When they were finished, everyone who stood within the room was encompassed by the chalk marks upon the floor. A lighted candle was placed at every point of the design, and a 6th given to Nathan, who stood studying the book. Nathan began waving the light in an intricate pattern while he read aloud in a language unknown to the non-clerics in the room. His acolytes stood quietly to one side, responding in unison at several points during the incantation. The others felt a strange stilling of the air, and as the final syllables were uttered, the dying man groaned, a low and piteous sound. Nathan snapped shut the book.
Nothing less powerful than an agent of the gods themselves may pass through the boundaries of the pentagram without my leave. No spirit, demon, or being sent by any dark agency can trouble us now.
Nathan then directed everyone to stand outside the pentagram, opened the book again, and began reading another chant. Quickly, the words tumbled from the stocky priest. He finished the spell and pointed at the man upon the bed. Aretha looked at the ill man, but could see nothing amiss. Then, as he turned to speak to Laurie, noticed a change. Seeing the man from the corner of his eye, Aretha could discern a nimbus of faint light around him, filling the pentagram, not visible when viewed directly. It was a light, milky quartz in colour. Aretha asked, "What is this?" Nathan faced Aretha.
I have slowed his passage through time, Highness. To him, an hour is now a moment. The spell will only last until dawn, but to him less than a quarter of an hour will have passed. Thus we gain time. With luck, he will now linger until midday.
Can we speak to him?
No, for we would sound like buzzing bees to him, but if we need, I can remove the spell.
Aretha regarded the slowly writhing, fevered man. His hand seemed poised a scant inch above the bed, hanging in space. Then, said the prince impatiently, we must wait upon the pleasure of the High Priestess of Limscragma. The wait was not long, nor was there much pleasure evident in the manner of the High Priestess. There was a commotion outside, and Aretha hurried to the door. Beyond it, he found Gardan waiting with a woman in black robes. Her face was hidden behind a thick, gauzy black veil, but her head turned towards the prince. A finger shot out towards Aretha, and a deep, pleasant-sounding feminine voice said, "Why have I been commanded here, Prince of the Kingdom?" Aretha ignored the question as he took in the scene. Behind Gardan stood a quartet of guards, spears held across their chests, barring the way to a group of determined-looking temple guards wearing the black and silver tabards of Limscragma. "What passes, Captain?" Gardan said,
"The lady wishes to bring her guards within, and I have forbidden it."
In tones of icy fury, the priestess said, "I have come as you bid, though never have the clergy acknowledged temporal authority. But I will not come as a prisoner, not even for you, Prince of Crondor." Aretha said, 2 guards may enter, but they will stand away from the prisoner. Madam, you will cooperate and enter now. Arthur's tone left little doubt of his mood. The High Priestess might be commander of a powerful sect, but before her stood the ruler of the kingdom absolute, save the king, a man who would brook no interference in some matter of paramount importance. She nodded to the 2 foremost guards, and they entered. The door was closed behind them, and the 2 guards were taken off to one side by Gardan. Outside, the palace guards kept watchful eyes upon the remaining temple guards and the wicked curved swords carried at their belts. Father Nathan greeted the High Priestess with a stiffly formal bow, their 2 orders having little affection for each other. The High Priestess chose to ignore the priest's presence. Her first remark upon seeing the pentagram upon the floor was, "Do you fear otherworld interference?" Her tone was suddenly analytical and even. It was Nathan who answered,
"Lady, we are not sure of many things, but we do seek to prevent complications from whatever source, physical or spiritual."
She did not acknowledge his words, but stepped as close to the 2 men, one dead and the other wounded, as she could. Seeing the black tunics, she faltered a step, then turned to face Aretha. Through the veil he could almost feel her malevolent gaze upon him. "These men are of my order. How do they come to lie here?" Aretha's face was a mask of controlled anger. "Madam, it is to answer that question that you have been fetched. Do you know these 2? She studied their faces. "I do not know this one," she said, pointing to the dead man with the grey lock in his hair. "But the other is a priest of my temple named Morgan, newly come to us from our temple in Yarbon." She paused for a moment as she considered something. "He wears the mark of a brother of the Order of the Silver Net." Her head came around, facing Aretha once more. "They are the martial arm of our faith, supervised by their Grand Master in Rilannan, and he answers to none save our Mother Matriarch for his order's practices." She paused again, and then only sometimes. Before anyone could comment, she continued, "What I do not understand is how one of my temple priests came to wear their mark. Is he a member of the order passing himself off as a priest? Is he a priest playing the part of a warrior? Or is he neither priest nor brother of the order, but an impostor on both counts? Any of those 3 possibilities is forbidden, at risk of Limskragma's wrath. Why is he here?" Aretha said, "Madam, if what you say is true—" She seemed to tense at the implication of a possible falsehood. "Then what is occurring concerns your temple as much as it concerns me. Jimmy, speak what you know of the Nighthawks." Jimmy, obviously uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the Death Goddess's High Priestess, spoke quickly and forewent his usual embellishments. When he finished, the High Priestess said, "Highness, what you say is a deed foul in the nostrils of our goddess." Her voice was cold rage. "In times past, certain of the faithful sought sacrifices, but those practices are long abandoned. Death is a patient goddess. All will come to know her in time. We need no black murders. I would speak to this man." She indicated the prisoner. Aretha hesitated and noticed Father Nathan shaking his head slightly.
"He is close to death, less than hours, without any additional stress upon him. Should the questioning prove rigorous, he might die before we can plumb the depths of these dark waters."
The High Priestess said, "What cause for concern, priest? Even dead, he is still my subject. I am Limskragma's ephemeral hand. In her manner, I will find truths no living man can obtain." Father Nathan bowed.
"In the realm of death, so you are, Supreme." To Aretha he said, "May my brothers and I withdraw, Highness. My order finds these practices offensive." The prince nodded, and the high priestess said, "Before you go, remove the prayer of slowness you have called down upon him. It will cause less difficulty than should I do it." Nathan quickly complied, and the man on the bed began to groan feverishly. The priest and acolytes of Sung hurriedly left the room, and when they were gone, the high priestess said, "This pentagram will aid in keeping outside forces from interfering with this act. I would ask all to remain outside, for within its bounds each person creates ripples in the fabric of magic. This is a most holy rite, for whatever the outcome, Our Lady will most surely claim this man." Aretha and the others waited outside the pentagram, and the priestess said, "Speak only when I have given permission, and ensure the candles do not burn out, or forces may be loosed that would prove troublesome to recall." The high priestess drew back her black veil, and Aretha was almost shocked at her appearance. She looked barely more than a girl, and a lovely one at that, with blue eyes and skin the colour of dawn's blush. Her eyebrows promised her hair would be the palest gold. She raised her hands overhead and began to pray. Her voice was soft, musical, but the words were strange and fearful to hear. The man on the bed squirmed as she continued her incantation. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he stared upwards. He seemed to convulse, straining at the bonds that restrained him. He relaxed, then turned to face the high priestess. A distant look crossed his face, as his eyes seemed to focus and unfocus in turn. After a moment, a strange, sinister smile formed on his lips, an expression of mocking cruelty. His mouth opened, and the voice that issued forth was deep and hollow.
"What service, mistress?"
The high priestess's brow furrowed slightly, as if there was something askew in his manner. But she maintained her poise and said in commanding tones, "You wear the mantle of the Order of the Silver Net, yet you practice in the temple. Explain this falsehood." The man laughed, a high, shrieking cackle that trailed off.
"I am he who serves."
She stopped, for the answer was not to her liking. "Answer, then. Who do you serve?" There came another laugh, and the man's body tensed once more, pulling against the restraining ropes. Beads of sweat popped out upon his brow, and the muscles of his arms corded as he drew himself against the ropes. Then he relaxed and laughed again.
"I am he who is caught."
"Who do you serve?"
"I am he who is a fish. I am in a net."
Again came the mad laughter and the near-convulsive straining at the ropes. As the man strained, sweat poured off his face in rivulets. Shrieking, he pulled again and again at the restraints. As it seemed he would break his own bones with exertion, the man screamed,
"Mandamus, aid your servant!"
Abruptly, one of the candles blew out as a wind from some unknown place swept across the room. The man reacted with a single convulsive spasm, bowing his body in a high arch, with only his feet and head touching the bed, pulling against the ropes with such force that his skin tore and bled. Suddenly, he collapsed upon the bed. The high priestess fell back a step, then crossed to look down on the man. Softly she said, "He is dead. Relight the candle." Aretha motioned, and a guard lit a taper from another candle and relit the extinguished one. The priestess began another incantation. While the first had been mildly discomforting, this one carried a feeling of dread, a chill from the farthest corner of some lost and frozen land of wretchedness.
It carried the echo of the cries of those without comfort or hope. Yet within it was another quality, powerful and attractive, an almost seductive feeling that it would somehow be wonderful to lay aside all burdens and rest. As the spell continued, the feelings of foreboding increased, and those who waited fought against the desire to run far from the sound of the High Priestess's spell-casting. Suddenly, the spell was over, and the room lay as quiet as a tomb. The High Priestess spoke in the king's tongue. "You, who are with us in body, but are now subject to the will of our mistress Limskragma, hearken to me. As Our Lady of Death commands all things in the end, so do I now command you in her name. Return!" The form on the bed stirred, but lay silent once more. The High Priestess shouted, "Return!" and the figure moved again. With a sudden movement, the dead man's head came up and his eyes opened. He seemed to be looking around the room, but while his eyes were open, they remained rolled back up in his head, only the whites showing. Still, there was some feeling that the corpse could yet see, for his head stopped moving, as if he was looking at the High Priestess. His mouth opened, and a distant hollow laugh issued from it. The High Priestess stepped forward. "Silence!" The dead man quieted, but then the face grinned, a slowly broadening, terrible and evil expression. The features began to twitch, moving as if the man's face was subject to some strange palsy. The very flesh shivered, then sagged, as if turned to heated wax. The skin colour subtly shifted, becoming fairer, almost pale white. The forehead became higher, and the chin more delicate, the nose more arched, and the ears pointed. The hair darkened to black. Within moments, the man they had questioned was gone, and in his place lay a form no longer human. Softly, Laurie spoke. "By the gods, a brother of the dark path." Jimmy shifted his weight uncomfortably. "Your brother Morgan is from a lot farther north than Yarbon City, lady," he whispered. There was no humour in his tone, only fear. Again came the chill wind from some unknown quarter, and the High Priestess turned towards Aretha. Her eyes were wide with fear, and she seemed to speak, but none could hear her words. The creature on the bed, one of the hated dark cousins of the elves, shrieked in maniacal glee. With a shocking and sudden display of strength, the Mordel ripped one arm free of its bond, then the other. Before the guards could react, it tore free the bonds holding its legs. Instantly, the dead thing was on its feet, leaping towards the High Priestess. The woman stood resolute, a feeling of power radiating from her. She pointed her hand at the creature. "Halt!" The Mordel obeyed. "By the mistress's power, I command obedience from you who are called. In her domain do you dwell, and subject you are to her laws and ministers. By her power do I order you back." The Mordel faltered a moment, then, with startling quickness, reached out and with one hand seized the High Priestess by the throat. In that hollow, distant voice it screamed, "Trouble not my servant lady. If you love your mistress so dearly, then to her go!" The High Priestess gripped its wrist, and blue fire sprang to life along the creature's arm. With a howl of pain, it picked her up as if she weighed nothing and hurled her against the wall near Aretha, where she crashed and slid to the floor. All stood motionless. The transformation of this creature and its unexpected attack upon the High Priestess robbed all in the room of volition. The temple guards were rooted by the sight of their priestess humbled by some dark otherworld power. Gardan and his men were equally stunned. With another booming howl of laughter, the creature turned towards Aretha.
Now, Lord of the West, we are met, and it is your hour.
The Moradel swayed upon its feet a moment, then stepped towards Aretha. The temple guards recovered an instant before Gardan's men. The two black and silver-clad soldiers leapt forward, one interposing himself between the advancing Moradel and the stunned priestess, the other attacking the creature. Aretha's soldiers were only a step behind in preventing the creature from reaching Aretha. Lorry sprang for the door, shouting for the guards without. The temple guard thrust his scimitar and impaled the Moradel. Sightless eyes widened, showing red rims, as the creature grinned, a horrid expression of glee. In an instant, its hands shot forward and were around the guard's throat. With a twisting motion, it broke the guard's neck, then tossed him aside. The first of Aretha's guards to reach the creature struck from the side a blow that gouged a bloody furrow along its back. With a backhand slap, it knocked the guard down. It reached down and pulled the scimitar out of its own chest and, with a snarl, tossed it aside. As it turned away, Gardan hit it low and from behind. The huge captain encircled the creature with his powerful arms, lifting it from the ground. The creature's claws raked Gardan's arms, but still he held it high, preventing its progress towards Aretha. Then the creature kicked backwards, its heel striking Gardan in the leg, causing both to fall. The creature rose. As Gardan tried to reach it again, he stumbled over the body of the fallen temple guard. The door flew open as Lorry tossed aside the inner bar, and palace and temple guards raced past the singer. The creature was within a sword's thrust of Aretha when the first guard tackled it from behind, followed an instant later by two more. The temple guards joined their lone fellow in forming a defence around the unconscious high priestess. Aretha's guards joined in the assault upon the Moradel. Gardan recovered from his fall and rushed to Aretha's side.
"Leave, Highness. We can hold it here by weight of numbers."
Aretha, with sword ready, said, "How long, Gardan? How can you stop a creature already dead?" Jimmy the Hand backed away from Aretha's side, edging towards the door. He couldn't take his eyes from the knot of writhing bodies. Guards hammered at the creature with hilts and fists, seeking to bludgeon it into submission. Hands and faces were sticky red as the creature's claws raked out again and again. Lorry circled around the melee, looking for an opening, his sword pointed like a dagger. Catching sight of Jimmy as the thief bolted towards the door, Lorry shouted, "Aretha! Jimmy shows uncommon good sense. Leave!" Then he thrust with his sword, and a low, chilling moan came from within the jumble of bodies. Aretha was gripped by indecision. The mass seemed to be inching towards him, as if the weight of the guard served only to slow the creature's progress. The creature's voice rang out,
"Flee, if you will, Lord of the West, but you shall never find refuge from my servants."
As if gifted by some additional surge of power, the Moradel heaved mightily, and the guards were cast aside. They crashed into those standing before the high priestess, and, for a moment, the creature was free to stand upright. Now it was covered in blood, its face a mask of bleeding wounds. Torn flesh hung from one cheek, transforming the Moradel's face into a permanent, baleful grin. One guard managed to rise and shatter the creature's right arm with a sword blow. It spun and tore the man's throat out with a single rake of its hand. With its right arm dangling uselessly at its side, the Moradel spoke through loose, rubbery lips, its voice a bubbling, wet noise.
"I'll feed on death. Come, I shall feed on yours."
Two soldiers jumped upon the Moradel from behind, driving it to the floor once more before Aretha. Ignoring the guards, the creature clawed towards the prince, its good arm outstretched, fingers hooked like a claw. More guards leapt upon it, and Aretha darted forward, driving his sword through the creature's shoulder, deep into its back. The monstrous figure shuddered briefly, then resumed its forward motion. Like some giant, obscene crab, the massive bodies inched slowly towards the prince. The activities of the guards increased, as if they would protect Aretha by literally tearing the creature to shreds. Aretha took a step back, his reluctance to flee slowly overbalanced by the refusal of the Moradel to be stopped. With a cry, a soldier was tossed away to land hard, his head striking the stone floor with an audible crack. Another shouted, "Highness, it grows in strength!" A third screamed as he had an eye clawed out by the frantic creature. With a titanic heave, it tossed the remaining soldiers away and rose, with no one between itself and Aretha. Laurie tugged at Aretha's sleeve, leading the prince slowly towards the door. They walked sideways, never taking their eyes from the loathsome creature, while it stood swaying upon its feet. Its sightless eyes followed the two men, glaring from a skull rendered a pulpy red mask devoid of recognizable features. One of the High Priestess's guards charged the creature from behind and, without looking, the Moradel lashed backwards with its right hand and crushed the man's skull with a single blow. Laurie cried, "It has the use of its arm once more! It's healing itself!" The creature was upon them in a leap. Suddenly, Aretha felt himself going down as someone shoved him aside. In a blur of images, Aretha saw Laurie ducking away from the blow that would have torn Aretha's head from his shoulders. Aretha rolled away and came to his feet beside Jimmy the Hand. The boy had knocked him out of harm's way. Beyond Jimmy, Aretha could see Father Nathan. The bull-necked priest approached the monster, his left hand held upright, palm forward. The creature somehow sensed the priest's approach, for it turned its attention from Aretha and spun to face Nathan. The centre of Nathan's hand began to glow, then shine with a fierce white light that cast a visible beam upon the Moradel, which stood transfixed. From its torn lips a low moan was emitted. Then Nathan began to chant. A high shriek erupted from the Moradel, and it cowered, covering sightless eyes from the glare of Nathan's mystic light. Its voice could be heard, low and bubbling, "It burns! It burns!" The stocky cleric took a step forward, forcing the creature to shamble backwards. The thing looked nothing mortal, bleeding thick, nearly coagulated blood from 100 wounds, large pieces of flesh and clothing dangling from its form. It hunkered lower and cried out, "I burn!" Then a cold wind blew in the room, and the creature shrieked, loud enough to startle even seasoned, battle-ready soldiers. Guards looked furiously about, seeking the source of some nameless horror that could be felt on every side. The creature suddenly rose up, as if new power had come into it. Its right hand shot out, grabbing at the source of the burning light, Nathan's left hand. Fingers and talon-like fingers interlaced, and, with a searing sound, the creature's hand began to smoke. The Moradel drew back its left hand to strike a blow at the cleric, but, as it uncoiled to strike, Nathan shouted a word unknown to the others in the room, and the creature faltered and groaned. Nathan's voice rang out, filling the room with the sounds of mystic prayer and holy magic. The creature froze for an instant, then trembled in place. Nathan stepped up the urgency of his incantation, and the creature reeled as if being struck a mighty blow, and smoke rose from its body. Nathan called down the power of his goddess, Sung the White, the deity of purity, his voice hoarse and strained. A loud moaning, seeming to come from a great distance, escaped from the Moradel's mouth, and it shuddered again. Locked in the mystic battle, Nathan lifted his shoulders as if he were struggling to move away a great weight, and the Moradel fell to its knees. Its right hand bent backwards as Nathan's voice droned on. Beads of sweat rolled down the priest's forehead, and the cords on his neck stood out. Blisters rose on the creature's ragged flesh and exposed muscle, and it began an ululating cry. A sizzling sound and the smell of cooking meat filled the room. Thick, oily smoke poured off its body, and one guard turned his head and vomited. Nathan's eyes grew wide as he exerted the force of his will upon this creature. Slowly they swayed, the creature's flesh cracking as it blackened and crisped from Nathan's magic. The Moradel bent backwards under the force of the priest's grip, and suddenly blue energy coursed over its blackening body. Nathan released his hold, and the creature toppled sideways, flames erupting from its eyes, mouth, and ears. Soon flames engulfed the body and reduced it quickly to ashes, choking the room with a foul, greasy odour. Nathan slowly turned to face Aratha, and the prince saw a man suddenly aged. The cleric's eyes were wide, and sweat poured down his face. In a dry croak he said, "Highness, it is done." Taking one slow step, then another towards the prince, Nathan smiled weakly. Then he fell forward, to be caught by Aratha before he struck the floor. Chapter 4. Revelations. Birds sang to welcome the new dawn. Aratha, Laurie, Jimmy, Volney and Gardan sat in the prince's private audience chamber, awaiting word of Nathan and the high priestess. The temple guards had carried the priestess to a guest chamber and stood guard while healers summoned from her temple attended her. They had been with her all night, while members of Nathan's order tended him in his quarters. Everyone in the room had been rendered silent by the horrors of the night, and all were reluctant to speak of it. Laurie stirred first from the numbness, leaving his chair to move to a window. Aratha's eyes followed Laurie's movement, but his mind was wrestling with a dozen unanswerable questions. Who or what was seeking his death, and why? But, more important to him than his own safety, was the question of what threat this posed for Liam, Carline, and the others due to arrive soon. And, most of all, was there any risk to Anita? A dozen times over the last few hours, Aratha had considered postponing the wedding. Laurie sat down on a couch next to the half-dozing Jimmy. Quietly he asked, "Jimmy, how did you know to fetch Father Nathan when the High Priestess herself was helpless?" Jimmy stretched and yawned. "It was something I remembered from my youth." At this, Gardan laughed, and the tension in the room lessened. Even Aratha ventured a half-smile as Jimmy continued. "I was given into the tutelage of one Father Timothy, a cleric of Astalon for a time. Occasionally one boy or another is allowed to do this. It's a sign the mockers have great expectations for the boy," he said proudly. "I stayed to learn my letters and numbers, but along the way I chanced to pick up a few other bits of knowledge. I remembered a discourse on the nature of the gods Father Timothy had given once, though it had almost put me to sleep. According to that worthy, there is an opposition of forces, positive and negative forces, that are sometimes called good and evil. Good cannot cancel good, nor evil cancel evil. To balk an agent of evil, you need an agency of good. The High Priestess is counted a servant of dark powers by most people and could not hold the creature at bay. I hope the father could oppose the creature, as Sung and her servants are seen as being of good demeanour. I really didn't know if it was possible, but I couldn't see standing around while that thing chewed up the palace guards one by one." Aratha said, "It proves a good guess." His tone revealed approval of Jimmy's quick thinking. A guard came into the room and said, "Highness, the priest is recovered and sends word for you. He begs you to come to his quarters." Aratha nearly leapt from his chair and strode out of the chamber with the others close behind. For over a century, custom had provided that the palace of the Prince of Krondor contain a temple with a shrine to each of the gods, so that whoever was a guest, no matter which of the major deities he worshipped, would find a place of spiritual comfort close by. The order seeing to the temple's care would change from time to time, as different advisers to the prince came and went. It was Nathan and his acolytes who cared for the temple under Aratha's administration, as they had during Erland's. The priest's quarters lay behind the temple, and Aretha entered through the large vaulted hall. At the opposite end of the nave, a door could be glimpsed behind the beamer that contained the shrine to the 4 greater gods. Aretha strode towards the door, his boots clacking upon the stone floor as he walked past the shrines to the lesser gods on either side of the temple. As he approached the door to Nathan's quarters, Aretha could see it was open and glimpsed movement inside. He entered the priest's quarters, and Nathan's acolyte stepped aside. Aretha was struck by the austere look of the room, nearly a cell without personal property or decoration. The only non-utilitarian item visible was a personal statuette of Sung, represented as a lovely young woman in a long white robe resting on a small table next to Nathan's bed. The priest looked haggard and weak, but alert. He lay propped up on cushions. Nathan's assistant priest hovered close by, ready to answer any need Nathan might have. The royal chirurgeon waited beside the bed. He bowed and said,
"There is nothing physically wrong, Highness, save he is exhausted. Please be brief."
Aretha nodded as the chirurgeon, followed by all the acolytes, withdrew. As he left, he motioned for Gardan and the others to remain outside. Aretha came to Nathan's side. "How do you fare?"
"I will live, Highness,"
he answered weakly. Aretha cast a quick glance at the door and saw the alarmed expression on Gardan's face. It confirmed Aretha's impression that Nathan's ordeal had left him changed. Softly, Aretha said, "You will do more than just live, Nathan. You'll be back to your old self soon."
"I have lived through a horror no man should have to face, Highness. So you may understand, I must share a confidence with you."
He nodded towards the door. The assistant priest closed the door and returned to Nathan's bedside. Nathan said,
"I must now tell you something not commonly known outside the temple, Highness. I take great responsibility upon myself to do this, but I judge it imperative."
Aretha leaned forward the better to hear the tired priest's faint words. Nathan said,
"There is an order to things, Aretha. A balance imposed by Ishap, the one above all. The greater gods rule through the lesser gods, who are served by the priesthoods. Each order has its mission. An order may seem to be in opposition to another, but the higher truth is that all orders have a place in the scheme of things. Even those in the temples who are of lower rank are kept ignorant of this higher order. It is the reason for occasional conflicts erupting between temples. My discomfort at the High Priestess's rites last night was as much for the benefit of my acolytes as from any true distaste. What an individual is capable of understanding determines how much of the truth is revealed to him by the temples. Many need the simple concepts of good and evil, light and dark, to govern their daily lives. You are not such a one. I have trained in the following of the single path, the order I am best suited for by my nature. But, as do all others who have reached my rank, I know well the nature and manifestations of the other gods and goddesses. What appeared in that room last night was nothing I have ever known."
Aretha seemed lost. "What do you mean?"
"As I battled against the force that drove the Mordel, I could sense something of its nature. It is something alien, dark and dread, something without mercy. It rages, and it seeks to dominate or destroy. Even those gods called dark, Limskragma and Guiswa, are not truly evil when the truth is understood. But this thing is a blotting out of the light of hope. It is despair incarnate.
The assistant priest indicated it was time for Aretha to leave. As he moved towards the door, Nathan called out,
"Wait! You must understand something more. It left not because I had bested it, but because I had robbed it of the servant it inhabited. It had no physical means of continuing the attack. I only defeated its agent. It revealed something of itself in that moment. It is not ready yet to face my Lady of the One Path, but it holds her and the other gods in contempt."
His face revealed his alarm.
"Aretha, it feels contempt for the gods."
Nathan sat up, his hand outstretched, and Aretha returned and took it.
"Highness, it is a force that deems itself supreme. It hates and it rails, and it means to destroy any who oppose it. If—"
Aretha said, "Softly, Nathan." The priest nodded and lay back.
"Seek greater wisdom than mine, Aretha. For one other thing did I sense. This foe, this encompassing darkness, is growing in strength."
Aretha said, "Sleep, Nathan. Let this all become just another bad dream." He nodded to the assistant priest and left the room. As he passed the royal chirurgeon, he said, "Aid him," a plea more than a command. Hours went by as Aretha awaited word of the High Priestess of Limskragma. He sat alone while Jimmy slept on a low settee. Gardam was off seeing to the deployment of his guards. Volney was busy with running the principality, as Aretha was preoccupied with the mysteries of the previous night. He had decided against informing Liam of exactly what had occurred until the king was in Krondor. As he had observed before, with Liam's retinue numbering in excess of 100 soldiers, it would take something in the order of a small army to imperil him. Aretha paused for a moment in his deliberation to study Jimmy. He looked still a child as he breathed slowly. He had laughed off the severity of his wound, but once things had finally quieted down, he had fallen asleep almost instantly. Gardan had gently lifted him onto the couch. Aretha shook his head slightly. The youth was a common criminal, a parasite upon society who had not worked an honest day's labour in his young life. Not much past 14 or 15, he was a braggart, a liar, and a thief, but, while he may be many things, he was still a friend. Aretha sighed and wondered what to do about the boy. A court page arrived with a message from the High Priestess requesting Aretha's presence at once. The prince rose quietly, so as not to awaken Jimmy, and followed the page to where the High Priestess was being cared for by her healers. Aretha's guards waited outside the suite, and temple guards stood inside the door, a concession Aretha had granted when requested by the priest who had come from the temple. The priest greeted Aretha coolly, as if Aretha somehow bore the responsibility for his mistress's injury. He led Aretha into the sleeping chamber, where a priestess attended the leader of their temple. Aretha was shocked by the appearance of the High Priestess. She lay propped up by a pile of bolsters, her pale blonde hair framing a face drained of colour, as if the icy blue of winter had suffused her features. She looked as if she had aged 20 years in a day. But, as she fixed her gaze upon Aretha, there was still an aura of power about her. "Have you recovered, madam?" Aretha's tone showed concern as he inclined his head towards her. "My mistress has work for me yet, Highness. I will not join her for some time. I am pleased to hear that news. I have come, as you required." The woman drew herself upright until she sat with her back against the pillows. Without conscious thought, she brushed back her nearly white hair, and Aretha could see that, despite the grim demeanour, the High Priestess was a woman of unusual beauty, albeit a beauty without a hint of softness. In a voice still strained, the priestess said, "Aretha Kwanduan, there is peril to our kingdom and more. In the realm of the Mistress of Death, only one stands higher than I. She is our mother matriarch in Rilanan. Other than herself, none should challenge my power in the domain of death. But now there comes something that challenges the very goddess herself. Something that, while still weak, while still learning its powers, can overcome my control over one in my mistress's realm. Have you any understanding of the importance of my words? It is as if a baby, fresh from her mother's teat, has come to your palace, nay, the palace of your brother, the king, and turned his retinue, his guards, even the very people against him, rendering him helpless in the very seat of his power. That is what we face. And it grows. As we stand speaking, it grows in strength and rage, and it is ancient." Her eyes grew wide, and suddenly Aretha saw a hint of madness. "It is both new and old. I don't understand." Aretha nodded towards the healer and turned to the priest. The priest indicated the door, and Aretha started to leave. As he reached the door, the High Priestess's voice broke into sobbing. When they reached the outer room, the priest said, "Highness, I am Julian, chief priest of the Inner Circle. I have sent word to our mother temple in Rilanan of what has happened here. He appeared troubled by what he was about to say. "Most likely, I will be High Priest of Limbs Cragmar within a few months' time. We shall care for her," he said, facing the closed door, "but she will never again be able to guide us in our mistress's service." He returned his attention to Aretha. "I have heard from the temple guards of what occurred last night, and I have just heard the High Priestess's words. If the temple can help, we will." Aretha considered the man's words. It was usual for a priest of one of the orders to be numbered among the counsellors of the nobility. There were too many matters of mystic importance to be faced for the nobility to be without spiritual guidance. That was why Aretha's father had been the first to include a magician in his company of advisers. But active cooperation between temple and temporal authority, between ruling bodies themselves, was rare. Finally, Aretha said, "My thanks, Julian. When we have a better sense of what we are dealing with, we shall seek out your wisdom. I have just come to understand that my view of the world is somewhat narrow. I expect you will provide valued assistance." The priest bowed his head. As Aretha made to leave, he said, "Highness." Aretha looked back to see a concerned expression on the priest's face. "Yes?" "Find whatever this thing is, Highness. Seek it out and destroy it utterly." Aretha could only nod. He made his way back to his chamber. Entering, He sat quietly lest he disturb Jimmy, who still lay sleeping upon the settee. Aretha noticed that a plate of fruit and cheese and a decanter of chilled wine had been placed upon the table for him. Realising he had had nothing to eat all day, he poured himself a glass of wine and cut a wedge of cheese, then sat down again. He put his boots on the table and leaned back, letting his mind wander. The fatigue of 2 nights with little sleep washed over him, but his mind was too caught up in the events of the last 2 days to let sleep be considered for even a moment. Some supernatural agent was loose in his realm, some magic thing that threw fear into priests of 2 of the most powerful temples in the kingdom. Liam would arrive in less than a week. Nearly every noble in the kingdom would be in Crondor for the wedding, in his city. And he could think of nothing he could do to guarantee their safety. Aretha sat for an hour, his mind miles away as he absently ate and drank. He was a man who often descended into dark brooding when left alone, but when given a problem, he never ceased to work on it, to attack it from every possible side, to worry it, tossing it about as a terrier does a rat. He conjured up dozens of possible approaches to the problem and constantly re-examined every shred of information he had. Finally, after discarding a dozen plans, he knew what he must do. He took his feet off the table and grabbed a ripe apple off the dish before him. "Jimmy!" he shouted, and the boy thief was instantly awake, years of dangerous living having bred the habit of light sleeping. Aretha threw the apple at the boy, and, with astonishing speed, he sat up and caught the fruit scant inches from his face. Aretha could understand how he had come to be known as the Hand. "What?" inquired the boy as he bit into the fruit. "I need you to carry a message to your master." Jimmy stopped in mid-bite. "I need you to arrange a meeting between myself and the upright man." Jimmy's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Again, thick fog had rolled in off the bitter sea to blanket Crondor in a deep mantle of haze. 2 figures moved quickly past the few taverns still open for business. Aretha followed as Jimmy led him through the city, passing out of the merchants' quarter into rougher environs until they were deep within the heart of the poor quarter. Then, a quick turn down an alley, and they stood before a dead end. Emerging from the shadows, 3 men appeared as if by magic. Aretha had his rapier out in an instant, but Jimmy only said, "We are pilgrims who seek guidance."
"Pilgrims, I am the guide," came the answer from the foremost man. "Now tell your friend to put up his toad sticker or we'll deliver him up in a sack."
If the men knew Aretha's identity, they were giving no sign. Aretha slowly put away his sword. The other 2 men came forward holding out blindfolds. Aretha said, "What business is this?"
"This is the way you will travel," answered the spokesman. "If you refuse, you will go not 1 step further."
Aretha fought down irritation and nodded once. The men came forward, and Aretha saw Jimmy blindfolded an instant before he was roughly denied light himself. Struggling against the urge to pull the blindfold away, Aretha heard the man speak.
"You will both be led from here to another place where others will come to guide you. You may be passed along through many hands before you reach your destination, so do not become alarmed should you hear unexpected voices in the dark. I do not know what your ultimate destination is, for I do not need to know. I also do not know who you are, man, but orders have come down from one most highly placed that you are to be led quickly and delivered unharmed. But be warned. Remove your blindfold only at grave risk. You may not know where you are from this moment henceforth."
Aretha felt a rope being tied around his waist and heard the speaker say, "Hold tightly to the rope and keep a sure foot. We travel at good pace." Without further word, Aretha was jerked around and led off into the night. For more than an hour, or so it seemed to the prince, he had been led about the streets of Crondor. He had twice stumbled and had bruises to show for the casual care given by his guides. At least 3 times he had changed guides, so he had no idea whom he would see when the blindfold was removed. But at last he climbed a flight of stairs. He heard several doors open and shut before strong hands forced him to sit. At last the blindfold was removed, and Aretha blinked as he was dazzled by the light. Arrayed along a table was a series of lanterns with a polished reflector behind each, all turned to face him. Each cast a brilliant illumination into the prince's eyes, preventing him from seeing anyone who stood behind that table. Aretha looked to his right and saw Jimmy sitting upon another stool. After a long moment, a deep voice rumbled from behind the lights.
"Greetings, Prince of Krondor."
Aretha squinted against the light but could catch no glimpse of who spoke from behind the glare. "Am I speaking to the upright man?" A long pause preceded the answer.
"Be satisfied that I am empowered to reach any understanding you may desire. I speak with his voice."
Aretha considered for a moment. "Very well. I seek an alliance." From behind the glare came a deep chuckle.
"What would the Prince of Krondor need of the upright man's aid?"
"I seek to learn the secrets of the Guild of Death." A long silence followed on the heels of this statement. Aretha couldn't decide if the speaker was consulting another person or simply thinking. Then the voice behind the lantern said,
"Remove the boy and hold him outside."
2 men appeared from out of the dark and roughly grabbed Jimmy, hauling him from the room. When he was gone, the voice said,
"The Nighthawks are a source of concern for the upright man, Prince of Krondor. They trespass upon the thieves' highway, and their black murders stir up the populace, casting unwelcome light upon the mockers' many activities. In short, they are bad for business. It would serve us to see them ended. But what cause have you beyond that which normally occupies a ruler when his subjects are being wantonly murdered in their sleep?"
"They pose a threat to my brother and myself." Again there was a long silence.
"Then they set their sights high. Still, royalty often needs killing as much as the commons, and a man must earn a living howsoever he may, even though he be an assassin."
"It should be apparent to you," said Aretha dryly, "that murdering princes would be especially bad for business. The mockers would find things a little cramped working in a city under martial law."
"This is true. Name your bargain."
"I ask no bargain. I demand cooperation. I need information. I wish to know where lies the heart of the Nighthawks."
"Altruism accrues little benefit to those lying cold in the gutter. The arm of the Guild of Death is long."
"No longer than mine," said Aretha in a voice devoid of humour. "I can see that the activities of the mockers suffer greatly. You know as well as I what would happen to the mockers should the Prince of Krondor declare war upon your guild."
"There is little profit in such contention between the guild and your highness."
Aretha leaned forward, his dark eyes gleaming from the brilliant lights. Slowly, biting off each word, he said, "I have no need of profit." A moment of silence was followed by a deep sigh.
"Yes, there is that,"
said the voice thoughtfully. Then it chuckled.
"That is one of the advantages to inheriting one's position. It would prove troublesome to govern a guild of starving thieves. Very well, Aretha of Krondor, but for this risk, The guild needs indemnity. You've shown the stick. Now what of the carrot?
Name your price. Aretha sat back.
Understand this. The upright man is sympathetic to your highness regarding the problems posed by the Guild of Death. The Night Hawks are not to be endured. They must be eliminated root and branch. But many risks are involved, and great expense will be incurred. This will be a costly venture.
Your price? Aretha repeated flatly.
For the risk involved to all, should we fail, 10,000 golden sovereigns.
That would put a large hole in the royal treasury.
True, but consider the alternatives.
We have a bargain.
I shall provide the upright man's instructions as to the means of payment later,
the voice said with a hint of humour in it.
Now, there is another matter.
What is that? Said Aretha.
Young Jimmy the Hand has broken oath with the mockers, and his life is forfeit. He shall die within the hour.
Without thinking, Aretha began to rise. Strong hands pushed him down from behind as a large thief stepped out of the darkness. He simply shook his head in the negative.
We would never think of returning you to the palace in less salubrious condition than that in which you arrived, said the voice behind the lights. But draw a weapon in this room, and you will be delivered to the palace gates in a box, and we will deal then with the consequences.
But Jimmy...
Broke oath, interrupted the voice. He was honour bound to report the whereabouts of the Night Hawk when he saw him, as he was honour bound to tell of Laughing Jack's treachery. Yes, Highness, we know of these things. Jimmy betrayed the guild to carry word to you first. There are certain matters that can be forgiven because of age, but these actions cannot.
I'll not stand by and allow Jimmy to be murdered.
Then listen, Prince of Crondor, for I have a story to tell. Once, the upright man lay with a woman of the streets, as he had with hundreds of others, but this or bore him a son. This is a certainty. Jimmy the Hand is the upright man's son, though he is ignorant of his paternity. This presents the upright man with something of a quandary. If he is to obey the laws he has made, he must order the death of his own son. But, should he not, he will lose credibility with those who serve him. An unpleasant choice. Already the Guild of Thieves is in turmoil from Jack's being shown as an agent of the Night Hawks. Trust is a thin enough commodity at most times. It is nearly non-existent now. Can you think of another way?
Aretha smiled, for he knew another way. In times not far past, it was not unheard of to buy pardon. Name your price.
For treason? No less than another 10,000 gold sovereigns.
Aretha shook his head. His treasury would be gutted. Still, Jimmy must have known the risks of betraying the mockers to bring him warning, and that was worth much. Done, said Aretha sourly.
Then you must keep the boy with you, Prince of Crondor, for he'll never be one with the mockers again, though we will not attempt to harm him, unless he again transgresses against us. Then we shall deal with him as we would any freebooter, harshly.
Aretha rose. Is our business then done?
Except for one last thing.
Yes?
Also, in times not far past, it was not unheard of to buy a patent of nobility for a price in gold.
What price would you ask of a father to have his son named Squire of the Prince's court?"
Aretha laughed, suddenly understanding the course of negotiations. 20,000 golden sovereigns.
"Done. The upright man is fond of Jimmy. Though he has other bastards around, Jimmy is special. The upright man wishes Jimmy to remain ignorant of the relationship, but he will be pleased to think his son shall have a brighter future for this night's negotiations."
"He will be placed within my service without knowing who his father is. Shall we meet again?"
"I think not, Prince of Crondor. The upright man guards his identity jealously, and even to come close to one who speaks with his voice brings him dangers. But we will carry clear messages to you when we know where hide the Night Hawks, and we will welcome news of their obliteration."
Jimmy sat nervously. For over 3 hours Aretha had been closeted with Gardan, Volney and Lorry, as well as other members of his privy staff. Jimmy had been invited to remain in a room set aside for his use. The presence of 2 guards at the door and 2 more below the balcony outside his window gave ample support to the notion that he was, for whatever reason, a prisoner. Jimmy had little doubt he could leave undetected during the night if he had been in fit condition, but after the events of the last few days he felt abused. Also, he was at something of a loss to understand being returned to the palace with the prince. The boy thief was uneasy. Something in his life had changed, and he wasn't sure what or why. The door to the room opened, and a guard sergeant stuck his head in, waving to Jimmy to come. "His Highness wants you, boy." Jimmy quickly followed the soldier down the hall to the long passage to the council chambers. Aretha looked up from reading something. About the table sat Gardan, Lorry, and some other men Jimmy didn't know, while Earl Volney stood near the door. "Jimmy, I have something for you here." Jimmy simply looked around the room, not knowing what to say. Aretha said, "This is a royal patent naming you squire to the prince's court." Jimmy was speechless, his eyes wide. Lorry chuckled at his reaction, while Gardan grinned. Finally, Jimmy found his voice. "This is a jest, right?" When Aretha shook his head, the boy said, "But me? A squire?" Aretha replied, "You have saved my life, and you are to be rewarded." Jimmy said, "But Highness, thank you, but there's the matter of my oath to the mockers." Aretha leaned forward. "That matter has been disposed of, Squire. You are no longer a member of the Guild of Thieves. The upright man has agreed. It is done." Jimmy felt trapped. He had never taken much pleasure in being a thief, but he had taken great pleasure in being a very good thief. What appealed to him was the chance to prove himself at every turn, to show all that Jimmy the Hand was the best thief in the guild, or at least would be someday. But now he was to be bound to the prince's household, and with the office came duties. And if the upright man had agreed, Jimmy was forever denied access to the society of the streets. Seeing the boy's lack of enthusiasm, Lorry said, "May I, Highness?" Aretha permitted, and the singer came over to place a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Jimmy, His Highness is simply keeping your head above water, literally. He had to bargain for your life. If he had not, you'd be floating in the harbour this hour. The upright man knew you'd broken oath with the guild." Jimmy visibly sagged, and Lorry squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. The boy had always thought himself somehow above the rules, free of the responsibilities that bound others. Jimmy had never known why he had been granted special consideration so many times, while others were forced to pay their way, but now he knew that he had stretched privilege too far once too often. There was no doubt in the boy's mind that the singer told the truth, and conflicting emotions surged up within him as he considered how close to being murdered he had come. Laurie said, "Palace life isn't so bad. The building's warm, your clothing will be clean, and there's ample food. Besides, there'll be plenty to hold your interest." He looked at Aretha and added dryly, "Especially of late." Jimmy nodded, and Laurie led him around the table. Jimmy was instructed to kneel. The Earl quickly read the patent.
"To all within our domain, whereas the youth Jimmy, an orphan of the city of Crondor, has rendered worthy service in preventing injury to the royal person of the Prince of Crondor, and whereas the youth Jimmy is considered to hold us forever in his debt, it is my wish that he be known to all in the realm as our beloved and loyal servant, and it is furthermore wished that he be given a place in the court of Crondor with the rank of squire, with all rights and privilege pertaining thereunto. Furthermore, let it be known that the title to the estate of Haverford on the river Wellendale is conferred upon him and his progeny as long as they shall live, to have and to hold, with servants and properties thereupon. Title to this estate shall be held by the Crown until the day of his majority. Set this day by my hand and seal, Aretha Condouan, Prince of Crondor, Knight Marshal of the Western Realm, and of the King's armies of the West, heir apparent to the throne of Relanan."
Volney looked at Jimmy.
"Do you accept this charge?"
Jimmy said, "Yes." Volney rolled up the parchment and handed it to the boy. That, apparently, was all that was needed to turn a thief into a squire. The boy didn't know where Haverford on the river Wellendale was, but land meant income, and immediately he brightened. As he stepped away, he studied Aretha, who was obviously preoccupied. Chance had twice thrown them together, and twice Aretha had proved the only person who hadn't wanted anything from him. Even his few friends among the mockers had tried to gain advantage over the boy at least once, until he had shown that to be a difficult task. Jimmy found his relationship with Aretha a novel one. As Aretha read some papers silently, Jimmy decided that if fate was again taking a hand, he'd just as soon stay with the prince and his lively bunch as go anywhere else he could think of. Besides, he would have income and comfort as long as Aretha lived, though this, he thought somberly, might prove a bit of a problem. While Jimmy glanced at his patent, Aretha in turn studied him. He was a street boy, tough, resilient, resourceful, and occasionally ruthless. Aretha smiled to himself. He'd get along just fine in court. Jimmy rolled up the paper as Aretha said, "Your former master works with alacrity." To the entire group he said, "Here I have his word that he has nearly uncovered the nest of the Nighthawks. He states he will send a message at any moment, and he regrets he must withhold any direct aid in stamping them out. Jimmy, what do you think of this?" Jimmy grinned. "The upright man knows how to play. Should you destroy the Nighthawks, business returns to normal. Should you fail, there's no suspicion he took a hand in your attempt. He cannot lose." In more serious tones he added, "He also worries about additional infiltration of the mockers. Should that be the case, any mocker participation places the raid in jeopardy." Aretha took the boy's meaning. "It has come to that serious a pass?" "Most likely, Highness. There are no more than 3 or 4 men with access to the upright man himself. These are the only ones he can fully trust. I would guess he has a few agents of his own outside the guild, unknown to any but his most trusted aides, perhaps not even to them. He must be using these to ferret out the Nighthawks. There are over 200 mockers, and twice that number of beggars and urchins, any of whom could be eyes and ears for the Guild of Death." Aretha smiled his crooked smile. Volney said, "You have wits, Squire James. You should prove a boon to His Highness's court." Jimmy looked as if something tasted bad as he muttered, "Squire James." Aretha seemed unaware of Jimmy's sour tone. "We could all do with some rest. Until we hear from the upright man, The best we can do is recover from the rigours of the last few days. He rose. I bid you all good night. Aretha quickly left the chamber, and Volney gathered up the papers from the conference table and hurried along on his own errands. Laurie said to Jimmy,
"Well, I'd better take you in tow, youngster. Someone should teach you a thing or two about quality folk."
Gardan came over to them.
"Then the boy is as good as damned for ever to be an embarrassment to the prince."
Laurie sighed.
"It just shows you," he rejoined to Jimmy. "You can put a badge of rank on the man, but once a barrack sweeper, always a barrack sweeper."
"Barrack sweeper!"
snapped Gardan, mock outrage on his dark face.
"Singer, I'll have you know I come from a long line of heroes."
Jimmy sighed in resignation as he followed the two bickering men from the hall. On the whole, life had been simpler a week ago. He tried to put on a brighter expression, but at best he resembled a cat who had fallen into a barrel of cream, unsure of whether to lap it up or swim for his life. Chapter 5. Obliteration. Aretha studied the old thief. The upright man's messenger had waited while the prince read the missive. Now the prince's eyes were upon him. "Know you the contents of this?"
"To the specifics, no. He who gave it to me was explicit in instructions."
The old thief, now robbed of his agility by age, rubbed absently at his bald pate as he stood before Aretha.
"He said to tell you the boy could bring you easily to the place named within your highness. He also said to tell you that word has been passed regarding the boy, and the mockers consider the matter at a close."
The man cast a brief glance at Jimmy and winked. Jimmy, who was standing off to one side, breathed a silent sigh of relief at hearing that. The wink told him that while Jimmy would never be a mocker again, he at least was not denied the streets of the city, and that old Alvani the Quick was still a friend. Aretha said, "Tell your master I am pleased with this swift resolution. Tell him we shall have an end to this matter tonight. He will understand." Aretha waved for a guard to escort Alvani from the hall and turned to Gardan. "Select a company of your most trusted men and any pathfinders still in the garrison. Any who are new to our service shall be passed over. By word of mouth tell each to muster at the postern gate beginning at sundown. By ones and twos I want them sent into the city, using varied routes and with sharp eyes for signs they are being followed. Let them wander and dine as if they were off duty, though any drinking should be only sham. By midnight they are all together at the Rainbow Parrot." Gardan saluted and left. When Aretha and the boy were alone, the prince said, "You must think I've dealt harshly with you." Jimmy's face showed his surprise. "No, Highness. I thought it a bit strange is all. If anything, I owe you my life." "I worried you'd resent being taken from the only family you knew." Jimmy shrugged off the remark. "And as for owing a life..." He leaned back, finger against his cheek as he smiled. "We are even, Squire James. For had you not acted quickly the other night, I'd be shorter by a head." They both smiled at that. Jimmy said, "If we're even, why the office?" Aretha remembered his pledge to the upright man. "Count it a means of keeping an eye upon you. You are free to come and go as long as you discharge your duties as a squire, but should I find the gold cups missing from the pantry, I'll personally drag you down to the dungeon." Jimmy again laughed, but Aretha's voice took on a more sombre tone. "Also, there's the matter of someone's foiling an assassin upon the roof of a certain fuller's house earlier this week. And you've never said why you chose to come to me with the news of that Nighthawk rather than report it as you were warranted to do." Jimmy looked at Aretha, his gaze older by years than his boyish face. Finally he said, "The night you escaped from Crondall with a princess, I got caught with a full company of black guys horsemen on the docks between me and freedom. You threw me your sword before you knew you'd be safely away. And when we were closeted in the safe house, you taught me sword play. You were always as fairly spoken to me as you were to any other. He paused for a moment. You treated me like a friend. I've had few friends, Highness. Aretha indicated understanding. I also count few as true friends. My family, the magicians Pug and Colgan, Father Tully and Gardan. His expression turned wry. Laurie has shown himself more than a simple courtier, and I think he may prove a friend. I'll even go so far as to name that pirate Amos Trask a true friend. Now, if Amos can be the friend of the Prince of Crondor, why not Jimmy the Hand? Jimmy grinned, and there was a hint of moisture in his eyes. Why not indeed? He swallowed hard and raised his mask again. Whatever happened to Amos? Aretha sat back. The last I saw of him, he was stealing the king's ship. Jimmy guffawed. We've not had word of him since. I'd give much to have that cutthroat by my side this night. Jimmy lost his smile. I hate to bring this up, but what if we run into another of those damn things that won't die? Nathan thinks it unlikely. He thinks it happened only because the priestess called that thing back. Besides, I can't wait upon the temple's pleasure to act. Only that death priest Julian has offered to help. And we've seen how much help those who serve Limbs Cragma can provide, Jimmy added dryly. Let's hope Father Nathan knows of what he speaks. Aretha rose. Come, let's get what rest we may, for the night should provide bloody work. Throughout the night, bands of soldiers dressed in the common garb of mercenaries had been wending their way through the streets of Crondor, passing one another without a flicker of acknowledgement, until, at 3 hours after midnight, over 100 men were in the Rainbow Parrot. Several were dispensing uniform tabards from large sacks, so the soldiers would again be in the prince's colours during the raid. Jimmy entered in the company of 2 men dressed in simple forester's garb, members of Aretha's elite company of army scouts, the Royal Pathfinders. The senior Pathfinder saluted.
This youngster has the eyes of a cat, Highness. He spotted our men being followed to the inn 3 times.
When Aretha looked at them questioningly, Jimmy said, 2 of them were beggars known to me, and they were easy to intercept and chase off, but the third, it may have been he simply followed to see if something was up. Anyway, when we blocked his way down the street, subtly, you may be sure, he simply moved off in another direction. It could have been nothing. It also could have been something, Aretha said. Still, there is nothing more we can do. Even if the Nighthawks know we are doing something, they will not know what. Look you here, he said to Jimmy, pointing to a map on a table before him. This was given to me by the Royal Architect. It is old, but he thinks it a fair accounting of the sewers. Jimmy studied it for a moment. Oh, perhaps a score of years ago it was. He pointed to one spot on the map and another. Here there's been a collapse of a wall, and while the sewage still flows, the passage is too narrow for a man. And here there's a new tunnel dug by a tanner requiring a more rapid disposal of his waste. Jimmy studied the map a little bit longer, then said, Is there a quill and ink or charcoal? A piece of charcoal was forthcoming, and Jimmy made marks upon the map. Friend Lucas has a slipped me out of the sewers in his basement. Behind the bar, the old owner's mouth dropped at hearing that piece of news.
What? Well, how do you know?
Jimmy grinned. The rooftops aren't the only thieves' highway. From here, he pointed at the map, companies of men can move to these 2 points. The exits from the basement of the Nighthawk stronghold are cleverly located. Each comes out in a tunnel not directly connected with the others. The doors may be only scant yards apart, but it's yards of solid walls of brick and stone with miles of twisting sewers to travel to gain one from the next. It'd take an hour to find your way from one exit to another. It's this third one that's the problem. It empties out near a large landing with a dozen tunnels to flee down, too many to block. Gardan, who was looking over the boy's shoulder, said,
"Which means a coordinated assault."
Jimmy, can you hear if someone is breaking in one of the doors and you're at the other?
Jimmy said, I should think. If you slip someone to the top of the stairs, for certain. Especially this time of night. You'd be surprised how many little noises filter down the streets during the day, but at night... Aretha said to the two pathfinders, Can you find these locations from this map? Each nodded. Good. Each of you will guide a third of the men to one of these two entrances. The other third will come with Gardan and myself. Jimmy will guide us. You will position men but not enter the basement of that building unless you are discovered first or you hear our party assaulting those within. Then come with all speed. Gardan, those on the streets should be in position. They have their orders? Gardan said,
Each has been instructed. At first hint of trouble, no one is allowed to leave that building unless he wears your tabard and is known by sight. I have 30 archers in place on the rooftops on all sides to discourage any seeking quick exit. A herald with a trumpet will sound alarm, and 2 companies of horsemen will exit the palace at the bugle. They will reach us within 5 minutes. Any in the streets not of our company will be ridden down. That is the order.
Aretha quickly put on a tabard and tossed one each to Jimmy and Laurie. When all were wearing the prince's purple and black, Aretha said, It is time. The Pathfinders led the first 2 groups into the cellar below the inn. Then it was time for Jimmy to lead the prince's group. He took them to the slip-me-out behind a false cask in the wall and led them down the narrow stairs to the sewers. The stench caused a few soldiers to gasp and utter soft oaths, but a single word from Gardan restored order to the ranks. Several shuttered lanterns were lit. Jimmy motioned for a single line to be formed and led the prince's raiders off towards the merchants' quarter of the city. After nearly a half-hour walking past slowly moving channels carrying waste and garbage towards the harbour, they found themselves approaching the large landing. Aretha ordered the lanterns shuttered. Jimmy went forward. Aretha tried to follow his movements but was astonished as the darkness seemed to swallow him up. Aretha strained to hear him, but Jimmy was noiseless. For the waiting soldiers, the strangest thing about the sewers was the stillness, broken only by the sound of slow water lapping. Each soldier had taken care to muffle all armour and weapons, so should there be a Nighthawk lookout he wouldn't be alerted. Jimmy returned after a moment and signalled that a single guard stood at the bottom of the stairs to the building. With his mouth near Aretha's ear, he whispered,
You'll never get one of your men close enough before the guard gives alarm. I'm the only one who stands a chance. Just come running when you hear the scuffle begin.
Jimmy pulled his dirk out of his boot and slipped away. Suddenly there was a painful grunt, and Aretha and his men were off, all thoughts of silence discarded. The prince was the first to reach the boy, who struggled with a powerful guard. The youth had come up behind the man and had leapt and grabbed him around the throat, but had only wounded him with the dirk which now lay upon the stones. The man was nearly blue from being choked, but had tried to smash Jimmy against the wall. Aretha ended the struggle with a single thrust of his blade, and the man slipped silently to the stones. Jimmy let go and smiled weakly. He had taken a terrible battering. Aretha whispered, "Stay here," to him, then signalled his men to follow. Ignoring his promise to Volney to wait behind while Gardan led the assault, Aretha silently hurried up the stairs. He halted before a wooden door with a single sliding latch, placed his ear next to it and listened. Muffled voices from the other side caused him to raise his hand in warning. Gardan and the others slowed their approach. Aretha quietly moved the door's latch and pushed gently. He peeked into a large, well-lit basement. Sitting around 3 tables were about a dozen armed men, Several were tending weapons and armour. The scene was more reminiscent of a soldier's commons than a basement. What Aratha found more incredible was that this basement was located below the most richly appointed and successful brothel in the city. The House of Willows, one frequented by most of the rich merchants and no small portion of the minor nobility of Crondor. Aratha could well understand how the Nighthawks could gain access to so much information about the palace and his own comings and goings. Many a courtier would boast of his knowledge of some secret or other to impress his whore. It would not have taken more than a chance mention from someone in the palace that Gardan had planned to ride out to the east gate to meet the prince for the assassin to know Aratha's route that night earlier in the week. Abruptly, a figure entered Aratha's view that made the prince catch his breath. A Mordel warrior approached a man who sat oiling a broadsword and spoke quietly to him. The man nodded while the dark brother continued his discourse. Then suddenly he spun. He pointed directly towards the door and opened his mouth to speak. Aratha didn't hesitate. He shouted, "Now!" and charged into the room. The basement erupted into a riot of action. Those who had moments before been sitting idly by now grabbed up weapons and answered the assault. Others bolted out doors leading up to the brothel or down to other parts of the sewers. From above, screams and shouts told of customers alarmed by the fleeing assassins. Those who attempted to leave via the exits to the sewers were quickly pushed back up the stairs into the cellar by the other units of Aratha's invading force. Aratha ducked a blow by the Mordel warrior and leapt to the left as soldiers fought their way into the centre of the room, separating the prince from the dark brother. The few assassins who stood their ground charged into Aratha's men with complete disregard for their own lives, forcing the soldiers to kill them. The sole exception was the Mordel, who seemed to be in a frenzy trying to reach Aratha. Aratha shouted, "Take him alive!" The Mordel was soon the only Nighthawk standing in the room, and he was forced back to the wall and held. Aratha came up to him. The dark elf locked gazes with the prince, naked hatred upon his face. He allowed himself to be disarmed as Aratha put up his own sword. Aratha had never been this close to a living Mordel before. There was no doubt they were elven kin, though elves tended to be fairer of hair and eyes. As Martin had remarked more than once, the Mordel were a handsome race, if one dark of soul. Then, as one soldier bent to examine the Mordel's boot top for weapons, the creature kneed the guard in the face, pushed away the other, and leapt at Aratha. Aratha had barely an instant to duck away from hands outstretched for his face. He moved to his left and saw the Mordel stiffen as Lorry's blade took him in the chest. The Mordel collapsed to the floor, but with a final spasm tried to reach out and claw at Aratha's leg. Lorry kicked the creature's hands, deflecting the weak clawing motion. "Look well at the nails. I saw them gleam as he let himself be disarmed," said the singer. Aratha grabbed a wrist and inspected the Mordel's hand closely. "Careful how you handle it," warned Lorry. Aratha saw tiny needles embedded in the dark brother's nails, each with a dark stain at the end. Lorry said, "It's an old whore's trick, though only those with some gold and a friendly chirurgeon can get it done. If a man tries to leave without paying, or is given to beating his whores, a simple scratch, and the man is no longer a problem." Aratha looked at the singer. "You have my debt." "Banat preserve us!" Aratha and Gardan turned to see that Jimmy had crossed to a fallen man, fair and well-dressed. He was staring at the dead assassin. "Golden," he said softly. "You knew this man?" asked Aratha. "He was a mocker," said Jimmy. "In my life I would not have suspected him." "Is there not a one left alive?" demanded the prince. He was in a fury, for his orders had been to capture as many as possible. Gardan, who had been taking reports from his men, said,
"Highness, there were full 35 assassins in this basement and the rooms above.
All either fought so our men had no choice but to kill, or turned and slew one another, then threw themselves upon their own weapons.
Gardan held out something to the prince.
They all wore these, Highness.
In his hand was an ebony hawk on a gold chain. Then there was an abrupt silence. Not as if the men had stopped their movements, but rather as if something had been heard and all had instantly halted to listen. Yet there was no sound. An odd dampening of sound occurred, as if a heavy, oppressive presence had entered the room, and an eeriness descended upon Aratha and his men for a brief moment. Then a chill fell over the room. Aratha felt his neck hair rise as some primordial dread filled him. Something alien had entered the room, an unseen but palpable evil. As Aratha turned to say something to Gardan and the others, a soldier shouted, "Highness, I think this one is alive! He moved!" He sounded eager to please his prince. Then a second soldier said, "This one too!" Aratha saw the two soldiers lean over the fallen assassins. All in the basement gasped in horror as one of the corpses moved, his hand shooting upwards to seize the kneeling soldier by the throat. The corpse sat up, forcing the soldier upwards. The terrible, wet, cracking sound of the soldier's throat being crushed echoed in the room. The other corpse sprang upwards, sinking his teeth in the neck of the second guard, ripping open his throat, while Aratha and his men were rooted in shocked silence. The first dead assassin tossed away the choking soldier and turned. Fixing milk-white eyes upon the prince, the dead man smiled. As if from a great distance, a voice sounded from the grinning Moor.
"Again we meet, Lord of the West. Now shall my servants have you, for you have not brought your meddling priests. Rise! Rise, O my children! Rise and kill!"
Around the room the corpses began to twitch and move, and soldiers gasped and offered prayers to Tith, the soldiers' god. One, thinking quickly, hacked the head off the second corpse as it started to rise. The headless corpse shuddered and fell, but began to rise once more, while the rolling head mouthed silent curses. Like grotesque marionettes manipulated by a demented puppeteer, the bodies rose in jerks and spasms. Jimmy, his voice almost quavering, said, "I think we should have waited on the temple's pleasure." Gardan shouted,
"Protect the prince!"
and men leapt at the animated corpses. Like crazed butchers in a cattle pen, soldiers began madly chopping in all directions. Gore spattered the walls and all who stood in the room, but the bodies continued to rise. Soldiers slipped in the blood and found themselves overwhelmed by cold, slimy hands that gripped arms and legs. Some managed throttled cries as dead fingers closed around their throats or teeth bit hard into their flesh. Soldiers of the Prince of Krondor hacked and slashed, sending limbs flying through the air, but the hands and arms only flopped madly about the floor like bleeding fish out of water. Aratha felt a tugging at his leg and looked down to see a severed hand gripping at his ankle. A frantic kick sent the hand flying across the room to strike the opposite wall. Aratha shouted, "Get out and hold closed those doors!" Soldiers swore as they cut and kicked their way through the blood and pulped flesh before them. Many of the soldiers, hardened veterans, were coming close to panic. Nothing in their experience had prepared them for the horror they faced in that basement. Each time a body was knocked down, it would but try to rise once more, and each time a comrade fell, he stayed down. Aratha led the way towards the door leading upstairs, the closest exit. Jimmy and Laurie followed. Aratha paused to cut apart another rising corpse, and Jimmy dashed past the prince. Jimmy reached the door first and swore as he looked up. Stumbling down the stairs towards them came the corpse of a beautiful woman wearing a diaphanous gown torn half away, with a spreading bloodstain at the waist. Her blank white eyes fastened on Aratha at the bottom of the stairs, and she shrieked in delight. Jimmy ducked under a clumsy slash and drove his shoulder into her bloody stomach, shouting, "Where are the stairs?" They both went down, and he was first to his feet, scrambling past her. Aretha looked back into the basement and saw his men being pulled down. Gardan and several other soldiers had reached the safety of the far doors and were attempting to close them, while stragglers, who were frantically attempting to reach them, were being pulled down. A few valiant men were pushing closed the door from inside, ignoring a sure sentence of death. The floor was a sea of gore, wet and treacherous, and many soldiers slipped and fell, never to rise again. Detached body parts seemed somehow to gather together, and corpses would stand once more. Remembering the creature in the palace and how it had gained in strength as time passed, Aretha shouted, "Bar the doors!" Laurie leapt up the stairs and struck at the grinning whore, once more on her feet. Her blonde head rolled past Aretha as he raced up the stairs after Jimmy and the singer. Reaching the ground floor of the House of Willows, Aretha and his companions were greeted with the sight of soldiers struggling with more animated corpses. The horse companies had arrived, cleared the streets and entered the building, but they, like those below, were unprepared to fight dead opponents. Outside the main door, several bodies, impaled with dozens of arrows, were trying to rise. Each time one would gain its feet, a flight of bow shafts would strike it from the dark, knocking it over again. Jimmy glanced around the room and made a leap atop a table. With an acrobat's spring, he jumped high over a guard being strangled by a dead nighthawk and grabbed at a wall covering. The tapestry held his weight for a moment, then the room filled with a loud tearing sound as it ripped free of its fastenings high overhead. Yards of fine cloth fell about Jimmy, and he quickly disentangled himself. He grabbed up as much cloth as he could and dragged the tapestry to the large fireplace in the main room of the brothel. He dumped it in the fireplace and then started overturning anything that would burn onto it. Within minutes, flames were spreading out into the room. Aretha shoved away a corpse and yanked down another tapestry, which he tossed to Laurie. The singer ducked as a dead assassin lunged at him and tangled the corpse in the fabric. Quickly spinning the dead creature, Laurie wrapped it in cloth and, with a kick, sent it stumbling towards Jimmy. Jimmy leapt aside and let the cloth-bound thing stumble into the rapidly spreading flames, tripping it as it went past. The dead man fell into the flames and began shrieking in rage. The heat in the room was becoming unbearable, as was the choking smoke. Laurie ran to the door and halted just before the threshold. "The prince!" he shouted to the bowmen atop the surrounding buildings. "The prince is coming through!" "Hurry!" came the answering shout as an arrow knocked down a rising corpse a few feet away from Laurie. Aretha and Jimmy came out of the firelit door, followed by a few coughing soldiers. Aretha shouted, "To me!" At once, a dozen guards were dashing across the street, past grooms brought along to hold the cavalry mounts. The stench of blood and burning bodies and the heat from the fire were causing the horses to nicker and tug at their reins as the grooms led them away. When the guards reached Aretha, several picked up arrow-studded bodies and tossed them through the windows into the fire. The shrieks of the burning corpses filled the night. A dead nighthawk stumbled out of the door, its left side ablaze, its arms outstretched as if to embrace Aretha. Two soldiers caught it and hurled it back through the door into the fire, disregarding the burns they suffered as a consequence. Aretha moved from the door while soldiers denied exit to those corpses seeking to flee the inferno. He crossed the street as the most exclusive brothel in the city went up in flames. To a soldier he said, "Send word to those in the sewers to make sure nothing gets out of the basement." The soldier saluted and ran off. In short order, the house was a tower of fire, the surrounding area lit like day. Neighbouring buildings spilled their inhabitants into the street as the heat threatened to ignite the block. Aretha called for the soldiers to form bucket lines and douse buildings on both sides of the House of Willows. Less than a half hour after the blaze began, there came a loud crash and a billowing explosion of smoke as the main floor caved in and the building collapsed. Laurie said, "So much for those things in the basement." Aretha's face was set in a grim expression as he said, "Some good men remain down there." Jimmy had stood transfixed by the sight, his face smudged with soot and blood. Aretha placed his hand upon the boy's shoulder. "Again, you did well." Jimmy could only nod. Laurie said, "I need strong drink. Gods, I'll never get that stench out of my nose." Aretha said, "Let's return to the palace. This night's work is done." Chapter 6. Reception. Jimmy tugged at his collar. Master of Ceremonies Brian de Lacy struck the floor of the audience hall with his staff, and the boy snapped eyes forward. Ranging from 14 to 18 years of age, the squires of Aretha's court were being instructed upon the duties they would be performing during the forthcoming celebration of Anita and Aretha's wedding. The old master, a slow-speaking, impeccably attired man, said, "Squire James, if you can't remain still, we shall have to find something of an active duty for you. Say, running messages between the palace and the outer billets." There was a barely audible groan, for the visiting nobles were forever sending inconsequential notes back and forth, and the outer billets, where many of them were to be housed, were as far away as 3/4 of a mile from the palace proper. Such duty was mainly non-stop, running to and fro for 10 hours a day. Master de Lacy turned to the author of the groan and said, "Squire Paul, perhaps you would care to join Squire James?" When no answer was forthcoming, he continued, "Very well. Those of you who are expecting relatives to attend should know that all of you will be required to serve such duties in turn." With that announcement, all the boys groaned, swore, and shuffled. Again, the staff struck the wooden floor loudly. "You're not dukes, earls, and barons yet. 1 or 2 days' duty will not cause your death. There will simply be too many in the palace for the servants, porters, and pages to meet every demand." Another of the new boys, Squire Locklear, the youngest son of the Baron of Land's End, said, "Sir, which of us will be at the wedding?" "In time, boy, in time. All of you will be escorting guests to their places in the Great Hall and in the Banquet Hall. During the ceremony, you'll all stand respectfully at the rear of the Great Hall, so you'll all get to see the wedding." A page ran into the room and handed the master a note, then dashed off without awaiting a reply. Master de Lacy read the note, then said, "I must make ready for the reception for the king. All of you know where you must be today. Meet here again once the king and his highness are closeted in council this afternoon. And anyone who is late will have an extra day of running messages to the outer billets. That is all for now." As he walked off, he could be heard to mutter, "So much to do and so little time." The boys began to move off, but as Jimmy started to leave, a voice from behind shouted, "Hey, new boy!" Jimmy turned, as did 2 others nearby, but the speaker had his eyes locked on Jimmy. Jimmy waited, knowing full well what was coming. His place in the order of squires was about to be established. When Jimmy didn't move, Locklear, who had also halted, pointed to himself and took a hesitant step towards the speaker. The speaker, a tall, raw-boned boy of 16 or 17 years, snapped, "Not you, boy! I mean that fellow!" He pointed at Jimmy. The speaker wore the same brown and green uniform of the house squires, but it was of better cut than those of most of the other boys. He obviously had the funds for personal tailoring. At his belt was a jewelled-hilt dagger, and his boots were so polished they shone like bright metal. His hair was straw-coloured and cut cleanly. Knowing the boy had to be the resident bully, Jimmy rolled his eyes heavenward and sighed. His uniform fit poorly, and his boots hurt, and his healing side itched constantly. He was in an ill-tempered mood to begin with. Best to get this over with quickly, he thought. Jimmy walked slowly towards the older boy, who was called Jerome. He knew Jerome's father was the squire of Ludland, a town up the coast from Crondor, a minor title, but one that garnered wealth for whoever held it. When Jimmy stood before him, he said, "Yes?" With a sneer, Jerome said, "I don't like much about you, fellow." Jimmy slowly smiled, then suddenly drove his fist into Jerome's stomach. The taller boy doubled over and collapsed onto the floor. He thrashed about for a moment before, with a grunt, he rose. "Why," he began, but stopped, confronted by the sight of Jimmy standing before him, a dagger in his hand. Jerome reached to his belt for his own dagger and felt nothing. He looked down, then frantically about. "I think this is what you're missing," Jimmy said cheerfully, holding out the dagger to reveal the jewelled hilt. Jerome's eyes widened. Jimmy tossed the dagger with a flick of his wrist, and the blade stood quivering in the floor between Jerome's boots. "And the name isn't fellow, it's Squire James, Prince Aretha's squire." Jimmy quickly exited the hall. After a few yards, the boy called Locklear caught up and fell into step beside him. "That was something, Squire James," said the other new boy. "Jerome's been making it hard on all the new boys." Jimmy stopped, in no mood for this. "That's because you let him, boy." Locklear stepped away and began to stammer an apologetic reply. Jimmy held up his hand. "Oh, wait a moment, I don't mean to be short of you. I have things on my mind. Look, Locklear, innit?" "My friends call me Lockie." Jimmy studied the boy. He was a small lad, still looking more the baby he was than the man he would be. His eyes were wide and blue in a face of deep tan. His brown hair shot through with sun gold. Jimmy knew that no more than a few weeks ago he was playing in the sand with the common boys at the beach near his father's rural castle. "Lockie," said Jimmy, "when that fool begins to trouble you, kick him where he lives. That'll sort him out quick enough. Look, I can't talk now. I've got to go and meet the king." Jimmy walked quickly away, leaving an astonished boy standing in the hall. Jimmy fidgeted, hating the too-tight collar of his new tunic. One thing Jerome had been good for was to show him he didn't have to put up with poor tailoring. As soon as he could, he'd slip out of the palace for a few hours and visit the 3 caches he had around the city. He had enough gold secreted there to tailor himself a dozen new outfits. This business of being a noble had drawbacks he hadn't imagined.
"What's the matter with you, boy?"
Jimmy looked up and saw the narrow gaze of a tall old man with dark grey hair. He studied Jimmy with a practised eye, and Jimmy recognised him as Swordmaster Fannon, one of Aretha's old companions from Criddy. He had arrived by ship on the evening tide the night before. "It's this juiced collar, Swordmaster, and these new boots hurt my feet as well." Fannon nodded.
"Well, one must keep up appearances, discomfort or no. Now, here comes the prince."
Aretha walked out of the great doors to the palace to stand at the centre of the throng assembled to meet the king. Broad steps led down to the parade ground. Beyond the ground, past the large iron gates, the great square of the city had been cleared of hawkers' stalls. Crondorian soldiers formed long lines along the route through the city to the palace, and behind them stood the citizens, eager to catch a glimpse of their king. Liam's column had been reported approaching the city only an hour before, but the citizens had been gathering since before dawn. Wild cheering heralded the king's approach, and Liam was the first to ride into view, sitting astride a large chestnut warhorse. Gardan, as city commander, riding at his side. Behind them rode Martin and the attending nobles from the Eastern Realm, a company of Liam's royal household guard, and 2 richly appointed carriages. Aretha's lancers followed, with the baggage train bringing up the rear. As Liam reined in his mount before the steps, trumpets sounded flourishes. Grooms rushed to take the king's horse while Aretha hurried down the steps to meet his brother. Tradition held the Prince of Crondor to be second only to the king in rank, and therefore the least deferential noble in the kingdom. But all protocol was forgotten as the 2 brothers embraced in greeting. The first to dismount after Liam was Martin, and in a moment all 3 stood reunited. Jimmy watched as Liam introduced his riding companions while the 2 carriages rolled up to the steps. The doors to the first carriage opened, and Jimmy craned his neck to see. A stunning young woman alighted, and Jimmy gave a silent nod of approval. From the greeting she gave Aretha, Jimmy guessed her to be the Princess Carline. Jimmy stole a quick look to where Laurie stood and saw the singer waiting with open worship on his face. Jimmy nodded to himself. Yes, that was Carline. Behind her came an old noble who Jimmy expected would be Lord Caldric, Duke of Rilannan. The second carriage's door opened and an older woman descended. Immediately after her came a familiar figure, and Jimmy smiled. He felt a slight flush at sight of Princess Anita, for he had once harboured a terrible infatuation for her. The older woman would be Princess Alicia, her mother. While they were greeted by Aretha, Jimmy thought back to when Anita, Aretha and he had all hidden together, and the boy grinned unself-consciously.
"What's gotten into you, Squire?"
Jimmy looked up at Swordmaster Fannin again. Covering his agitation, he said, "Boots, sir."
Fannin said, "Well enough, boy, but you should learn to bear up under a little discomfort. I mean no disrespect to your teachers, but you're poorly prepared as squires go."
Jimmy nodded, his eyes back on Anita. "New to the trade, sir. Last month I was a thief." Fannin's mouth popped open. After a moment, Jimmy took great delight in gently elbowing him in the ribs and saying, "The king's coming." Fannin's gaze snapped forward, years of military training overcoming any other distractions. Liam approached first, with Aretha at his side. Martin and Carline and the others followed as befitted their rank. Brian de Lacy was presenting members of Aretha's court to the king, and Liam ignored protocol several times to shake hands vigorously, even embrace several of the people waiting to be presented. Many of the Western lords were men who had served with Liam under command of his father during the Riftwar, and he hadn't seen them since his coronation. Earl Volney seemed embarrassed when Liam placed his hand upon his shoulder and said, "Well done, Volney. You've kept the Western Realm in good order this last year." These familiarities distressed several of the nobles, but the crowd loved them, cheering wildly each time Liam acted like a man greeting old friends rather than the king. When the king came up to Fannin, he caught the old fighter by the shoulders as he began to bow. "No," said Liam softly enough so that only Fannin, Jimmy and Aretha could hear. "Not from you, my old teacher." Liam engulfed the Swordmaster of Criddy in a bear hug and then with a laugh said, "Well now, Master Fannin, how stands my home? How stands Criddy?"
"Well, Majesty, she stands well."
Jimmy noticed a faint moisture in the old man's eyes. Then Aretha was saying, "This young scoundrel is the newest member of my court, Majesty. May I present Squire James of Crondor?" Master de Lacy looked heavenward as Aretha usurped his office. Jimmy bowed as he had been instructed. Liam gifted the boy with a broad grin. "You I have heard of, Jimmy the Hand," he said as he took a step away. Then Liam stopped suddenly. "I best check to see I've all my belongings." He made a show of patting himself down while Jimmy blushed furiously. Just as he was reaching the height of embarrassment, Jimmy saw Liam cast a glance his way and wink at him. Jimmy laughed with the others. Then Jimmy turned and found himself looking into the bluest eyes he had ever seen, as a soft, feminine voice said, "Don't let Liam upset you, Jimmy. He's always been a tease." Jimmy began to stammer, being caught by surprise after the king's jest, then executed a ragged bow. Martin said, "I'm glad to see you again, Jimmy," and gripped his hand. "We've often spoken of you and wondered if you were faring well." He presented the boy to his sister. Princess Carline nodded to Jimmy and said, "My brothers and the Princess Anita have spoken well of you. I'm pleased to finally meet you." Then they moved off. Jimmy stared after, overwhelmed at the remarks. "She's had that effect on me for a year," came a voice from behind, and Jimmy turned to see Laurie hurrying to keep abreast of the royal party as it moved towards the palace entrance. The singer touched his forehead in salute to the boy as he hurried to the crowd, having mistaken Jimmy's astonishment at Carline's and Martin's remarks for his being thunderstruck by the princess's beauty. Jimmy returned his attention to the passing nobles, and his face split into a broad grin. "Hello, Jimmy," said Anita, now standing directly before him. Jimmy bowed. "Hello, Princess." Anita returned Jimmy's smile and said, "Mother, my Lord Caldric, may I present an old friend? Jimmy," she noted his tunic, "now a squire, I see." Jimmy bowed again before the Princess Alicia and the Duke of Rilannan. Anita's mother presented her hand, and Jimmy awkwardly took it. "I've wished to thank you, young Jimmy, since I heard how you aided my daughter," said Alicia. Jimmy felt eyes upon him and blushed. He found within himself no hint of the braggadocio that had sheltered him for most of his short life. He could only stand awkwardly while Anita said, "We shall visit later." Anita, her mother, and Caldric moved forwards. Jimmy stood silently amazed. No further introductions were made as the other nobles of the kingdom passed on towards the great hall. After a short ceremony, Liam was due to be shown to his private quarters. Suddenly, the square erupted with the sound of drums and shouts as people pointed off to one of the major side streets to the palace. The royal party halted their entrance and waited. Then Liam and Aratha began walking back towards the top of the steps, the other nobles quickly scurrying around as all order to the procession crumbled. The king and prince moved to where Jimmy and Fannin stood, and into their view rode a full dozen mounted warriors, each wearing a leopard skin over head and shoulders. Perspiration glinted on their dark skin as these fierce-looking men pounded upon drums mounted on either side of their saddles, while carefully guiding their mounts with their knees. Behind came another dozen leopard skin-covered riders, each blowing on a large brass trumpet that curved over his shoulder. Both drummers and trumpeters moved their horses into two lines and allowed a procession of foot soldiers to come into view. Each soldier wore a metal helm ending in a spike, with a chain neck covering and a metal cuirass. Ballooning trousers were tucked into knee-high black boots, and each carried a round shield with a metal boss and had a long scimitar in his belt sash. Someone behind Jimmy said, "Dog soldiers." Jimmy said to Fannin, "Why are they called that, Swordmaster?"
"Because in the ancient days in Kesh, they were treated like dogs, penned away from the rest of the people until it was time to turn them loose on someone. Now, it's said it's because they'll swarm all over you like a pack of dogs if you give them the chance. They're a rough lot, boy, but we've taken their measure before."
The dog soldiers marched into place and opened a passage for others to move through. They drew scimitars and saluted as the first figure came into view. He was on foot, a giant of a man, taller than the king and broader of shoulder. His ebony skin reflected the bright sunlight, for he wore only a metal-studded vest above the waist. Like the soldiers, he wore the odd trousers and boots, but at his belt he wore a flasher, a curved sword half again the size of a scimitar. His head was uncovered, and in place of a shield he carried an ornamental staff of office. 4 men rode behind him, mounted on the small, fast horses of the desert men of the Jalpur. They wore the dress of desert men, not unseen but rare in Krondor. Flowing knee-length robes of indigo silk open in front to reveal white tunics and trousers, the calf-high boots of horsemen, and head coverings of blue cloth wrapped in such a manner that only their eyes could be seen. Each wore a ceremonial dagger of considerable length in his waist sash, the handle and sheath exquisitely carved from ivory. As the large, dark man climbed the steps, Jimmy could hear his deep voice.
"Before him, and the mountains tremble. The very stars pause in their course, and the sun begs his leave to rise. He is the might of the empire, and in his nostrils the 4 winds blow. He is the dragon of the valley of the sun, the eagle of the peaks of tranquility, the lion of the Jalpur."
The speaker approached where the king stood, with Jimmy behind, and moved off to one side as the 4 men dismounted and followed him up the steps. One walked before the others, and was obviously the subject of the giant man's discourse. Jimmy gave Fannin a questioning look, and the swordmaster said,
"Keshian court etiquette."
Liam had a sudden coughing fit and turned his head towards Jimmy behind his hand, and the boy could see the king was laughing at Fannin's remark. Regaining his composure, Liam looked forwards while the Keshian master of ceremonies finished his introduction.
"He is an oasis to his people."
He faced the king and bowed low.
"Your Royal Majesty, I have the signal honor to present His Excellency Abdur Rahman Memo Hazara Khan, Bey of the Beni Sherin, Lord of the Jalpur, and Prince of the Empire, Ambassador of Great Kesh to the Kingdom of the Isles."
The 4 dignitaries bowed in Keshian fashion, the 3 behind the ambassador falling to their knees, briefly touching their foreheads to the stone floor. The ambassador placed his right hand over his heart and bowed from the waist, his left hand extended out and back. As all stood erect, they perfunctorily touched index finger to heart, lips and forehead, a gesture indicating a generous heart, a truthful tongue, and a mind harbouring no deceit. Liam said, "We welcome the Lord of the Jalpur to our court." The ambassador removed his face covering, revealing a gaunt, bearded visage of advancing years, his mouth set in a half-smile.
"Your Royal Majesty, Her Most Imperial Majesty, blessings upon her name, sends greeting to her brother, the Isles."
Dropping his voice to a whisper, he added,
"I would have chosen to make a less formal entrance, Majesty, but..."
He shrugged with a faint toss of his head towards the Keshian master of ceremonies, indicating he had no control over such matters.
"The man's a tyrant."
Liam grinned. "We return warm greetings to Great Kesh. May she always prosper and her bounty increase." The ambassador inclined his head in thanks.
"If it pleases your Majesty, may I present my companions?"
Liam nodded slightly, and the Keshian indicated the leftmost man.
"This worthy is my senior aide and advisor, Lord Kamal Mishwa Daud Khan, Sharif of the Benitullah. And these other are my sons, Shandun and Jehansus, Sharifs of the Beni Shirin, and also my personal bodyguards."
"We are pleased you could join us, my lords," said Liam. As Master de Lacy attempted to restore some order to the milling nobles, another commotion broke out along a different street leading to the market square. The king and prince turned away from the master of ceremonies, and de Lacy's hand went up.
"What now?"
the old man said aloud, then quickly regained his nearly vanished poise. A drumming more furious than the Keshians could be heard as brightly coloured figures came into view. Prancing horses led a parade of soldiers in green, but each wore a shield of vivid hue upon his arm, with strange blazons depicted. Loud pipes played a polytonal melody, alien but bright and infectious in rhythm. Soon many of the citizens of Crondor had taken up the beat with hand-clapping or impromptu dancing around the edge of the square. The first rider came before the palace, and his banner blew out in the wind. Aretha laughed and slapped Liam upon the shoulder. "It's Vandross of Yarbon and Kasumi's Tsurani garrison from Lamut." Then marching foot soldiers came into view, and they could be heard singing loudly. When the Tsurani garrison of Lamut had come to stand before the Keshians, they halted. Martin observed,
"Look at them, eyeing one another like tomcats. I warrant each side would love an excuse to test the other."
"Not in my city," said Aretha, obviously not finding the notion amusing. Liam laughed.
"Well, it would be a show. Ho, Vandross!"
The Duke of Yarbon rode up and dismounted. He hurried up the stairs and bowed.
"I beg forgiveness for being tardy, Majesty. We were inconvenienced on the road. We chanced upon a band of goblins raiding south of Zun."
"How many in the band?" asked Liam.
"No more than 200.
Aretha said, "Inconvenienced, he calls it. Vandross, you've been with the Tsurani too long." Liam laughed. "Where is the Earl Kasumi?"
"He comes now, Majesty."
Carriages could be seen entering the square as he spoke. Aretha took aside the Duke of Yarbon and said, "Tell your men to billet with the city garrison, Vandross. I want them close. When you have them bedded down, come to my quarters and bring along Brukel and Kasumi." Vandross caught the serious tone and said,
"As soon as the men are billeted, Highness."
The carriages from Yarbon were halted before the stairs, and Lord Brukel, Duchess Felina, Countess Megan, and their ladies-in-waiting got out. Earl Kasumi, formerly a force commander in the Tsurani army during the Riftwar, dismounted his horse and walked quickly up the stairs. He bowed before Liam and Aretha. Vandross quickly presented his party, and Liam said, "Unless that pirate the King of Queg is going to arrive in a war galley pulled by 1,000 little seahorses, we shall retire." With a laugh, he swept past the near-distraught Master of Ceremonies de Lacy, who was vainly trying to restore order in the King's procession. Jimmy hung back. For while he had seen an occasional Keshian merchant, he had never seen a dog soldier or a Tsurani. For all his worldly ways, outside the usual matters of the city and its life, he was still a 14-year-old boy. Kasumi's under-commander was giving orders for the billeting of his men, and the Keshian captain was doing the same. Jimmy sat quietly on the stairs, wiggling his toes to stretch his boots. He stared at the colourful Keshians for a few minutes, then watched the Tsurani as they mustered to depart the square. Both were certainly colourful, and, if Jimmy could judge, both looked equally fierce. Jimmy was about to leave when something strange behind the Keshians caught his eye. He tried to decide what it was, but couldn't. Some odd itch made him walk down the stairs until he was near the Keshians, all still at parade rest. Then he saw what had caused him to feel something was out of the ordinary. Retreating into the crowd behind the Keshians was a man Jimmy had thought to be dead. Jimmy was rocked to the soul of his being, unable to move, for he had seen Laughing Jack vanish into the press. Aretha paced. Around his council table sat Laurie, Brukel, Vandross and Kasumi. Aretha had finished his recounting of the assault upon the Nighthawks. He held out a message. "This is from Baron Highcastle in response to my query. He says there is some unusual movement northwards in his area. Aretha put down the paper. He goes on to give numbers of sightings where and the rest.
Highness,
said Vandross,
we had some movement in our region, but nothing of great note. In Yarbon, clever dark brothers and goblins can avoid the garrisons by turning westwards once they've passed the northern limits of the elven forests. By skirting to the west of the Lake of the Sky, they avoid our patrols. We send few companies into that sector. The elves and the dwarves at Stone Mountain keep that area quiet.
Ha! Oh, so we like to think,
snorted Bruchel. The old former Duke of Yarbon had resigned his office in favour of Vandross when the latter had married Bruchel's daughter. But he was still a fine military mind, and had been battling the Mordel all his life.
No, if they move in small bands, the Brotherhood can come and go almost at will through the smaller passes. We've few enough men to keep the trading routes clear, and a hell of a lot more ground to cover than that. All they must do is move at night and stay clear of the Hadati clan villages and the major roads. Let's not delude ourselves by thinking otherwise.
Aretha smiled. That's why I wanted you here. Kasumi said, Highness, perhaps it is as Lord Bruchel states. We've had little contact with them in recent times. They may have tired of our steel, and now move in small, stealthy bands. Laurie shrugged. Yarbon-born and raised, the singer from Tir Sog knew as much about the Mordel as any in the room. It is something to consider that we have all these strange reports of goings-on to the north at a time when Mordel hands can be seen involved with the attempts to kill Aretha. I would be less troubled, said Aretha, if I knew that crushing them in Krondor would prove sufficient. Until we've uncovered the mystery of who is behind all this, I think we are not through with the Nighthawks. They may take months to reform and be a menace, but I think they'll return. And, as I sit here, I am certain there's some connection between the Nighthawks and what is occurring in the north. A knock at the door preceded Gardan's entrance.
I have searched everywhere, Highness, and can find no sign of Squire James.
Laurie said, Last I saw him, he was standing upon the steps next to Swordmaster Fannin while the Sirani were making their entrance. Gardan said,
He was sitting on the steps after I dismissed the troops.
From a high window, a voice said, He's now sitting above you. All eyes turned to see the boy sitting in a high-arched window overlooking Aretha's chamber. Before anyone could speak, he nimbly leapt down. Aretha's expression showed mixed disbelief and amusement. When you asked to explore the roofs, I thought you would be needing ladders and help. Jimmy's manner was serious. I saw little sense in waiting, Highness, and besides, what sort of thief needs ladders or help to climb walls? He came up to Aretha. This place is a warren of nooks and niches a man could secrete himself in.
But first he must get onto the grounds,
said Gardan. Jimmy gave the captain a look indicating that that feat presented no difficulty. Gardan lapsed into silence. Laurie picked up the dropped thread of conversation. Well, while we don't know what's behind the Nighthawks, at least they've been destroyed here in Krondor. So I thought myself, said Jimmy, looking about the room. But this afternoon, as the crowd began to break up, I saw an old friend in the square. Laughing Jack. Aretha looked hard at Jimmy. It was my understanding you left that traitor to the mockers dead. As dead as any man with a 6-inch hole in his chest from a steel bolt is likely to be. It's difficult getting out and about with half your lungs missing, but after what we saw at the Orhouse, if my own dear dead mum came to tuck me in tonight, I wouldn't be surprised. Jimmy spoke in a distracted fashion as he prowled around the room. With a slightly theatrical show, he said, Aha! And pressed down on something behind a decorative shield on the wall. With a groan, a section of wall 2 feet wide and 3 high swung open. Aretha went over to the opening and peered in. What is this?
he asked Jimmy. "One of many secret passages throughout the palace. Back when we were riding out together, Highness, I remember the Princess Anita talking of how she fled the palace with the aid of a serving girl. She once mentioned taking a passage, and I'd thought nothing of it until today."
Bruchel looked about the room. "This may have been part of the original keep or one of the first additions. Back home we had a bolt hole out of the keep to the woods. I don't know of a keep that doesn't."
He looked thoughtful.
"There may be more such passages."
Jimmy smiled. "A dozen or more. You walk around the roof a little and you see some very wide walls and odd bends in passages." Aretha said, "Gardan, I want every foot of these passages mapped. Take a dozen men and uncover where this one leads and where else it may empty, and see if the royal architect has a clue if any of these passages are shown in old plans." Gardan saluted and left. Van Dross appeared deeply troubled.
"Aretha, in all this I have had little time to adjust to thoughts of assassins and dark brothers secretly working with them."
"That's why I wanted this talk before the festivities got underway." Aretha sat down. "The palace is overrun with strangers. Every noble in attendance will have dozens of people in his retinue. Kasumi, I want your Tsurani in every key location. They would be impossible to infiltrate and are above reproach. Coordinate with Gardan, and if needs be, we'll have only Tsurani, men I know from Criddy, and my personal guards inside the central palace." To Jimmy, he said, "By rights, I should have you strapped for this little escapade." Jimmy stiffened until he saw Aretha smile. "But I warrant anyone who tried would end up with a dagger in the ribs to show for his efforts. I heard of your confrontation with Squire Jerome." That snot thinks himself boss cocky at a yard." "Well, his father's very upset, and while he's not a very important member of my vassalage, he is certainly very loud. Look, you leave Jerome to play head rooster all he wants. From now on, you stay close to me. I'll tell Master de Lacy you're relieved of further duty until I say otherwise, but keep your prowling under control until you tell Gardan or myself you're going up on the roof. One of my more excitable guards might put an arrow into you before he recognised you. Things have been somewhat tense around here of late, in case you failed to notice." Jimmy ignored the sarcasm. "The feller would have to see me first, Highness." Bruchel slapped the table.
"Got a tongue in his head, that one," he said with a guffaw and approving nod.
Aretha smiled as well. He found it difficult to stay out of sorts with the young rogue. "Enough. We have receptions and banquets for the next week. Perhaps our concerns are for naught, and the Nighthawks are no more." Laurie said, "Let us hope." Without further discussion, Aretha and his guests dispersed to their own rooms. "Jimmy!" Jimmy turned and saw the Princess Anita coming down the corridor in his direction, accompanied by two of Gardan's guards and two ladies-in-waiting. When she caught up with him, he bowed. She presented her hand, and he kissed it lightly, as he had been shown by Laurie. "What a young courtier you've become," she observed as they resumed walking. "It seems fate has taken an interest in me, Princess. I never had ambitions above becoming a power in the mockers, perhaps even the next upright man, but now I find my life has much broader horizons." She smiled, while her ladies whispered behind their hands. Jimmy hadn't seen the princess since her arrival the previous day, and again felt the faint tugging inside he had known the year before. He had put his boyhood infatuation behind, but he still liked her very much. "Have you developed ambitions, then, Jimmy the Hand?" In feigned scolding tones he said, "Squire James of Crondor, your highness," and they shared a laugh. "Look then, Princess. This is a time of change in the kingdom. The long war with the Tsurani robbed us of quite a few men with titles. Earl Volney is acting the part of Chancellor, and there are no dukes yet in Salador or Bastira. 3 dukedoms without masters. It seems possible for a man of wit and talent to rise high in such an environment. Have you a plan?" Anita asked, her delight at the boy's impudence showing in her bright green eyes and her smile. "Not as yet. Not fully, at least. but I can see the possibility someday of a title beyond Squire, perhaps even Duke of Crondor. First adviser to the Prince of Crondor, Anita said in mock astonishment. Jimmy winked. I am well connected. I am a close personal friend of his betrothed. They both laughed. Anita touched his arm. It will be good to have you here with us. I am pleased Aretha found you so quickly. He didn't think it would be easy locating you. Jimmy faltered a half step. It had never occurred to him that Aretha wouldn't tell Anita of the assassin, but now he realised he hadn't. Of course, Jimmy thought to himself, he wouldn't needlessly throw a pall over the wedding. Quickly he recovered his poise. That was more an accident than anything. His Highness never said anything about looking for me. You'll not know how Aretha and I worried about you all the time after we left Crondor. Last we saw you, you were fleeing across the docks from Guy's men. We had no word of you. We passed through Crondor so quickly on our way to Liam's coronation, we had no way to discover what had happened to you. Liam sent warrants pardoning Trevor Hull and his men and giving them a commission for helping us, but no one knew what became of Jimmy. I made Aretha promise he would straightway begin inquiries. I didn't think he would make you a squire just yet, but I knew he had plans for you. Jimmy felt genuinely moved. This revelation added double meaning to Aretha's remark before that he liked to think they were already friends. Anita halted their walk, indicating a door. I am to stand for a fitting. My wedding gown arrived from Rilannan this morning. She leaned over and kissed him lightly upon the cheek. Now I must go. Jimmy fought down strange and frighteningly strong emotions. Highness, I am also glad to be here. We shall have a grand time. She laughed and passed through the door with her ladies, the guards taking up position outside. Jimmy waited until the door was closed, then walked away, whistling a light tune. He reflected upon the last few weeks of his life and judged himself happy, despite assassins and tight boots. Rounding a corner into a less frequented hallway, Jimmy halted. His dagger was instantly in his hand, as he stood regarding a gleaming pair of eyes in the half-shadows before him. Then, with a snuffling sound, the owner of those nearly glowing red eyes ambled out. Covered in green scales, the creature bulked about the size of a small hound. His head resembled an alligator's with a rounded snout, and large wings were folded across his back. A long, sinuous neck allowed the creature to look backwards past an equally long tail, as a young voice shouted from behind, "Phantus!" A small boy, no more than 6 years old, came dashing forward to throw his arms around the creature's neck. He looked up at Jimmy with serious dark eyes and said, "He won't hurt you, sir." Jimmy suddenly felt awkward holding his dagger and quickly put it away. The creature was obviously a pet, albeit an unusual sort. "What did you call it?" "Him? Phantus. He's my friend, and he's very smart. He knows lots of things." "I guess he does," agreed Jimmy, still uncomfortable about the creature's gaze. "What is he?" The boy looked at Jimmy as if he were the living incarnation of ignorance, but said, "A fire drake. We just got here, and he followed from home. He can fly, you know." Jimmy only nodded. "We have to get back. Mama will be angry if we're not in our room." Pulling the creature around, the boy led him away without another word. Jimmy didn't move for a full minute, then looked around as if seeking someone to validate the vision he had witnessed. Shrugging off his astonishment, the boy thief continued walking along. After a little while, he could hear the sound of lute strings being plucked. Jimmy left the hallway and entered a large garden where Laurie was tuning his lute. The boy sat upon the edge of a planter, crossing his feet under him, and said, "For a minstrel, you're a sorry sight." "I'm a sorry sort of minstrel." Laurie did look less than his usual spirited self. He fiddled with his lute strings and began a solemn tune. After a few minutes, Jimmy said, "Enough of this dirge, singer. This is supposed to be a time of cheer. What's made you so long in the face?" Laurie sighed, his head cocked to one side. "You're a bit young to understand."
"Ha! Try me,"
interrupted Jimmy. Laurie put up his lute. "It's the Princess Carline. Still wants to marry you, huh?" Laurie's jaw dropped. "How?" Jimmy laughed. "You've been around nobles too long, singer. I'm new to all this. I still know how to talk to servants. More important, I still know how to listen. Those maids from Rilannan were fit to burst to tell the maids here all about you and Princess Carline. You're quite an item." Laurie seemed unamused by Jimmy's mirth. "I suppose you've heard the whole tale." Jimmy took on an indifferent manner. "The princess is a prize, but I grew up in a whorehouse, so my views on women are less, idealised." As he thought of Anita, his voice dropped a little. "Still, I must admit, princesses seem different from the rest." "Nice that you noticed," Laurie commented dryly. "Well, I'll say this. Your princess is the finest-looking woman I've seen, and I've seen a lot of them, including your better-paid courtesans, and some of them are pretty special. Most men I know would sell their darling mothers to get her attention. So then, what's your problem?" Laurie looked at the boy for a minute. "My problem is this business of being a noble." Jimmy laughed, a genuine sound of amusement. "What problem? You just get to order people around and blame mistakes on someone else." Laurie laughed. "I doubt Arthur and Liam would agree. Where kings and princes are a different sort, but most of the nobles around here show me nothing. Old Volney has some wits, but he's not too anxious to be here anyway. The rest just want to be important. Hell, musician, you should marry her. You might improve the breed." Laurie swung playfully at Jimmy, laughing as the brash youngster easily ducked away, also laughing. A third laugh caused Laurie to turn. A short, slender, dark-haired man in fine clothing of simple cut stood observing the proceedings. "Pug!" Laurie exclaimed, jumping up to embrace the man. "When did you arrive?" "About 2 hours ago. I've had a brief meeting with Arthur and the king. They're off with old Volney just now, discussing preparations for tonight's welcoming banquet. But Arthur hinted there was something strange going on and suggested I look for you." Laurie indicated Pug should take a seat, and he sat beside Jimmy. Laurie made the introduction, then said, "I've much to tell, but first, how are Katala and the boy?" "Fine. She's in our suite now, gossiping with Carline." Laurie again looked depressed at mention of the princess. "William ran off somewhere after Fantas." "That thing's yours?" exclaimed Jimmy. "Fantas?" Pug laughed. "You've seen him, then?" "No, Fantas belongs to no one. He comes and goes as he pleases, which is why he's here without anyone's leave." Laurie said, "I doubt he's on De Lacy's guest list. Look, I'd best catch you up on matters of importance." Pug glanced at Jimmy, and Laurie said, "This fount of trouble here has been at the centre of things since the first. He'll hear nothing he doesn't already know." Laurie told of what happened, with Jimmy adding a few bits of information the singer missed. When they were done, Pug said, "This business of necromancy is an evil thing. If nothing else you said speaks of dark powers at work, that does. This is more the province of priests than magicians, but Culgan and I will aid in whatever way we can." "Well, then Culgan came from Stardock as well. There would have been no stopping him. Arthur was his student, remember? And besides, though he'd never admit to it, I think he misses his arguments with Father Tully, and there was no doubt Tully would officiate at Arthur's wedding. I think that's where Culgan is now, arguing with Tully." Laurie said, "I've not seen Tully, but he was due to arrive this morning with those from Rilannan travelling at a more sedate pace than the King's party. At his age, he tends to prefer things quiet. He must be past 80 now. Closer to 90, but he hasn't lost a step. You should hear him around the palace in Rilannan.
Let a squire or page fail at his lessons and he'll talk blisters on the boy's back.
Pug laughed. Then, as an afterthought, he said, "Laurie, how fare things with you and Carline?" Laurie groaned and Jimmy hid a chuckle.
That is what we were speaking of when you appeared. Good? Bad? I don't know.
Sympathy showed in Pug's dark eyes. "I know the feeling, friend. When we were children back at Criddy... Just remember, you were the one who held me to my promise to introduce you if we ever returned to Midkemia from Kellowan." He shook his head and with a laugh added, "It's good to know some things never change." Jimmy leapt off the bench. "Well, I must be off. Pleased to make your acquaintance, magician. Cheer up, singer. You'll either marry a princess or you won't." He dashed off, leaving Laurie struggling with the logic of that statement while Pug laughed aloud. Chapter 7. Wedding. Jimmy prowled the great hall. The prince's throne room was being readied, and the other squires were supervising the activities of the pages and porters as all the last-minute touches were being applied. Everyone had their minds upon the ceremony due to get underway in less than an hour's time. Jimmy found that the price of his being excused duty was having nothing to do at the last, and, as Aretha certainly didn't want him underfoot right now, he was left to find his own distraction. Jimmy couldn't shake the feeling that in the rush of excitement few were mindful of the past dangers to the prince. The horrors found at the House of Willows had been hidden behind masses of bridal flowers and festive bunting. Jimmy noticed a black, sidelong glance from Squire Jerome and, irritated, took a menacing step in the older boy's direction. Jerome immediately had a need to be somewhere else and hurried off. A laugh sounded from behind. Jimmy saw a grinning Squire Locklear carrying a huge bridal wreath past a Surani guard who carefully checked it. Of all the other squires, only Lockie showed Jimmy the slightest hint of friendship. The others were either indifferent or outright hostile. Jimmy liked the younger boy, though he tended to prattle on about the most insignificant things. He's the youngest child, thought Jimmy. His mother's darling. He'd last a fast 5 minutes on the streets. Still, he was a cut above the rest, whom Jimmy judged a boring lot. The only amusement Jimmy gained from them was their woeful imitations of worldly knowledge. No, Aretha and his friends were far more interesting folk than the squires, with their lewd jokes and salacious speculations about this serving girl or that, and their little games of intrigue. Jimmy threw Lockie a wave and headed towards another door. Jimmy waited to pass through the door as one of the porters came through. A small bunch of flowers fell from the man's load. Jimmy bent to pick it up. As he handed it to the porter, Jimmy was struck by a sudden realization. The blooms, white chrysanthemums, shone with a faint amber tint. Jimmy looked back over his shoulder and upwards. A full 4 stories above, the high vaulted ceiling of the chamber was punctuated by large stained glass windows, the colours barely noticeable unless the sun was directly behind the panes. Jimmy studied the windows as his "something is not as it should be" bump was itching. Then he understood. Each window was recessed into a cupola, no less than 5 or 6 feet deep, plenty of room to hide a quiet assassin. But how would someone get up there? The design of the hall was such that scaffolding would be needed to clean the windows, and the room had been almost constantly occupied for the last few days. Jimmy quickly left the hall, walked down a connecting corridor, and went through into a terraced garden that ran the length of the prince's great hall. A pair of guards approached, walking post between the distant wall and the main palace complex, and Jimmy halted them. "Pass the word, I'm going to snoop about a bit on top of the great hall." They exchanged glances, but Captain Gardan had ordered that the strange squire wasn't to be detained should he be seen scampering about on the rooftops. One saluted.
"Right you are, Squire. We'll pass the word so the archers on the walls don't use you for target practice."
Jimmy paced off alongside the wall of the great hall. The garden was off to the left of the hall as you entered the main doors, assuming you could see through the walls, Jimmy thought to himself. Now, if I were an assassin, where would I want to climb? Jimmy cast about quickly and spotted a trellis that ran up the connecting hall's outer wall. From there to the roof of the connecting hall would be no difficulty. Then Jimmy left off thinking and acted. He studied the configuration of the walls as he kicked off his hated dress boots. He scampered up the trellis and ran along the roof of the connecting hall. From there, he leapt nimbly up to a low cornice that ran the length of the great hall. Moving with astonishing agility, he crawled along, his face pressed to the stones towards the far end of the great hall. When he reached halfway to the corner, he looked up. 1 story above awaited the bottoms of the windows, tantalizingly close. But Jimmy knew he needed a better climbing position and continued on until he reached the last third of the hall. Here, outside the portion of the hall given over to the prince's dais, the building flared, giving Jimmy an extra 2 feet of wall at a right angle to the wall he hugged. Levering up in the angle was now possible. Jimmy felt about until his fingers discovered a crack between stones. He used his experience to good advantage, shifting his weight as his toes began searching for another hold. Slowly, he inched upwards, seeming to climb in the angle of the 2 walls in defiance of gravity. It was a demanding task, requiring total concentration, but, after what seemed an eternity, he reached up and his fingers touched the ledge below the windows. Only a foot wide, the ledge was still a potentially fatal barrier, for any slip could send Jimmy falling to his death 4 stories below. Jimmy reached up, took a firm grip on the ledge and let go with his other hand. For an instant he dangled by one hand, then he reached upwards with the other and, with a single smooth pull, had a leg over the edge. Standing upon the narrow ledge, Jimmy turned the corner above the rear of the dais, faced the window, and peered through. He wiped away some dust and was momentarily blinded by the sun seen through the window and another on the wall he had just left. He waited for his eyes to adjust again to the interior darkness as he shaded his eyes from the sun. This would prove difficult, he thought, until the angle of the sun changed. Then, Jimmy felt the glass move beneath his fingers, and suddenly, powerful hands clamped around his mouth and throat. Shocked by the sudden attack, Jimmy froze a moment and was too tightly held when he began to struggle. A heavy blow to the side of the head stunned him, and the world seemed to spin. When his vision finally cleared, Jimmy could see the snarling face of laughing Jack before him. The false mocker was not only alive, but in the palace and, from his expression and the crossbow nearby, ready and willing to kill.
"So, you little bastard,"
he whispered, as he adjusted a gag in Jimmy's mouth.
"You've turned up where you didn't belong one time too many. I'd gut you here right now, but I can't risk anyone noticing blood dripping below."
He moved around in the scant area between glass and the open space above the hall that the cupola provided.
"But once the deed is done, over you go, boy."
He pointed to the hall floor. He tightened some cords around Jimmy's hands and ankles, pulling them painfully tight. Jimmy tried to make a sound, but it was lost in the buzz of conversation among the guests below. Jack gave Jimmy another blow to the head, which sent the boy's senses reeling again. Jimmy saw Jack turn to survey the hall below just before darkness overcame him. Jimmy lay stunned for some unknown time, for when he recovered his wits, he could hear the chanting of the priests entering the hall. He knew the king and Aretha and the other members of the court would be entering immediately once Father Tully and the other priests were in position. Jimmy felt panic building inside. Since he had been dismissed from duty, his absence would be overlooked in the excitement of the moment. Jimmy struggled, but Jack, being a mocker, knew how to make it difficult to slip those bonds. Given time and a willingness to lose some skin and blood, Jimmy would eventually rid himself of the ropes, but time was a precious commodity at present. With his struggling, he only managed to change his position so he was able to see the window. He noticed it had been tampered with to cause a single large panel of glass to swing aside. Someone had prepared this window days before. A change in the song below told Jimmy that Aretha and the others were in place, and Anita was beginning her long walk down the aisle. The boy looked about frantically for a way either to break his bonds or to make enough noise to alert those below. The singing filled the hall with a chorus loud enough to cover a brawl, so Jimmy knew anything as feeble as kicking at the glass would only bring a blow to the head from Jack. Jimmy could hear movement close by, during a lull in the singing, and knew Jack was placing a bolt in the crossbow. The singing stopped, and Jimmy heard Tully's voice begin the instructions to the bride and groom. He saw Jack taking aim upon the dais. Jimmy was half folded in the narrow window space, forced back against the glass by the kneeling Jack. Jack threw the boy a quick glance as he began to squirm. Jimmy was unable even to kick out at Jack, who paused for a moment, evidently undecided whether to fire at his target or silence Jimmy first. For all the pomp, the ceremony itself was brief, so Jack seemed willing to chance he would be untroubled by the boy a few moments longer. Jimmy was young, in fit condition, and an expert acrobat from his years of scampering about the roofs of Crondor. He acted without thought and simply flexed his entire body so it bowed upwards, head and feet against the sides of the cupola. He half rolled, half flipped himself, and suddenly he sat with his back to the window. Jack spun to look again at the boy and swore silently. He could not afford to lose this single shot. A quick glance downwards reassured him the boy had not alerted anyone. Jack raised his crossbow again and took aim. Jimmy's vision seemed to contract, as if all he could see was Jack's finger on the trigger of the crossbow. He saw the finger begin to close and kicked out wildly. His bare feet glanced off the assassin and the crossbow fired. Jack turned in shock, and Jimmy kicked out again with both feet. For a moment, Jack looked to be calmly sitting at the edge of the window cupola. Then he began to fall outwards, his hands grasping wildly for the sill. Jack's hands pressed out against the sides of the cupola and halted his fall. He hung in midair, not moving for an instant. Then his palms began to slip on the stone. Jimmy recognized something else was strange, then realized the singing, almost constant in counterpoint to the ceremony, had stopped. As Jack began his backward slide into space, Jimmy heard shouts and screams from below. Then Jimmy felt a shock and his head struck stone. His legs felt as if they were being torn from his hips, and the boy knew Jack had grabbed the only thing he could reach, Jimmy's ankles. Jimmy was dragged outwards as Jack's weight moved them both towards death. Jimmy struggled, pressing backwards with all his might, bowing his body to slow his slide, but he might as well have had iron heaped upon his feet for the good it did him. Bones and muscles protested, but he could not move an inch to rid himself of Jack. He was dragged outwards slowly, his legs, hips and back scraping on the stone. The cloth of his trousers and tunic keeping skin intact. Then he was suddenly upright, as Jack's weight tipped his balance for an instant, teetering upon the lip of the cupola. Then they fell. Jack released his hold upon the boy, but Jimmy didn't notice. The stones rushed up to meet them, to crush them in a hard embrace. Jimmy thought his mind must be going, at the last, for the stones seemed to slow in their approach, as if some agency had ordered the boy's last seconds of life to be prolonged. Then Jimmy realized some force had control of him and was slowing his descent. With a less than gentle bump, he was upon the floor of the great hall, stunned slightly, but decidedly alive. Guards and priests surrounded him, and hands quickly lifted him as he wondered at this miracle. He saw the magician Pug moving his hands in incantation and felt the strange slowness vanish. Guards cut his bonds, and Jimmy doubled in pain as the returning blood flow burned like hot irons in his feet and hands. He nearly fainted. 2 soldiers seized his arms and kept him from falling. As his senses cleared, he saw a half-dozen or more holding Jack down, while others searched for the black poison ring or other means of suicide. Jimmy looked about, his head clearing. All around him the room seemed frozen in horrified tableau. Father Tully stood at Aretha's side, while Surani guards surrounded the king, their eyes peering into every corner of the room. Everyone else looked at Anita, who was cradled in Aretha's arms as he knelt upon the stones. Her veils and gown were spread out around her, and she seemed to sleep while he held her. She was a vision in pristine white in the late afternoon light, except for the rapidly expanding crimson stain upon her back. Aretha sat in shock. He leant forward, elbows on knees, as his eyes stared out into space unfocused, not seeing any of those with him in the antechamber. He saw only the last minutes of the ceremony, again and again in his mind's eye. Anita had just pledged her vows, and Aretha was listening to Tully's final blessing. Suddenly, she had a strange expression and seemed to stumble, as if shoved hard from behind. He caught her, finding it strange she should fall, for she was so graceful by nature. He tried to think of a witticism that would break the tension, for he knew she would feel embarrassed at stumbling. And she looked so serious, with her eyes wide and her mouth half open, as if she wanted to ask some important question. When he heard the first scream, he looked up and saw the man hanging backwards out of the cupola high above the dais. Instantly, everything seemed to run together. People were shouting and pointing, and Pug was rushing forward, incanting a spell. And Anita couldn't seem to stand, no matter how hard he tried to help her. Then he saw the blood. Aretha buried his face in his hands and wept. In his life, he had never before been unable to control his emotions. Carline placed her arms about him, holding him tight, and her tears fell with his. She had been with him since Liam and 3 guards had pulled him from Anita's side, leaving the priests and chirurgeons to their work. Princess Alicia was in her quarters, near prostrate from grief. Gardan was off with Martin, Kasumi and Vandross, supervising the guards who were searching the grounds for any other intruders. By Liam's order, the palace had been sealed within minutes of the assassination attempt. Now, the king paced the room silently, while Volney was off in a corner in quiet conversation with Laurie, Brukel and Fannon. They all awaited word. The door to the outer hall opened, and a Surani guard admitted Jimmy. He walked forward gingerly, for his legs had been strained and scraped badly. Liam and the others watched as the boy thief came to stand before Aretha. Jimmy tried to speak, but no words were forthcoming. Like Aretha, he had relived every moment of the attack over and over in his mind, while an acolyte of Nathan's order had bandaged his legs. His memory had constantly played tricks on him, as he would see Aretha's face of days ago when he had told Jimmy his feelings of friendship. Then, suddenly, he would see the prince's face as he had knelt holding Anita, uncomprehending shock on his features. Then, Jimmy would remember Anita standing in the hall before going for a dress fitting. That image would slowly fade, and he would once more see Aretha slowly lower her to the floor as priests rushed to her side. Jimmy again tried to speak as Aretha looked up. The prince's eyes focused upon the boy, and he said, "Why, Jimmy, I didn't see you there." Jimmy saw the grief and pain in those dark brown eyes and felt something break inside himself. Unbidden tears came to his eyes as the boy spoke softly. I tried. He swallowed hard. Something seemed to be choking off his breath. Jimmy's mouth worked, but no sound came. Finally, he whispered, "I'm sorry." Then suddenly he was on his knees before Aretha.
I'm sorry.
Aratha looked on uncomprehendingly for a moment, then shook his head. He put his hand upon Jimmy's shoulder and said, "It's all right. It wasn't your fault." Jimmy knelt with his head cradled in his arms upon Aratha's knees, sobbing loudly while Aratha awkwardly tried to comfort him. Laurie knelt beside him and said, "You couldn't have done anything more." Jimmy raised his head and looked at Aratha. "But I should have." Carline leaned over and gently ran her hand down the side of his face, wiping away the tears. "You went to investigate, which no one else did. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't?" She left unspoken the thought that Aratha might be lying dead had Jimmy not kicked at Laughing Jack when he fired. Jimmy was disconsolate. He said, "I should have done more." Liam crossed to where Laurie, Carline and Aratha were clustered around Jimmy. He also knelt beside the boy as Laurie made room. "Son, I've seen men who would fight goblins go pale at the thought of climbing out where you did. Each of us has fears," he said softly. "But when something terrible happens, each of us always thinks, 'I should have done more.'" He placed his hand over Aratha's, which still rested upon Jimmy's shoulder. "I've just had to order the Surani guards responsible for searching the hall not to kill themselves. At least you don't have that twisted a sense of honour." Seriously, Jimmy said, "If I could trade places with the princess, I would." Liam spoke solemnly. "I know you would, son. I know you would." Aratha, as if slowly returning from some distant place, said, "Jimmy, just so you know, you did well." "Thank you." He tried to smile. Jimmy, with tears still on his cheeks, hugged Aratha's knees hard, then sat back, wiping at his face, returning Aratha's smile. "I've not cried since the night I saw my mum murdered." Carline's hand went to her mouth and her face turned white. The door to the antechamber opened and Nathan came through. He wore only his white knee-length undertunic, having stripped off his ceremonial robes to supervise the care of the princess. He was wiping his hands upon a cloth and he looked haggard. Aratha slowly rose, Liam holding his arm. Nathan looked grim as he said, "She lives, though the wound is severe. The bolt struck at a glancing angle that saved her spine. Had the bolt hit full on, death would have been instantaneous. She is young and healthy, but—" "But what?" asked Liam. "The bolt was poisoned, Your Majesty. And it is a poison fashioned with foul arts, a concoction using evil spells. We have been able to do nothing to counter it. Alchemy or magic, nothing works." Aratha blinked, comprehension seeming to elude him. Nathan looked at Aratha, his eyes reflecting his sorrow. "I'm sorry, Highness. She's dying." The dungeon lay beneath sea level, damp and dark, the air musty with the sour smells of moulds and algae. A guard moved aside while another pulled open a protesting door as Liam and Aratha passed through the portal. Martin waited off to one side in the torture chamber, speaking softly with Vandross and Kasumi. This room had not been used since before Prince Erland's time, except for a short period when Jocko Radburn's secret police had used it to interrogate prisoners during Dubaz Tira's reign. The room had been cleared of the usual instruments of torture, but a brazier had been returned to its former place and irons were heating within. One of Gardan's soldiers tended the burning coals. Laughing Jack stood chained to a pillar of stone, his hands above his head. Standing in full circle around him were 6 Surani, close enough that the groaning prisoner touched them as he moved. Each faced outwards, maintaining a level of vigilance unmatched by even the most loyal of Aretha's household guard. From another part of the chamber, Father Tully left the side of several other priests, all of whom had been present at the wedding. He said to Liam,
"We have established protective spells of the most powerful sort."
He pointed at Jack.
"But something seeks to gain access to him. How fares Anita?"
Liam shook his head slowly. The bolt was poisoned in some arcane fashion. Nathan says her time grows short.
"Then we must question the prisoner quickly,"
said the old priest.
"We have no idea what we are combating."
Jack groaned aloud. Aretha's rage rose up, and he nearly choked with fury. Liam pushed past his brother, motioned for a guard to step aside, and looked the thief in the eyes. Laughing Jack looked back, with eyes wide with fear. His body gleamed, and sweat dripped off his hooked nose. Each time he moved, he groaned. The Sirani had obviously not been gentle when they searched him. Jack tried to speak, wetted his lips with his tongue, then said,
"Please."
His voice was hoarse.
"Don't let him take me."
Liam stepped up beside him and grabbed Jack, his hand closing on the man's face like a vice. Shaking Jack's head, he said, "What poison did you use?" Jack was near tears when he spoke.
"I don't know. I swear it."
"We shall have the truth out of you, man. You had better answer, for we can make it hard on you."
Liam indicated the burning irons. Jack tried to laugh, but it became a bubbling sound.
"Hard? You think I fear irons? Listen, you, king of the bloody damn kingdom. I'll gladly let you burn out my liver if you promise you won't let him take me."
The last statement had a hysterical note in it. Liam threw a quick glance around the room. "Let who take him?" Tully said,
"He's been yelling for an hour not to let him take him."
The priest's expression betrayed a thought.
"He's made a compact with dark powers. Now he fears to pay," he said with sudden certainty.
Jack nodded his head emphatically, eyes wide. With a half-laugh, half-sob, he said,
"Aye, priest, as would you if you had ever been touched by that darkness."
Liam grabbed Jack by his stringy hair and jerked his head back. "What are you speaking of?" Jack's eyes grew round.
"Mermandamus,"
he whispered. Suddenly, there was a cold chill in the room, and the coals in the brazier and the torches on the wall seemed to flicker and fade.
"He's here!"
shrieked Jack, out of control. One of the priests began to chant, and, after a moment, the light brightened. Tully looked towards Liam.
"That was frightening."
His face was drawn, and his eyes wide.
"It has tremendous power. Hurry, Majesty, but speak not that name. It only serves to draw it to its minion here."
"What was the poison?" Liam demanded. Jack sobbed.
"I don't know. In truth, it was something the goblin kisser gave me, the Dark Brother, I swear it."
The door opened, and Pug entered, followed by the stout figure of another magician, this one wearing a bushy grey beard. Pug's dark eyes mirrored the sombre tone of his voice when he said, "Colgan and I have established wards around this part of the palace, but something batters them even as we speak." Colgan, his face wan as if he had just finished some taxing labour, added,
"Whatever is seeking to enter is determined. Given time, I think we could unravel something of its nature, but—"
Tully finished the thought.
"It will win past us before we can. So time is something we lack.
To Liam he said,
Hurry.
Liam said,
This thing you serve, or this person, whatever it is,
tell us what you know. Why does it seek my brother's death?
A bargain,
Shouted Jack.
I'll tell you what I know, everything. Just don't let him take me.
Liam nodded curtly. We shall keep him from you.
You don't know.
Jack screamed. Then his voice fell off to a half sob.
I was dead. You understand? That bastard shot me instead of Jimmy, and I was dead.
He looked at those around the room.
None of you can know. I could feel life slip away. And then he came. When I was almost dead. He took me to this cold, dark place and he hurt me. He showed me things. He said I could live and serve him and he'd give me back life, or he'd let me die and leave me there. He couldn't save me then, for I wasn't his. But now I am. He's evil.
Julian, the priest of Lim's Cragma, came up behind the king.
He lied to you, man. That cold place was of his fashioning. Our mistress's love brings comfort to all who embrace her at the end. You were shown a lie. He's the father of all liars. Oh, but now I'm his creature.
Jack sobbed.
He said I had to go to the palace and kill the prince. He said I was the only one he had left, and the others would arrive too late, wouldn't be here for days. It had to be me. I said I would, but I botched it, and now he wants my soul.
The last was a piteous cry, a plea for mercy beyond the power of the king to grant. Liam turned to Julian. Can we do anything? Julian said,
There is a right, but...
He looked at Jack and said,
You will die, man. You know that. You died already, and you are here because of an unholy compact. What will be, will be. You will die within the hour. Do you understand?
Through tears and spittle, Jack sobbed,
Yes. Then you will answer our questions and tell us what you know and die willingly to free your soul.
Jack's eyes screwed shut and he cried like a child, but he nodded his head. So, tell us what you know of the Nighthawks and this plot to kill my brother, demanded Liam. Jack sniffed and gasped for air.
6, 7 months ago, Golden Dace tells me he's tumbled to something that can make us wealthy.
As he spoke, Jack's voice lost the hysterical quality.
I asked him if he'd cleared it with the Nightmaster, but he says it's not mocker business. I'm not sure it's a good idea playing fast and loose with the guild, but I'd not mind an extra sovereign on the side, so I say why not, and I go with him. We met this fella, Avram, who worked with us before and who asks a bunch of questions but isn't giving with answers. So I get ready to chuck the whole deal before I even know what's going on. But then he lays this bag of gold on the table and tells me there's more to be had.
Jack closed his eyes and a half-choked sob came from his throat.
I came with Golden and Avram to the Willows through the sewer. I nearly messed myself when I saw the goblin kissers, 2 of them in the cellar. They had gold, though, and I will put up with a lot for gold. So, they tell me I've got to do this and that and listen up to what's coming along from the Upright Man and Nightmaster and Daymaster and tell them. I tell them that's a death warrant. Then they pull out their swords and tell me it's a death warrant if I don't. I thought I'd go along, then turn me bashers loose on them, but they took me up to another room in the Willows, and this fella,
all in robes, was there. I couldn't see his face, but he sounded funny, and he stank. And I smelled that stink once when I was a kid, and I'll never forget it.
What? Said Liam.
In a cave once I smelt it. Snake.
Liam turned to Tully, who gasped.
The Pantathian serpent priest.
The other priests in the room looked aghast and began speaking quietly with one another. Tully said,
Continue. Time grows short.
Well, then they start doing things like I never seen before. I'm no misty-eyed virgin, thinking the world's pure and lovely, but these blokes were something I've never dreamt of. They brought in a kid, a little girl, no more than 8 or 9. I thought I'd seen it all. The one in the robes pulls a dagger and...
Jack gulped, obviously fighting down the contents of his stomach.
They drew these diagrams with her blood and took some sort of oath. I'm not one for the gods, but I've always tossed a coin to Rufir and Banaf on the high holidays, but now I'm praying to Banaf like I'm robbing the city treasury in broad daylight. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but they didn't make me take the oath.
His voice broke into a sob.
Man, they were drinking her blood.
He took a deep breath.
I agreed to work with them. Everything went all right until they told me to ambush Jimmy.
Who are these men and what do they want? Demanded Liam.
Well, this goblin kisser tells me one night that there's some sort of prophecy about the Lord of the West. The Lord of the West must die, then something's going to happen.
Liam shot a glance at Aretha. You said they called you the Lord of the West. Aretha had regained some measure of self-control and said, Yes, they have. Twice. Liam returned to the questioning. What else?
I don't know, said Jack, nearly exhausted. They would talk among themselves. I wasn't properly one of them.
Again the room shuddered and the coals and torches flickered.
He's here!
Jack shrieked. Aretha came to stand at Liam's shoulder. What about the poison? He demanded.
I don't know, Jack sobbed. It was something the goblin kisser gave me.
He nodded.
One of the others called it Silverthorn.
Aretha looked rapidly around the room but could see no one who recognised that name. Suddenly, one of the priests said, It has returned. Several of the priests began incantations, then stopped, and one said, It has won past our wards. Liam said to Tully, Are we in danger? Tully replied,
The dark powers may directly control only those who have willingly given themselves over to them. We are safe from direct attack here.
The room began to chill as the torches flickered madly, and shadows deepened on all sides.
Don't let him take me!
Jack shrieked.
You promised!
Tully looked to Liam, who nodded and indicated that Father Julian should take charge. The king motioned for the Sirani guards to give the priest of Limscragma room. The priest stood before Jack and asked,
Do you find in your heart the earnest desire to receive our mistress's mercy?
Jack couldn't speak for terror. Through tear-filled eyes he blinked, then nodded. Julian began a low, quiet chant, and the other priests made quick gestures. Tully came over to Aretha and said,
Stay calm. Death is now among us.
It was over quickly. One moment Jack was sobbing uncontrollably, then abruptly he slumped down, prevented from falling only by the chains. Julian turned to the others.
He is safe with the Mistress of Death.
No harm can come to him now. Suddenly, the very walls of the chamber seemed to shake. A black presence could be felt in the room, and a high-pitched keening began as something inhuman shrieked in outrage at being robbed of its minion. All the priests, as well as Pug and Kulgan, mounted a magic defence against the invading spirit. Then suddenly, everything was deathly quiet. Tully, looking shaken, said,
"It has fled."
Aratha knelt beside the bed, his face a stony mask. Anita lay with her hair falling upon the white pillow like a dark red crown. "She seems so tiny," he said softly. He looked at those in the room. Carline clung to Laurie's arm, while Martin waited with Pug and Kulgan next to the window. In silence, Aratha's eyes beseeched them all. All looked down on the princess, except Kulgan, who seemed lost in thoughts of his own. They stood the death watch, for Nathan had said the young princess wouldn't last the hour. Liam was in another room, attempting to comfort Anita's mother. Suddenly, Kulgan moved around the bed and, in a voice made loud by the hushed tones of the others, asked Tully,
"If you had a question and you could ask it only once, where would you go to ask it?"
Tully blinked.
"Riddles?"
Kulgan's expression, his bushy grey eyebrows meeting over his prominent nose, showed he was not attempting some tasteless jest.
I'm sorry," said Tully. "Let me think."
Tully's aged face furrowed in concentration. Then he looked as if some obvious truth had struck.
"Sarth!"
Kulgan tapped the old cleric in the chest with a forefinger. "Right. Sarth." Aratha, who had been following the conversation, said, "Why Sarth? It is one of the least important parts in the principality."
"Because," answered Tully, "there is an Ishapian abbey near there that is said to house more knowledge than any other place in the kingdom."
"And," added Kulgan, "if there was any place in this kingdom where we could discover the nature of Silverthorn and what would counter it, that would be the place." Aratha looked helplessly down at Anita. "But Sarth, no rider could reach there and return in less than a week, and—" Pug stepped forward. "I may be able to help." With sudden authority he said, "Leave the room, all of you, except Fathers Nathan, Tully and Julian." He said to Laurie, "Run to my rooms. Katala will give you a large red leather-bound book. Bring it at once." Without question, Laurie dashed off, while the others vacated the room. Pug spoke softly to the priests. "Can you slow her passage through time without harm?" Nathan said, "I can work such a spell. I did so with the wounded Dark Brother before he died. But it will gain us only a few hours." He looked down at Anita, whose face had already taken on a cold blue appearance. Nathan touched her forehead. "She grows clammy to the touch. She fails fast. We must hurry." The three priests quickly fashioned the pentagram and lit the candles. Within minutes they had prepared the room, and soon the rite was done. The princess lay asleep in a bed engulfed by a rosy glow seen when viewed askance. Pug led the priests from the room and asked for sealing wax to be brought. Martin ordered it, and a page ran off. Pug took the book he had asked Laurie to fetch. He re-entered the room and paced around it, reading from his tome. When he was finished, he stepped outside and began a long string of incantations. He finished by placing a seal of wax upon the wall near the door. He then closed the book. "It is done." Tully moved towards the door, and Pug's hand restrained him. "Do not cross the threshold." The old priest looked at Pug questioningly. Kulgan shook his head in appreciation.
"Don't you see what the boy's done, Tully?"
Pug was forced to smile, for even after he had grown long white whiskers, he'd still be a boy to Kulgan.
"Look at the candles."
The others looked in, and in a moment all could see what the stout magician meant. The candles at the corners of the pentagram were alight, although this was difficult to see in the daylight. But when they were watched closely, it was clear the flames didn't flicker. Pug said to the others, "Time moves so slowly in that room, it is nearly impossible to detect its passage. The wall of this palace would crumble to dust before the candles burn a 10th part of their length. Should anyone cross the threshold, he will be caught like a fly in amber. It would mean death, but Father Nathan's spell slows time's ravages within the pentagram and prevents harm to the princess."
"How long will it last?"
said Colgan, obviously in awe of his former student. "Until the seal is broken." Aretha's face betrayed the first flickerings of hope. "She will live." "She lives now," said Pug. "Aretha, she exists between moments, and will stay that way, forever young, until the spell is removed. But then time will once again flow for her, and she will need a cure if one exists." Colgan gave out with an audible sigh.
"Then we have gained that which we needed most. Time."
"Yes. But how much?" asked Tully. Aretha's voice was firm. "Enough. I shall find a cure." Martin said,
"What do you intend?"
Aretha looked at his brother, and for the first time that day was free of the crippling grief, the madness of despair. Coldly, evenly, he said, "I will go to Sarth." Chapter 8. Vow. Liam sat unmoving. He studied Aretha for a long moment and shook his head. "No, I forbid it." Aretha registered no reaction as he said, "Why?" Liam sighed. "Because it's too dangerous, and you've other responsibilities here." Liam rose from behind the table in Aretha's private quarters and crossed over to his brother. Gently placing his hand on Aretha's arm, he said, "I know your nature, Aretha. You hate sitting idly by while matters are moving to conclusion without you. I know you cannot abide the thought of Anita's fate resting in hands other than your own, but in good conscience I cannot allow you to travel to Sarth." Aretha's expression remained clouded, as it had been since the assassination attempt the day before. But with the death of Laughing Jack, Aretha's rage had fled, seeming to turn inwards, becoming cold detachment. Colgan and Tully's revelation of a possible source of knowledge existing in Sarth had cleansed his mind of the initial madness. Now he had something to do, something that required clarity of judgment, the ability to think rationally, coolly, dispassionately. Fixing his brother with a penetrating look, he said, "I've been away for months, travelling abroad with you, so the business of the Western Realm could endure my absence for another few weeks. As for my safety," he added, his voice rising in inflection, "we've all seen just how safe I am in my own palace." He fell into silence for a moment, then said, "I will go to Sarth." Martin had been quietly sitting in the corner, observing the debate, listening closely to both his half-brothers. He leaned forward in his chair.
"Aretha, I've known you since you were a babe, and I know your moods as well as my own. You think it impossible to leave vital matters to the care of others. You have a certain arrogance to your nature, little brother. It is a trait, a flaw of character, if you will, we all share." Liam blinked, as if surprised to be included in the indictment. "All?" The corner of Aretha's mouth turned up in a half-smile as he let out a deep sigh. "All, Liam," Martin said. "We're all three Boric's sons, and, for his good qualities, Father could be arrogant. Aretha, in temper, you and I are as one. I simply mask myself better. I can think of little to make me chafe more than sitting while others are about tasks I feel better able to accomplish. But at the last, there is no reason for you to go. There are others better suited. Tully, Culgan and Pug can set pen to parchment with all the questions required for the abbot at Sarth, and there are those better suited to carry such messages quickly and without notice through the woods between here and Sarth.
Liam scowled. Such as a certain duke from the west, I expect. Martin smiled his crooked smile, a reflection of Aretha's. Not even Aretha's pathfinders are as adept at travelling through the woods as one elven taught. If this Mermandamus has agents along the woodland trails, there is no one south of Elvendar more likely to win past them than I. Liam cast his eyes heavenward in disgust. You are no better than he! He crossed to the doors and pulled them open. Aretha and Martin followed behind. Gardan waited without, and his company of guards snapped to attention as their monarch left the chamber. To Gardan, Liam said, Captain, should either of our half-witted brothers attempt to leave the palace, arrest him and lock him up. That is our royal will. Understood? Gardan saluted.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Without another word, Liam strode down the hall towards his own quarters, his face a mask of worry and preoccupation. Behind him, Gardan's guards exchanged astonished glances, then watched Aretha and Martin leave in another direction. Aretha's face was flushed, his anger only partially hidden, while Martin's expression revealed nothing of his feelings. When the two brothers were out of sight, questioning glances passed from soldier to soldier, for they had heard every word exchanged between the king and his brothers, until Gardan spoke in soft but commanding tones.
Steady on. You're at post.
Aretha! Aretha and Martin, who had been speaking softly as they walked, halted as the Keshian ambassador hurried to overtake them, his retinue following behind. He reached them, bowed slightly, and said, Your Highness, Your Grace. Good day, Your Excellency. Aretha responded somewhat curtly. The presence of Lord Hazara Khan reminded him there were obligations of office going unmet. Sooner or later, Aretha knew he would have to return his attention to the mundane concerns of governance. That thought rankled him. The ambassador said, I have been informed, Your Highness, that I and my party will require permission to quit the palace. Is this so? Aretha's irritation intensified, though now it was directed at himself. He had secured the palace as a matter of course, but had done so without considering the often sticky question of diplomatic immunity, that necessary oil in the usually squeaky machinery of international relations. With a note of apology he said, My Lord Hazara Khan, I am sorry. In the heat of the moment, I fully understand, Highness. Looking quickly about, he said, May I also have a brief moment? We could speak as we walk? Aretha indicated he might, and Martin dropped back to walk with Hazara Khan's sons and bodyguard. The ambassador said, It would be a poor time to pester the king over treaties. I think it a proper time to visit my people in Jalpur. I will stay there a while. I'll return to your city or to Relanon as needed to discuss treaties after things have settled. Aretha studied the ambassador. Volney's intelligence on him had revealed that the Empress had dispatched one of her finest minds to negotiate with the kingdom. My Lord Hazara Khan, I thank you for considering my own feelings and those of my family at this time. The ambassador waved away the remark. There is no honour in besting those afflicted by sorrow and woe. When this evil business is over, I desire you and your brother to come to the negotiating table with clear minds when we discuss the Vale of Dreams. I wish to win concessions from the best you have to offer, Highness. Now, it would be too simple to gain advantage. You need Kesh's approbation in the matter of the king's forthcoming wedding to the Princess Magda of Roldam. As she is the only daughter of King Carol, and if anything happens to her brother, Crown Prince Dravos,
any child of hers would sit the thrones of both the Isles and Roldem, and as Roldem has long been seen as lying within Kesh's traditional sphere of influence, well, you can see how we are concerned.
My compliments to the Imperial Intelligence Corps, Excellency, said Aretha in rueful appreciation. Only he and Martin had known.
Officially, no such group exists, though we do have certain sources, those wishing to maintain the status quo.
I appreciate your candour, Excellency. We also must concern our discussions with the question of a new Keshian war fleet being constructed in Durbin in violation of the Treaty of Shamata. Lord Hazara Khan shook his head and said with affection,
"Oh, Arthur, I look forward to bargaining with you."
"And I with you. I'll order the guards to allow your party to leave at will. I only ask that you ensure that no one not of your retinue slips out in disguise."
"I shall stand at the gate and name every soldier and servant as they pass, Highness."
Aretha had no doubts he would be able to do just that. No matter what fate brings, Abdur Rahman Memo Hazara Khan, even should we someday face each other across a battlefield, I will count you a generous, honourable friend. He extended his hand. Abdur took it.
"You do me honour, Highness. As long as I speak with Kesh's voice, she will negotiate only in good faith towards honourable ends."
The ambassador signalled for his companions to join him, and, after asking Aretha's leave, they departed. Martin came to Aretha's side and said,
"At least we now have one fewer problem for the moment."
Aretha nodded in agreement. For the moment. That wily old fox will probably end up with this palace for his embassy, and I'll be left with some flophouse near the docks to hold court in.
Then we shall have need to have Jimmy recommend one of the better ones to us.
Suddenly struck by a thought, Martin said,
"Where is he? I've not seen him since we questioned Laughing Jack."
"Out and about. I had a few things for him to do." Martin indicated understanding, and the two brothers continued down the hall. Laurie spun at the sound of someone entering his room. Carline closed the door behind her, then stopped as she observed the singer's travel bundle resting next to his lute upon his bed. He had just finished tying it, and he wore his old travel clothing. Her eyes narrowed, and she nodded once, knowingly. "Going somewhere?" Carline's tone was icy. "Just thought you'd take a quick run up to Sarth and ask a few questions, right?" Laurie raised his hands in supplication. "Just for a while, beloved. I'll be quickly back." Sitting down on the bed, she said, "Oh, you're as bad as Aretha or Martin. You'd think everyone in the palace didn't possess the brains to blow their noses without one of you telling them how. So you'll get your head lopped off by some bandit or something. Laurie, I get so angry sometimes." He sat next to her and placed his arm around her shoulders. She leaned her head against his shoulder. "We've had so little time together since we arrived, and everything is so terrible." Her voice broke as she began to cry. "Poor Anita," she said after a while. Defiantly wiping away her tears, she went on, "I hate it when I cry. And I'm still angry with you. You were going to run off and leave without a goodbye. I knew it. Well, if you go, don't come back. Just send a message about what you found out, if you live that long, but don't set foot in this palace. I don't ever want to see you again." She rose to her feet and made for the door. Laurie was after her in an instant. He took her by the arm and turned her to face him. "Beloved, please, don't." With tears in her eyes, she said, "If you loved me, you'd ask Liam for my hand. I'm done with sweet words, Laurie.
I'm done with vague unease. I am done with you.
Laurie felt panic overtake him. He had been ignoring Carline's earlier threat to be through with him or married to him by the time she returned to Rilannon, as much from choice as from the pressure of events.
I wasn't going to say anything until this business with Anita was resolved, but I've decided. I can't let you leave me out of your life. I do want to marry you.
Suddenly her eyes were wide.
What? I said, I want to marry.
She covered his mouth with her hand. Then she kissed him. For a long, silent moment, no words were necessary. She pushed away, a dangerous half-smile on her face. Shaking her head in the negative, she spoke softly. No, say nothing more. I'll not have you fog my mind again with honeyed words. She slowly walked to the door and opened it. "Guards!" she called, and in an instant a pair appeared. Pointing at an astonished Laurie, she said, "Don't let him move. If he tries to leave, sit on him." Carline vanished from sight down the hall, and the guards turned amused expressions on Laurie. He sighed and sat down quietly upon his bed. A few minutes later the princess was back, an irritated Father Tully in tow. The old prelate had his night robe hastily gathered about him, as he had been almost ready for sleep. Liam, looking equally inconvenienced, followed his sister. Laurie fell backwards onto the bed with an audible groan as Carline marched into the room and pointed at him. "He told me he wants to marry me!" Laurie sat up. Liam regarded his sister with an astonished expression. "Should I congratulate him or have him hung? From your tone, it's difficult to tell." Laurie bolted upright as if struck by a needle and moved towards the king. "Your Majesty, don't let him say anything," interrupted Carline, pointing an accusatory finger at Laurie. In a menacing whisper she said, "He is the king of all liars and a seducer of the innocent. He'll talk his way out of it." Liam shook his head as he muttered, "Innocent?" Suddenly his face clouded. "Seducer?" He fixed his gaze upon Laurie. "Your Majesty, please," began Laurie. Carline crossed her arms and impatiently tapped her foot on the floor. "He's doing it," she muttered. "He's talking his way out of marrying me." Tully interposed himself between Carline and Laurie. "Majesty, if I may." Looking confused, Liam said, "I wish you would." Tully looked first at Laurie, then at Carline. "Am I to understand, Highness, that you wish to wed this man?" "Yes." "And you, sir?" Carline began to say something, but Liam cut her off. "Let him speak." Laurie stood blinking at the sudden silence. He shrugged, as if to say he didn't understand the commotion. "Of course I do, Father." Liam looked close to the end of his patience. "Then what is the difficulty?" He said to Tully, "Post bans, next week sometime. After the last few days we should wait a bit. We'll have the wedding after things settle a bit. If you have no objections, Carline." She shook her head, her eyes moist. Liam continued, "Some day, when you're an old married lady with dozens of grandchildren, you'll have to explain all this to me." To Laurie he said, "You're a braver man than most." Then, with a glance at his sister, added, "And luckier than most." He kissed her on the cheek. "Now, if there's nothing else, I'll retire." Carline threw her arms around his neck and gave him a fierce hug. "Thank you." Still shaking his head, Liam left the room. Tully said, "There must be a reason for this urgent need of betrothal at this late hour." He held his hands, palms out, and quickly added, "But I'll wait to hear it some other time. Now, if you'll excuse me." He gave Carline no opportunity to say anything as he almost dashed from the room. The guards followed after, closing the door behind them. Carline smiled at Laurie after they were alone. Well, it is done. Finally. Laurie grinned down at her as he put his arms about her waist. Yes, and with little pain. Little pain? She said, punching him in the stomach with not inconsiderable effect. Laurie doubled over, the wind knocked out of him. He fell backwards, landing upon his bed. Carline came to the edge of the bed and knelt next to him. As he tried to sit up, she pushed him back on the bed with her hand on his chest. What am I? Some dowdy drudge you must endure for the sake of political ambitions? She playfully pulled at the leather thongs of his tunic. I should have you thrown in the dungeon. Little pain, you monster. Gripping a handful of her dress, he yanked her forward, bringing her face close enough to be kissed. With a grin he said, Hello, my love. Then they were in each other's arms. Later, Carline roused from a half-doze to say, Happy? Laurie laughed, causing her head to jiggle on his chest where it lay. Of course. Stroking her hair, he said, What was all that about with your brother and Tully? She chuckled. After almost a year of trying to get you to marry me, I wasn't about to let you forget you proposed. For all I knew, you were simply trying to get rid of me so you could sneak away to Sarth. Sweet good night, said Laurie, jumping out of bed. Aretha! Carline turned and settled back into the just-vacated pillow. So you and my brother are both sneaking off? Yes, no, I mean, oh, hell. Laurie pulled on his trousers and stood looking about. Where is my other boot? Oh, I'm at least an hour overdue. When he was dressed, he came to sit next to her on the bed. I must go. Aretha won't let anything stop him. You knew that. She held tightly to his arm. I knew you'd both go. How do you plan to get out of the palace? Jimmy. She nodded. There's an exit he forgot to mention to the royal architect, I expect. Something like that. I must go. She clung to his arm for a moment. You didn't take your vows lightly, did you? Never. He bent over to kiss her. Without you, I am nothing. Silently she cried, feeling at once filled and empty, knowing for certain she had found her life's mate and fearing to lose him. As if reading her thoughts, he said, I'll be back, Carline. Nothing could keep me from you. If you don't, I'll come after you. With a quick kiss, he was gone, the door closing quietly behind him. Carline burrowed deeply into the bed, holding on to the last remaining warmth of him as long as she could. Laurie slipped through the door into Aretha's suite while the guards in the hall were at the far end of their walking tour. In the dark he heard his name whispered. Yes, he replied. Aretha unshuttered a lantern lighting the room. The single light source made the antechamber of Aretha's suite appear cavernous. Aretha said, You're late. To Laurie, he and Jimmy appeared alien figures as they stood lit from below by the yellow lantern glow. Aretha wore simple mercenary garb, knee-high cavalier boots, heavy woolen trousers, a heavy leather jerkin over a blue tunic, and his rapier belted at his side. Over all, he wore a heavy grey cloak, the deep hood thrown back over his shoulders. But what caused Laurie to stare for a moment was the light that seemed to come from Aretha's eyes. About to embark upon the journey to Sarth at last, he was afire with impatience. Lead the way. Jimmy showed them to a low hidden door in the wall, and they entered. Through the ancient tunnels of the palace, Jimmy moved quickly, down to a level deeper than even the damp dungeon. Aretha and Laurie kept quiet, though the singer was given to an occasional silent oath when something he stepped on scampered away or squished. He was pleased at the lack of good light. Suddenly, they were moving up rough stone steps. At the top landing, Jimmy pushed upwards against a protesting section of seemingly blank stone ceiling. It moved slightly, and Jimmy said, "It's a tight squeeze." He wriggled through and took their belongings as they passed them along. The base of an outer stone wall had been cleverly counterweighted to swing from one side, but age and disuse had made it stubborn. Aretha and Laurie managed to wriggle through. Aretha said, "Where are we?" "Behind a hedge in the Royal Park. The postern gate of the palace is about 150 yards off that way," answered Jimmy. He indicated a direction. "Follow me." He led them through thick shrubbery and into a stand of trees in which 3 horses waited. Aretha said, "I didn't ask you to purchase 3 mounts." With an insolent grin visible in the moonlit night, Jimmy said, "But you didn't tell me not to, Highness." Laurie decided it was best not to get involved, so he busied himself tying his bundle to the nearest mount. Aretha said, "We move quickly, and I've no patience for this. You may not come, Jimmy." Jimmy moved towards one of the mounts and nimbly jumped up into the saddle. "I don't take orders from nameless adventurers and unemployed bravos. I'm the Prince of Crondor's squire." He patted his bundle behind the saddle and removed his rapier, the very one Aretha had given him. "I'm ready. I've stolen enough horses to be a fair rider. Besides, things seem to happen wherever you are. It may get very dull around here without you." Aretha looked at Laurie, who said, "Better bring him along where we can watch him. He'll only follow behind if we don't." Aretha seemed about to protest when Laurie said, "We can't call the palace guards to have him arrested." Aretha mounted, obviously not pleased. Without further conversation, they turned their horses and rode away from the park. Down darkened alleys and narrow streets they moved, riding at a moderate pace so as not to attract undue attention. Jimmy said, "This way lies the eastern gate. I assumed we would leave by the north." Aretha said, "We'll be heading north soon enough. Should anyone see me leave the city, I'd just as soon have word passed I've gone east." "Who's going to see us?" said Jimmy lightly, knowing full well that anyone seen riding through the gate at this hour would be noticed. At the eastern gate, 2 soldiers watched from the gatehouse to see who passed, but as there was neither curfew in effect nor alarm being sounded, they barely stirred to watch the 3 riders pass. Beyond the walls, they were in the outer city, erected when the ancient walls could no longer contain the population. Leaving the main eastern roadway, they moved between darkened buildings towards the north. Then Aretha pulled up his horse and ordered Jimmy and Laurie to do likewise. Coming around the corner were 4 riders dressed in heavy black cloaks. Jimmy's sword was out instantly, the chance of 2 groups of travellers innocently happening across one another on this minor street at this hour being very slight. Laurie began to draw his also, but Aretha simply said, "Put away your weapons." When the riders closed, Jimmy and Laurie exchanged questioning looks.
"Well met,"
said Gardan, as he turned his horse to come alongside Aretha.
"All is ready."
"Good," said Aretha. Studying the riders with Gardan, he said, 3? Gardan's good-natured chuckle could be heard in the gloom.
"As I hadn't seen him about for some time, I thought Squire Jimmy might have decided to come along with or without your permission, so I took precautions. Am I incorrect?"
"You are not, Captain," said Aretha, taking no pains to hide his displeasure. "In any event, David here is your shortest guardsman, and should any attempt pursuit from a distance, he will resemble the boy." He waved the 3 riders along, and they headed back down the street towards the eastern road. Jimmy chuckled as they rode away, for one of the guards had been a slender, dark-haired fellow, and the other a blonde, bearded man with a lute over his back. "The guards at the gate seem to pay scant attention," said Aretha.
"Have no fears on that account, Highness. They're the 2 biggest gossips in the City Watch. Should word of your departure leak from the palace, within hours the entire city will know you were seen riding east." Those 3 riders will continue on until they reach Darkmoor, if they are not troubled before then. If I may suggest, we'd best be leaving at once.
We? Said Aretha.
Orders, sire. Princess Carline instructed me that should any harm befall either of you,
He indicated Lorry and Aretha,
I needn't return to Crondor.
Sounding a note of mock injury, Jimmy said, Well, she said nothing about me. The others ignored the remark. Aretha looked at Lorry, who sighed deeply. She had it figured out hours before we left. Gardan indicated that this was so. Besides, she can be circumspect when the occasion warrants. Sometimes. Gardan added,
The princess wouldn't betray her brother or fiancé.
Fiancé? Said Aretha. This has been a busy night. Well, you would end up either driven from the palace or married to her, but I'll never understand her taste in men. Very well, it looks as if there's no getting rid of any of you. Let's be off. The 3 men and a boy spurred their mounts and resumed their ride, and within minutes were through the outer city, heading north towards Sarth. Near midday, the travellers rounded a bend in the coast road to find a lone traveller sitting by the edge of the King's Highway. He wore a hunter's outfit of green-dyed leather. His dappled horse cropped grass a short way off, and he whittled at a piece of wood with his hunting knife. Seeing the band approach, he put away his knife, tossed the wood aside, and gathered up his belongings. He was cloaked, and had his longbow over his shoulder when Aretha reined in. "Martin," said Aretha in greeting. The Duke of Criddy mounted.
Took you a lot longer to get here than I thought it would.
Jimmy said,
Is there anyone in Crondor who doesn't know the prince has left?
Not so as you would notice,
answered Martin with a smile. They commenced riding, and Martin said to Aretha,
Liam said to tell you he will lay as many false trails as possible.
Lorry said,
The king knows.
Of course, said Aretha. He indicated Martin. The 3 of us planned this from the start. Gardan had an unusually large number of guards posted near the door to my study when Liam forbade my going. Martin added, Liam has some of his personal guards impersonating each of us. There's a long-faced fellow and a blonde, bearded lout impersonating Aretha and Lorry. With one of his rare grins, he said, And there's this handsome brute of a man staying in my suite. Liam's even managed to borrow that tall, loud-voiced master of ceremonies from the Kashian ambassador. He's to sneak back into the palace after the Keshians leave today. Fitted with a false beard, he's a fair likeness for the captain here. At least he's the right colour. He'll be seen popping up here and there in the palace. Gardan laughed. Then you've not attempted to leave unnoticed, in truth, said Lorry in admiration. No, said Aretha. I seek to leave under a cloud of confusion. We know whoever is behind this is sending more assassins this way, or so Laughing Jack believed. So, if there are spies in Crondor, they'll not know for days what is happening. When we are discovered out of the palace, they'll be unsure of the direction taken. Only those few with us when Pug ensorcelled Anita's suite know we need to travel to Sarth. Jimmy laughed.
A masterstroke of misdirection. Should someone here have gone one way then another, they'll not know what to believe.
Martin said, Liam was thorough. He has another band dressed like you 3 heading down south towards Stardock with Culgan and Pug's family today. They'll be just clumsy enough in hiding to be noticed. To Aretha he added, Pug says he will search for a cure for Anita in Macross's library. Aretha reined in his horse and the others halted. We are a half-day's ride from the city. If we're not overtaken by sundown, we can count ourselves free of pursuit. We need then only worry about what may lie ahead. He paused, as if what he was about to say was difficult. Behind all the bantering words, you have chosen danger, all of you. He looked from face to face. I count myself fortunate for such friendship. Jimmy seemed the most embarrassed by the prince's words, but he fought back the urge to gulp. "We have had a vow in the Mockers. It's from an old proverb. You can't be sure the cat is dead until the cat is skinned. When a difficult task lay ahead and a man wished to let others know he was willing to stick it out to the last, he'd say, 'Until the cat is skinned.' He looked at the others and said, 'Until the cat is skinned.' Laurie said, 'Until the cat is skinned,' and the statement was quickly echoed by Gardan and Martin. At the last, Aretha said, 'Thank you all.' He spurred his horse forward, and the others followed. Martin fell in beside Laurie. "What took you so long?" "I was held up," said Laurie. "It's somewhat complicated. We're going to be married." "I know that. Gardan and I were waiting for Liam when he came back from your room. She could, I think, do better." Laurie's face betrayed his discomfort. Then Martin smiled slightly as he added, "But then, maybe she couldn't." Leaning over, he extended his hand. "May you always be happy." After they shook, he said, "That still doesn't account for the delay." "It's a bit delicate," Laurie said, hoping his future brother-in-law would let the matter drop. Martin studied Laurie a long moment, then nodded in understanding. "A proper goodbye can take a while." Chapter 9. Forest. A band of horsemen appeared on the horizon. Black figures stood outlined against the reddish sky of late afternoon. Martin sighted them first, and Aretha ordered a halt. Since they had left Crondor, this was the first band of travellers they'd encountered, obviously not traders. Martin squinted. "I can't see much at this distance, but I think them armed. Mercenaries, perhaps?" "Or outlaws," Gardan said. "Or something else," Aretha added. "Laurie, you're the most travelled among us. Is there another way?" Laurie looked about, getting his bearings. Pointing towards the forest on the other side of a narrow strip of farmland, he said, "To the east, about an hour's ride from here, is an old trail that leads up into the Calastius Mountains. It was used by miners once, but it's little travelled now. It will lead us to the inland road." Jimmy said, "Then we should make for that trail at once. It seems those others have tired of waiting for us to come to them." Aretha saw the riders on the horizon start in their direction. "Lead the way, Laurie." They left the road, heading for a series of low stone walls that marked the farm's boundaries. "Look!" shouted Jimmy. Aretha's companions saw the other band had reacted by spurring their mounts into a gallop. In the orange glow of the late afternoon, they were black figures outlined against a grey-green hillside. Aretha and the others took the first low stone wall in a smooth jump, but Jimmy was nearly thrown. He managed to right himself without losing too much ground on the others. He said nothing, but wished fervently there weren't 3 more walls between himself and the forest. Somehow he managed to keep seated and still not be too far behind when Aretha's party entered the woods. The others were waiting for him, and he reined in. Laurie pointed. "They can't overtake us, so they parallel us, hoping to intercept us north of here." Then he laughed. "This trail is northeast bound, so our nameless friends will have to travel an additional mile of brush-clogged woodlands to cut our trail. We'll be long past them when they do, if they can find the trail." Aretha said, "We still must hurry. We've little light, and the woods are not safe at the best of times. How long to this road?" "We should be there 2 hours after sunset, maybe a little sooner." Aretha motioned for him to lead the way. Laurie turned his horse, and they all moved deeper into the rapidly darkening forest. Dark holes bulked on both sides. In the gloom, with scant illumination from middle and large moons filtering down through high branches, the wood seemed a surrounding solid. Throughout the night they had been picking their way along what Laurie insisted was a trail, some ethereal thing that suddenly appeared a few feet before Laurie's horse and just as quickly vanished a few feet behind Jimmy's. To Jimmy, one patch of ground looked much like another, except that the meandering way Laurie chose seemed to have slightly less debris cluttering it. The boy constantly looked back over his shoulder, seeking signs of pursuit. Aretha ordered a halt. "We've seen no signs of being followed. Perhaps we've shaken them." Martin dismounted.
Not likely. If they have a skilled tracker among them, they've found our spoor. They'll be moving as slowly as we are, but they'll be keeping pace."
Dismounting, Aretha said, "We'll rest here for a while. Jimmy, break out the oats behind Laurie's saddle." Jimmy grumbled slightly as he began caring for the horses. He had learned after his first night on the road that, as squire, he was expected to care for his liege's horse, and everyone else's as well. Martin shouldered his bow and said, "I think I'll backtrack a ways and see if there's anyone close. I'll be back within the hour. Should anything happen, don't wait for me. I'll find you at the Ashapian Abbey tomorrow night." He slipped off into the gloom. Aretha sat on his saddle, while Jimmy set about caring for the horses, with assistance from Laurie. Gardan kept a vigil, scanning the murk of the forest. Time passed, and Aretha became lost in thought. Jimmy watched him from the corner of his eye. Laurie caught Jimmy studying Aretha in the dim light and moved alongside the boy, helping him brush down Gardan's horse. The singer whispered, "You worry about him." Jimmy only nodded, a gesture almost lost in the dark. Then he said, "I don't have a family, singer, or a lot of friends. He's important. Yes, I worry." When he was finished, Jimmy crossed to where Aretha sat, staring off into the blankness. "The horses are fed and groomed?" Aretha seemed pulled from his brooding. "Good. Now get some rest. We'll move out at first light." He glanced about. "Where's Martin?" Jimmy looked back along the trail. "He's still back there somewhere." Aretha followed his gaze. Jimmy settled in, his head on his saddle, a blanket pulled about him. He stared off into the darkness for a long time before sleep came. Something woke Jimmy. Two figures approached, and Jimmy made ready to leap to his feet when he saw they were Martin and Gardan. Then Jimmy remembered Gardan had remained on watch. They reached the small campsite, both walking quietly. Jimmy roused the others. Aretha wasted no time when he saw his brother had returned. "Did you find any sign of pursuit?" Martin nodded. "A few miles back along the trail. A band of men, Mordel, I don't know which. Their fire was low. One, at least, is a Mordel. Save that one, to a man they were dressed in black armour with long black capes. Each wore a strange helm that covered the entire head. I didn't need any more to decide they were not likely to prove friendly. I cut a false trail across ours. It should lead them away for a while, but we should be off at once." "What of this one Mordel? You say he wasn't attired like the others?"
"No, and he was the biggest damn Mordel I've ever seen. Bare-chested except for a leather jerkin. His head was shaved, save for a long scalp lock that was tied so it hung behind like a horse's tail. I could see him clearly in the firelight. I've never seen his like, though I've heard of his sort." Laurie said, "Yarbon Mountain Clan." Aretha looked at the singer. Laurie explained, "When I was growing up near Tir Sog, we'd hear of raids by the northern mountain clans. They're different from the forest dwellers. The top knot of hair says he's also a chieftain, an important one." Gardan said,
"He's come a long way."
"Yes, and it means some new order has been established since the Riftwar. We knew that many of those driven north by the Sirani were seeking to join their kin in the Northlands, but now it seems they've brought some of their cousins back with them."
"Or," said Aretha, "it means they're under his command." Martin said, "For that to have happened, alliance. A Mordel alliance. Something we've always feared," said Aretha. Come, it's almost light, and we won't puzzle this out any better for standing still. They readied their horses, and soon they were back on the Forest Road, the major inland road between Crondor and the north. Few caravans used it. While it was a time-saver, most travellers chose to travel through Crondor and up the coast, as that was the safer route. Laurie claimed they were now riding even with the Bay of Ships, about a day's ride from the Ashapian Abbey at Sarth. The town of Sarth rested on a peninsula at the north end of the bay. The abbey was in the hills to the northeast of the town, so they'd intercept the road between the abbey and the town. If they pushed, they would reach the abbey just after sundown. Out in the forest, there was no hint of danger, but Martin judged it likely the Mordell-led band was coming. He could hear subtle changes in the early morning sounds of the forest behind that told him something not too distant was disturbing the natural order of things in its passing. Martin rode beside Aretha, behind Laurie. "I think I might drop back and see if our friends still follow." Jimmy hazarded a glance over his shoulder, and through the trees behind he could see black-clad figures following. "Too late! They've seen us!" he shouted. Aretha's party spurred their mounts forward, the thunder of hooves echoing through the trees. All bent low over the necks of their mounts, and Jimmy kept glancing back. They were putting distance between themselves and the Black Riders, for which Jimmy gave silent thanks. After a few minutes of hard riding, they came to a deep defile impossible for horses to jump. Across it stood a sturdy wooden bridge. They sped over it, then Aretha reined in. "Stand here!" They turned their horses, for the sound of pursuit could be heard. Aretha was about to order them ready a charge when Jimmy leapt off his horse. He pulled his bundle from behind his saddle. Running to the end of the bridge, he knelt. Aretha shouted, "What are you doing?" Jimmy's only answer was, "Keep back!" In the distance, the sound of approaching horses grew louder. Martin leapt down from his mount and unshouldered his longbow. He had it strung and an arrow nocked when the first of the Black Riders came into view. Without hesitation, he loosed the cloth-yard shaft and, without error, it flew, striking the black-armoured figure full in the chest with the thundering force only a longbow could deliver at such a distance. The rider was propelled backwards out of his saddle. The second horseman avoided the fallen man, but a third was thrown as his mount stumbled over the body. Aretha moved forwards to intercept the second rider who was about to cross the bridge. "No!" shouted Jimmy. "Keep back!" Suddenly, the boy was dashing away from the bridge as the Black Rider crossed. The horseman was almost upon the spot where Jimmy had knelt when a loud whooshing noise sounded, accompanied by a large cloud of smoke. His horse shied and spun on the narrow bridge, then reared up. The animal stumbled back a step, its rump striking the rails of the bridge. The black-clad warrior was tossed backwards over the rail while his horse pawed the air. Then he fell, hitting the rocks below the bridge with an audible thud. The horse turned and fled back the way it had come. Aretha's and the others' horses were far enough away from the explosion of smoke not to panic, though Laurie had to ride forward and quickly grab the reins of Jimmy's mount while Gardan held Martin's. The bowman was busy shooting at the approaching riders, whose animals bucked and shied as their masters fought to bring them back under control. Jimmy was now racing back towards the bridge, a small flask in his hands. He pulled a stopper from its end and tossed it at the smoke. Suddenly, the near end of the bridge erupted in flames. The Black Riders pulled up, their horses nickering at sight of the flames. The balking animals rode in circles as their riders sought to force them across the bridge. Jimmy stumbled away from the blaze. Gardan swore. "Look, the fallen ones rise!" Through the smoke and flame, they could see the rider with the arrow in his chest staggering towards the bridge, while another that Martin had felled was slowly rising to his feet. Jimmy reached his horse and mounted. Aretha said, "What was all that?" "The smoke bomb I carry out of habit. Many of the mockers use them to cover escape and create confusion. They make a little fire and a great deal of smoke." What was in the flask? Asked Laurie. Distillation of naphtha. I know an alchemist in Crondor who sells it to farmers to start fires when they slash and burn.
That's damn dangerous stuff to be toting around, said Gardan. Do you always carry it?
No, said Jimmy as he mounted. But then, I usually don't travel where I'm likely to run into things you can only stop by roasting. After that business at the whorehouse, I thought it might come in handy. I have one more in my bundle. Then toss it, shouted Laurie. The bridge is not caught yet. Jimmy pulled out the other flask and nudged his horse forward. With careful aim, he tossed the flask into the fire. Flames rose up 10, 12 feet in height as the wooden bridge became engulfed. On both sides of the defile, horses whinnied and tried to run as the fire rose higher and higher in the sky. Aretha looked across the bridge at the enemy horsemen, who now sat patiently waiting for the flames to burn out. From behind them, another figure rode into view, the unarmoured Mordell with the scalp lock. He sat watching Aretha and the others, no expression evident on his face. Aretha could feel blue eyes boring into his soul, and he felt hate. Here, then, for the first time, he saw his enemy, saw one of those who had harmed Anita. Martin began shooting at the Black Riders, and, with a silent signal, the unarmoured Mordell led his companions back into the trees. Martin mounted and came to his brother's side. Aretha watched as the Mordell vanished into the trees. Aretha said, "He knows me. We were so clever, and they knew where I was all along." "But how?" asked Jimmy. "There were so many diversions."
Some black art, said Martin. There are powers at play here, Jimmy.
"Come," said Aretha. "They'll be back. This will not stop them. We've gained only a little time." Laurie led the way towards the northbound road to Sarth. They did not look back as the fire crackled loudly. For the rest of that day they rode nearly continuously. Of their pursuers they saw nothing, but Aretha knew they were close behind. Near sundown, light fog filled the air as they neared the coast again, where the Bay of Ships turned the road eastwards. According to Laurie, they would reach the Abbey after sundown. Martin moved up to ride next to Gardan and Aretha, who stared out into the shadows, absently directing his horse. "Remembering the past?" Aretha looked at his brother thoughtfully. "Simpler times, Martin. Just remembering simpler times. I rage to be done with this mystery of Silverthorn and have Anita return to me. I burn for it." He spoke with sudden passion. With a sigh, his voice softened as he said, "I was wondering what Father would have done in my place." Martin glanced at Gardan. The captain said,
"Exactly what you're doing now, Aretha. Man and boy, I knew Lord Boric, and I'll say there's not another more like him in temper than you. All of you are like him. Martin, in the way he watches things closely. Liam reminds me of him when the lighter moods were upon him, before he lost his Lady Catherine."
Aretha asked, "And I?" It was Martin who answered. "Why, you think like him, little brother, more than Liam or I do. I'm your eldest brother. I don't take orders from you only because you wear the title Prince to my Duke. I follow your lead because more than any man I've known since Father, you make the right choices." Aretha's gaze was distant as he said, "Thank you. That is high praise." A sound came from the trail behind, just loud enough to be heard without being identified. Laurie tried to lead as quickly as he could, but the darkened fog confounded his sense of direction. The sun was close to setting, so little light penetrated the deep woods. He could see only a small part of the trail in front of him. Twice he was forced to slow down to separate the true trail from false ones. Aretha rode up beside and said, "Keep it steady. Better to continue at a crawl than halt." Gardan fell back next to Jimmy. The boy peered into the woods, seeking a glimpse of whatever might be hiding just behind the boles of the trees, but only wisps of grey fog in the last light of the setting sun could be seen. Then a horse came crashing from out of the brush, one moment not there, the next nearly knocking Jimmy from the saddle. The boy's horse spun in a full circle as the black-armoured warrior pushed past. Gardan swung a late blow at the horseman and missed. Aratha shouted, "This way!" and tried to force his way past another horseman cutting across the trail. He faced the rider, the unarmoured Mordel. For the first time, Aratha could see the 3 scars cut into each of the Dark Brothers' cheeks. Time froze for an instant as the two confronted one another. There was a strange recognition in Aratha, for here was his enemy made flesh. No longer did he struggle with unseen assassins, hands in the dark, or mystic powers without substance. Here was someone he could vent his rage upon. Without sound, the Mordel swung a vicious blow at Arthur's head, and the prince avoided being decapitated only by ducking over the neck of his horse. Aratha lashed out with his rapier and felt its point dig in. He came up and saw he had taken the Mordel in the face, cutting deeply across the scarred cheek. But the creature only moaned, a strange, tortured sound, half gurgle, half strangled cry. Then Aratha realised the Mordel possessed no tongue. The creature looked at Aratha for a brief moment and turned his horse away. "Try to break free!" shouted Aratha, spurring his own horse forward. Suddenly Aratha was away, the others behind. For an instant it seemed the Mordel-led company was too shocked to react to the break, but then the pursuit began. Of all the mad rides in Aratha's life, this one stood out as the maddest. Through the forest, shrouded with fog and night's black cloak, they dashed among trees, following a road little wider than a path. Laurie passed Aratha, taking the lead. For long minutes they raced through the woods, somehow avoiding the certainly fatal error of leaving the roadway. Then Laurie was shouting, "The road to the Abbey!" Slow to react, Aratha and the others behind Laurie barely made the turn onto a larger road. As they steered their mounts onto the new path, they could see the faint large moon rising. Then they were out of the woods, racing down a well-travelled road passing through farmlands. Their horses were lathered and panting as they spurred them on to more heroic efforts, for while the black riders were not gaining on them, they were not falling behind either. They sped through the dark, climbing upwards as the road rose out of the gentle hills around a plateau that dominated the valley farmlands near the coast. The road narrowed, and they strung out along it in single file, Martin pulling in until the others were past. The trail became treacherous, and they were forced to slow, but so were those behind. Aratha dug his heels into his horse's sides, but the animal had given all it had left to climb this road. The evening air was heavy with haze and unseasonable cold. The hills were widely spaced, lazy rolling ridges that gently rose and fell. The highest could be climbed in less than an hour. All were covered in wild grasses and brush, but they were free from trees, for this had been farmland. The abbey at Sarth sat atop a high, craggy place, a small mountain rather than a hill, an upthrust thing of rock and granite facings flat on top like a table. Gardan looked downwards as they hurried up the side of the mount and said,
"I'd not want to storm this place, Highness. You could hold this road with 6 grandmothers wielding brooms, forever."
Jimmy looked back, but couldn't see their pursuers in the gloom. "So tell those grannies to get back there and slow down the black riders," he shouted. Aratha looked behind, expecting to be overtaken by black riders at any second. They rounded a curve and followed the road upwards to the summit. Suddenly, they stood before the arched entrance to the abbey. Beyond the wall, a tower of some sort could be seen in the moonlight. Aratha pounded on the gates and shouted, "Hello! We seek aid!" Then all heard what they had waited for, the pounding of horses' hooves upon the hard road. Drawing weapons, Aretha's party turned to face those who followed. The Black Riders rounded the curve before the abbey gates, and the battle was again joined. Aretha ducked and parried as he tried to protect himself. The attackers seemed possessed of unusual frenzy, as if there was a need to quickly dispatch Aretha and his party. The scar-faced Moradel nearly rode over Jimmy's mount to reach Aretha, his disregard for the boy being the only reason Jimmy survived. The Dark Brother headed straight for Aretha. Gardan, Laurie and Martin all strove to keep the Black Riders at bay, but they were on the verge of being overwhelmed at last. Suddenly, it was light on the road. As if full daylight multiplied tenfold had burst forth in the gloom, a dazzling brilliance surrounded the combatants. Aretha and the others were forced to cover their eyes, which watered from the blinding light. They could hear muffled moans from the black-clad figures around them. Then the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Aretha peeked through narrowed lids behind his upraised hand and saw enemy horsemen falling stiffly from their saddles. The exceptions were the unarmoured Mordel, who shielded his eyes against the sudden light, and 3 of the armoured riders. With a single motion, the mute rider waved his 3 companions away, and they turned and fled down the road. As soon as the Black Riders were out of sight, the brilliant light began to diminish. Aretha wiped tears from his eyes and began to pursue, but Martin shouted, "Stop! Should you overtake them, it's your death! Here we have allies!" Aretha reined in, loath to lose his opponent. He returned to where the others stood rubbing their eyes. Martin dismounted and knelt over a fallen Black Rider. He pulled off a helm and quickly stood away.
"It's a Moradel, and it smells as if it's been dead for some time."
He pointed at its chest.
"This is one I killed at the bridge. My broken arrow is still in his chest."
Aretha looked at the building. That light is gone. Whoever our unseen benefactor is, he must feel we no longer need it. The gates in the wall before them slowly began to open. Martin handed the helm up for Aretha's inspection. It was a strange thing, fashioned with a dragon carved in bas-relief on top, its down-swept wings covering the sides. 2 narrow slits provided vision for the wearer, and 4 small holes allowed him to breathe. Aretha tossed the helm back to Martin. "That's an ill-aspected piece of ironmongery. Bring it along. Now let's visit the abbey."
"Abbey?"
Gardan observed as they entered.
"It looks more like a fortress."
Tall, iron-banded, heavy wooden gates straddled the roadway. To the right, a wall a dozen feet high stretched away, appearing to run to the other edge of the mountain top. To the left, the wall receded, facing upon a vertical drop over 100 feet to a switchback in the roadway below. Behind the wall, they could see a single tower, several floors high.
"If that isn't an old-style keep tower, I've never seen one,"
said the captain.
"I'd not want to storm this abbey, Highness. It's the most defensible position I've seen. Look, there's not 5 feet of clearing between the wall and cliff anywhere."
He sat back in the saddle, in obvious appreciation of the military aspects of the abbey's design. Aretha spurred his horse forward. The gates were now open, and, seeing no reason not to, Aretha led his companions onto the grounds of the Ishapian Abbey at Sarth. Chapter 10. Sarth. The abbey appeared deserted. The courtyard reflected what they had seen from the road. This had once been as a fortress. Around the ancient tower, a larger single-storey keep building had been added, as well as 2 outbuildings that could be seen peeking from behind it. One appeared to be a stable, but before them no sign of movement could be seen.
"Welcome to Ishap's Abbey at Sarth,"
came a voice from behind one of the gates. Aretha had his sword halfway from its scabbard before the speaker added,
"You have nothing to fear."
The speaker stepped from behind the gate. Aretha put away his weapon. As the others dismounted, the prince studied the man. He was stocky, of middle years, short, with a youthful smile. His brown hair was cut close and ragged, and his face was clean-shaven. He wore a simple brown robe gathered around the waist with a single leather thong. A pouch and some manner of holy symbol hung at his waist. He was unarmed, but Aretha got the impression that the man moved like one who had been trained in arms. Finally, Aretha said, "I am Aretha, Prince of Crondor." The man looked amused, though he didn't smile.
"Then, welcome to Ishap's Abbey at Sarth, Highness."
"You mock me."
"No, Highness. We of the Order of Ishap maintain little contact with the outside world, and few visit with us, let alone royalty. Please forgive my insult, if your honour permits, for none was intended."
Aretha dismounted and, fatigue in his voice, said, "It is I who asks forgiveness."
"Brother Dominic, but please no apologies. It is clear from the circumstances of your arrival you were hard-pressed."
Martin said, "Do we have you to thank for that mystic light?" The monk nodded. Aretha said, "There seems a great deal to speak of, Brother Dominic."
"There are many questions. You'll have to wait upon the Father Abbot's pleasure for most answers, Highness. Come, I'll show you to the stable."
Aretha's impatience wouldn't let him wait a moment longer. "I came on a matter of the utmost urgency. I need to speak with your abbot now." The monk spread his hands in a gesture indicating it was outside his authority to decide.
"The Father Abbot is unavailable for another 2 hours. He is meditating and praying in the chapel with the others of our order, which is why I am alone here to greet you. Please, come with me."
Aretha seemed ready to protest, but Martin's hand upon his shoulder settled him. "Again, I am sorry, Brother Dominic. We are, of course, guests." Dominic's expression indicated that Aretha's temper was a matter of no consequence. He led them to the second of the smaller buildings behind what was once a central keep. It was indeed a stable. The sole occupants at the moment were another horse and a stout little donkey, which cast an indifferent eye upon the newcomers. As they tended their animals, Aretha spoke of their trials over the last few weeks. When he finished, he said, "How did you manage to confound the Black Riders?"
"My title is Keeper of the Gates, Highness. I may admit any to the Abbey, but no one with evil intent can cross the portals without my leave. Once upon the grounds of this abbey, those who sought your life became subject to my power. They took a risk attacking you so close to the abbey. It was a risk that proved deadly to their cause. But further conversation on this and other subjects must wait upon the Father Abbot."
Martin said, "If everyone else is at chapel, you'll need some help disposing of those corpses. They have an irritating habit of coming back to life."
"I thank you for the offer, but I can manage, and they will remain dead. The magic employed to topple them cleansed them of the controlling evil. Now, you must rest."
They left the stable, and the monk led them to what appeared to be a barracks. Gardan said,
"This place has a martial look to it, brother."
Entering a long room with a single row of beds, the monk said,
"In ancient times this fortress was home to a robber baron. The kingdom and Kesh lay far enough away for him to be a law unto himself, pillaging, raping, and robbing without fear of retribution. After some time he was turned out by the people of the surrounding towns, made bold by his tyranny. The lands below this escarpment were given over to farming, but so deep was their hatred of the baron that this keep stood abandoned. When a mendicant friar of our Order of Wanderers discovered this place, he sent word back to the temple in the city of Kesh. When we sought the use of this place as an abbey, the descendants of those who had turned out the baron had no objection. Today, Only those of us who serve here remember the history of this place. To those in the towns and villages along the Bay of Ships, this has always been the Abbey of Ishap at Sarth.
Aretha said, I assume this was once a barracks. Dominic said,
Yes, Highness. We now use it as an infirmary and a place for occasional guests. Make yourselves comfortable, for I must be about my own tasks. The Father Abbot will see you shortly.
Dominic left, and Jimmy fell onto one of the beds with an audible sigh. Martin inspected a small stove at one end of the room and found it lit, with the makings for tea next to it. He immediately set a pot to boil. Under a cloth he found bread, cheese and fruit, which he passed around. Laurie sat examining his lute for possible travel damage and began tuning it. Gardan sat down opposite the prince. Aretha sighed long and deeply. I am on a ragged edge. I fear these monks will have no knowledge of this Silverthorn. For an instant his eyes betrayed his anguish. Then he again showed only an impassive expression. Martin cocked his head to one side as he thought aloud, Tully seems to think they know a great deal. Laurie put up his lute. Whenever I've found myself close to magic, priestly or otherwise, there also I've found trouble. Jimmy spoke to Laurie. Well, that Pug seemed a friendly enough fella for a magician. I wanted to speak to him more, but... He left unsaid the events that had prevented it. There's little about him that seems remarkable, but the Surani seem to fear him, and some of the court whisper about him. There is a saga begging to be sung, answered Laurie. He told Jimmy of Pug's captivity and rise among the Surani. Those who practice arcane arts on Kelewan are a law unto themselves, and whatsoever they command is done without hesitation. There's nothing like them on this world. That's why the Surani in Lamut hold him in awe. Old habits die hard. Jimmy said, He gave up a great deal to return then. Laurie laughed. That wasn't entirely a matter of choice. Jimmy said, What's Kelewan like? Laurie spun a rich and colourful story of his adventures on that world, with the eye for detail that lay at the heart of his craft, as much as did good voice and playing skills. The others settled in, relaxing and drinking their tea while listening. They all knew the story of Laurie and Pug and their part in the Riftwar, but each time Laurie told the story, it was again a riveting adventure, one with the great legends. When Laurie finished, Jimmy said, It would be an adventure to go to Kelewan.
That is not possible,
observed Gardan.
I'm glad to say.
Jimmy said, If it was done once, why not again? Martin said,
Aretha, you were with Pug when Kulgan read Macross's letter explaining why he closed the rift?
Aretha said, Rifts are wild things, spanning some impossible no-place between worlds, possibly across time as well. But something about them makes it possible to know where they're going to come out. When one is fashioned, then others seem to follow it. Coming out in the same general area. But that first one is the one you can't control. That's as much as I understand. You'd have to ask Kulgan or Pug for more details. Gardan said,
Ask Pug. If you ask Kulgan, you'll get a lecture.
So Pug and Macross closed down the first one to end the war, said Jimmy. And more, said Aretha. Jimmy looked around the room, sensing they all knew something he was not privy to. Laurie said, According to Pug, there was in ancient times a vast evil power known to the Surani only as the enemy. Macross said it would find its way to the two worlds if the rift was left open, draw to it as steel to a lodestone. It was a being of awesome strength that had destroyed armies and humbled mighty magicians, or at least that is what Pug explained. Jimmy cocked his head to one side.
This Pug is that important a magician, then? Laurie laughed. To hear Colgan tell it, Pug is the most powerful practicer of the magic arts there is since Macross's death, and he's cousin to the Duke and the Prince and the King. Jimmy's eyes widened. That's true, said Martin. Our father adopted Pug into our family. Martin said, Jimmy, you speak of magicians as if you've never had dealings with one. I know better. There are a few spellcasters in Crondor, and they tend to be a questionable lot. There was once among the mockers a thief known as the Grey Cat, for his stealth was unmatched. He was given to bold theft and filched some bauble from a magician who viewed the deed with considerable disfavour. What became of him? Asked Laurie. He's now the Grey Cat. The four listeners sat quietly for a moment, then comprehension dawned, and Gardan, Laurie and Martin burst into laughter. Even Aretha smiled at the joke and shook his head in amusement. Conversation continued on, easy and relaxed, as the band of travellers felt secure for the first time since leaving Crondor. The bells sounded from the main building, and a monk entered. Silently, he motioned for them to come. Aretha said, We're to follow you? The monk nodded. To see the abbot? Again, the monk nodded. Aretha was off his bed, all fatigue forgotten. He was the first out of the door behind the monk. The abbot's chamber befitted one given to a life of spiritual contemplation. It was austere in every aspect. But what was surprising about it was the bookshelves upon the walls, dozens of volumes at every hand. The abbot, Father John, seemed a kindly man of advancing years, slender and ascetic in appearance. His grey hair and beard showed in stark contrast to dark skin that was lined and wrinkled like carefully carved mahogany. Behind him stood two men, Brother Dominic and one Brother Anthony, a tiny, stoop-shouldered fellow of indeterminate age who constantly squinted at the prince. The abbot smiled, his eyes crinkly at the corners, and Aretha was suddenly put in mind of paintings of old Father Winter, a mythical figure who gave sweets to children at the Midwinter's festival. In a deep, youthful voice, the abbot said,
Welcome to Ishap's Abbey, Highness. How may we help you?
Aretha quickly outlined the history of the last few weeks. The abbot's smile vanished as Aretha's story unfolded. When the prince was finished, the abbot said,
Highness, we are gravely troubled to hear of this necromancy at the palace. But as to the tragedy that has befallen your princess, how may we aid you?
Aretha found himself reluctant to speak, as if at the last his fear of there being no aid overwhelmed him. Sensing his brother's reticence, Martin said, A conspirator to the assassination attempt claims a Mordel gave him the poison used, one prepared with arcane skills. He called the substance Silverthorn. The abbot sat back, sympathy evident in his expression.
Brother Anthony?
The little man said,
Silverthorn? I'll begin looking in the archives at once, Father.
With a shuffling step, he quickly departed the abbot's chambers. Aretha and the others watched the bent figure leave the room. Aretha asked, How long will it take? The abbot said,
That depends. Brother Anthony has a remarkable ability to pull facts seemingly from out of the air, remembering things read once in a passing a decade before. That is why he has risen to the rank of head archivist, our keeper of knowledge. But the search could take days.
Aretha clearly didn't understand what the abbot was speaking about, and the old priest said,
Brother Dominic, why don't you show the prince and his companions a little of what we do here at Sarth?
The abbot rose and bowed slightly to the prince as Dominic moved towards the door.
Then bring him to the base of the tower.
He added to Aretha,
I will meet with you shortly, Highness.
They followed the monk out into the main hall of the abbey. Dominic said,
This way.
He led them through a door, then down a flight of stairs to a landing from which 4 passages branched off.
He took them past a series of doors. As they walked, he said,
"This hill is unlike those around, as you must have noticed when you rode here. It is mostly solid rock. When the first monks came to Sarth, they discovered these tunnels and chambers underneath the keep."
"What are they?" asked Jimmy. They came to a door, and Dominic produced a large ring of keys which he used to open the heavy lock. The door swung open ponderously, and after they'd stepped through, he closed it behind.
"The original robber baron used these excavations as storage rooms against siege and to hoard booty. He must have grown lax in his defence, for the villagers to have laid successful siege. There is enough room here for stores to last years. We have added to them until the entire hill is honeycombed with vaults and passages."
"To what end?" asked Aretha. Dominic indicated they should follow him through another door, this one unlocked. They entered a large vaulted chamber, with shelving along the walls and freestanding shelves in the centre of the room. Each shelf was packed solid with books. Dominic crossed to one and took down a book. He handed it to Aretha. Aretha studied the old volume. It had faded gilt lettering burned into the binding. There was a faint resistance when Aretha carefully opened it, as if it had not been handled in years. On the first page, he saw alien letters of an unknown language, painstakingly lettered in a stiff script. He lifted the book before his face and sniffed at it. There was a faint, pungent odour on the pages. As Aretha handed the book back, Dominic said,
"Preservative. Every book here has been treated to prevent deterioration."
He gave the book to Laurie. The widely travelled singer said, "I don't speak this tongue, but I think it Keshian, though it is unlikely any scribing of the empires I know." Dominic smiled.
"The book is from the south part of Great Kesh, near the border of the Keshian Confederacy. It is the diary of a slightly mad but otherwise insignificant noble from a minor dynasty, written in a language called Low Delkian. High Delkian, as best we can ascertain, was a secret language limited to priests of some obscure order."
"What is this place?" asked Jimmy.
"We who serve Ishap at Sarth gather together books, tomes, manuals, scrolls, and parchments, even fragments. In our order there is a saying, 'Those at Sarth serve the god Knowledge,' which is not far from the truth. Wherever one of our order finds a scrap of writing, it or a copy is eventually sent here. In this chamber, and in every other chamber under the abbey, are shelves like these. All are filled, even to the point of being crowded, from floor to ceiling, and new vaults are constantly being dug. From the top of the hill to the lowest level, there are over 1,000 chambers like this one. Each houses several hundred volumes or more. Some of the larger vaults hold several thousand. At last tally, we were approaching 500,000 works."
Aretha was stunned. His own library, inherited with the throne of Krondor, numbered less than 1,000. "How long have you been gathering these?"
"Over 3 centuries. There are many of our order who do nothing but travel and buy any scrap they can find, or who pay to have copies made. Some are ancient, others are in languages unknown, and 3 are from another world, having been obtained from the Sirani in Lamut. There are arcane works, auguries, and manuals of power, hidden from the eyes of all but a few of the most highly placed in our order."
He looked about the room.
"And with all this, there is still so much we don't understand."
Gardan said,
"How do you keep track of it all?"
Dominic said,
"We have brothers whose sole task is to catalogue these works. all working under Brother Antony's direction. Guides are prepared and constantly updated. In the building above us and in another room deep below are shelves of nothing but guides. Should you need a work on a subject, you can find it in the guides. It will list the work by vault number — we are standing in Vault 17 — shelf number, and space number upon the shelf. We are attempting to cross-index each work by author when known, and title as well as subject. The work goes slowly, and will take all of another century.
Aretha was overwhelmed by the sheer size of such an undertaking. But against what ends do you store all these works? Dominic said,
In the first, for the sake of knowledge itself. But there is a second cause, which I will leave for the abbot to explain. Come, let us join him.
Jimmy was the last through the door, and he cast a rearward glance at the books in the room. He left with the feeling that he was somehow gaining a glimpse of worlds and ideas heretofore unimagined, and he regretted he would never fully understand most of what lay beneath the abbey. He felt somehow lessened for this realization. For the first time, Jimmy felt his world a small one, with a much larger yet to be discovered. Aretha and his companions waited for the abbot in a large chamber. Several torches threw flickering illumination upon the walls. Another door opened, and the abbot entered, followed by two men. Brother Dominic was the first through, but the other was unknown to Aretha. He was an old man, large and still erect in his bearing, who, despite his robes, seemed to resemble a soldier more than a monk, an impression heightened by a war hammer hanging from his belt. His grey-shot black hair had been left to grow to shoulder length, but, like his beard, it was neatly trimmed. The abbot said,
"It is time for plain speaking."
Aretha said with a bitter edge, "That would be appreciated." The unnamed monk broke into a broad grin.
"You have your father's gift for blunt speech, Aretha."
Aretha studied the man again, surprised by his tone. Then recognition struck. It had been more than 10 years since he had seen this man. Julanic!
"No longer, Aretha. Now I'm simply Brother Micah, defender of the faith, which means I crack heads for Ishap now, as I used to for your cousin Erland."
He patted the hammer at his waist. "We thought you dead." Duke Julanic, former Knight Marshal of Krondor, had vanished when Guy de Bastira had assumed the viceroyalty over Krondor during the last year of the Riftwar. The man called Micah seemed surprised.
"I thought everyone knew. With Guy on the throne of Krondor and Erland near death from coughing sickness, I feared civil war. I retired from office rather than face your father in the field or betray my king, two unthinkable choices. But I made my retirement no secret."
Aretha said, "With Lord Barry dead, it was assumed you'd both fallen by Guy's hand. No one knew what had become of you."
"Strange. Barry died of a seizure of the heart, and I informed Bastira of my intention to take holy vows. His man Radburn stood at his side when I gave my resignation."
Martin said, "Oh, that would explain it then. With Jocko Radburn drowned off the Keshian coast and Guy banished from the kingdom, who would have the truth to tell?" The abbot spoke.
"Brother Micah came to us a troubled man, called by some agency of Ishap to our service. We tested him and found him worthy, so that now his former life as a noble of the kingdom is a thing of the past. But I asked him here because he is both a valued adviser and a man of military skills who may help us understand what forces move in the world these days."
"Well enough. Now, what business have we besides finding a cure to Anita's injury?"
"The understanding of that which brought her to injury,
That which seeks to end your days, for a start,
answered Micah. Aretha looked slightly abashed. Of course. Forgive my preoccupation. I would welcome anything that made sense out of the madness my life has become over the last month. The abbot said,
Brother Dominic has shown you something of our works here. He may have mentioned that we count many auguries and other works by prophets in our collection. Some are as reliable as a child's moods, which is to say not at all. But a few, a very few, are true works of those whom Ishap has given the gift of future seeing. In several of these volumes, among the most ancient we possess, a reference is made to a sign in the sky. There is, we fear, a power now loose in the world. What it may be, and how it may be combated, are yet unknown to us. But this is certain. It is a fell power, and at the end either it shall be destroyed, or it shall destroy us. That is inescapable.
Pointing upwards, the abbot said,
The tower above us has been converted to study the stars, planets, and moons, using clever devices built for us by some of the more talented artificers in the kingdom and Kesh. With them, we can chart the movements of all the bodies in the sky. We spoke of a sign. You may now see it. Come.
He led them all up a long flight of stairs that took them to the top of the tower. They emerged upon the roof, amid strange devices of confounding configuration. Aretha looked about and said, It is well you understand this, Father, for I do not.
Like men, said the abbot, the stars and planets have both physical and spiritual properties. We know other worlds spin their orbits about other stars. We know this for fact, since—
He pointed to Laurie.
One who has lived for a time on an alien world stands with us at this moment.
When Laurie looked astonished, the abbot said,
We are not so cut off from the rest of the world that something as important as your adventures on Kelewan would not be heard here, Laurie of Tir Sog.
Returning to his original topic, he said,
But that is the physical side of the stars. They also reveal secrets to those who watch by their arrangement, their pattern, and their movement. Whatever the reason for this phenomenon, this we know. At times, a clear message comes to us from the night sky, and we who are bent on gaining knowledge will not refuse to heed such a message. We will remain open to every source of knowledge, including those often held in disrepute. The mysteries of these devices, as well as reading the stars, are only a matter of taking the time to master the subject. Any man of sufficient wit can learn. These devices, he said with a sweep of his hand, are all quite clear in use and purpose once they have been demonstrated. Now, if you'll please look through this device here.
Aretha looked through a strange sphere, constructed from a complex latticework of metals.
This is used to chart the relative motion of stars and visible planets.
You mean there are invisible ones? Asked Jimmy without thinking.
Correct,
said the abbot, overlooking the interruption.
Or at least there are those we can't see, though if we were close enough they would be visible. Part and parcel of the arts of divination is the science of knowing when the auguries are in fruition, at best a chancy business. There is a famous prophecy made by the mad monk Ferdinand de la Rodez. By common account, it has come to pass on 3 different occasions. No one can agree which event was the one he predicted.
Aretha studied the sky through the device, only half listening to the abbot. Through the eye-hole, he saw a sky ablaze with stars, overlaid with a faint network of lines and notations, which he assumed were somehow inscribed on the inside of the sphere. In the centre was a configuration of 5 stars, reddish in colour, one in the centre, with lines connecting them in a bright red X. "What am I seeing?" he asked. He relinquished his place to Martin, and the former hunter looked through the device. The abbot said,
"Those 5 stars are called the Bloodstones."
Martin said, "I know them."
but I've never seen them that pattern before.
Nor shall you again for another 11,000 years, though that is a guess, and we shall have to wait until it occurs again to be sure.
He seemed unperturbed by the duration. In fact, he seemed quite willing to wait.
What you see is a pattern called the Fiery Cross, or Cross of Fire. There is an ancient prophecy concerning it.
What is this prophecy? And what has it to do with me? Said Aretha.
The prophecy comes from near the time of the Chaos Wars. It says, "When the cross of fire lights the night, and the Lord of the West dead is, shall then return the power." It's quite well constructed poetically in the original, though it loses in translation. What we take it to mean is that some agency seeks your death to cause this prophecy's fulfillment, or at least seeks to convince others the prophecy's near fruition. Another germane fact is that the prophecy is one of the few things we have that were created by the Pantathian serpent people. We know little about these creatures. We know that on those rare occasions when they appear, they herald troubles, for they are clearly agents of evil working towards ends only they understand. We also know that the prophecy says the Lord of the West is also called Bane of Darkness.
So, someone wants Aretha dead because he is fated to defeat them if he lives? Asked Martin.
Or so they believe,
answered the abbot. But who? Or what? Said Aretha. That someone wishes me dead comes as no revelation. What more can you tell me?
Little, I'm afraid.
Laurie said, Still, it gives some small reason behind the Nighthawk's attacks upon you. Religious fanatics, said Jimmy, shaking his head. Then he looked at the abbot. Sorry, Father. The abbot ignored the remark.
What is important to understand is that they will try again and again and again. You will not be done with them until you root out the ultimate author of the order to kill you.
Well, said Martin, we also know that the Brotherhood of the Dark Path is involved. North, said Brother Micah. Aretha and the others looked at him questioningly. Your answers lie northward, Aretha. Look there, he said, his voice still containing a note of command. To the north lie the high ranges, all barriers against the denizens of the Northlands. In the west, above Elvendar, perch the great northern mountains. In the east, the northern guardians, the high fastness, and the dreaming mountains. And across the centre lies the greatest range of all, the teeth of the world, 1,300 miles of nearly impassable crags. Who knows what lies beyond? What man, save renegade or weapons runner, has ventured there and returned to tell of the Northlands? Our ancestors created the border baronies ages ago to bottle up the passes at High Castle, North Warden, and Iron Pass. The Duke of Yarbon's garrisons block the only other major pass to the west of the Thunderhell Steppes, and no goblin or dark brother treads upon the Thunderhell and lives, for the nomads do our guarding for us. In short, we know nothing of the Northlands. But that is where the Mortadel live, and that is where you'll find your answers.
Or I'll find nothing, said Aretha. You may be concerned about prophecy and portents, but I care only for finding the answer to the riddle of Silverthorn. Until Anita is again safe, I shall put my efforts to nothing else. The abbot appeared disturbed by this. Aretha said, That there is a prophecy I have no doubt, and that some madman with arcane powers is seeking my death is also not in doubt. But that this spells some great danger to the kingdom is a long reach, too long for me. I'll need more proof. The abbot was about to answer when Jimmy said, What's that? All eyes turned to look where he pointed. Glowing low on the horizon was a blue light, brightening as if a star were growing before their eyes. Martin said, "It looks like a falling star." Then they could see it was no star. A faint sound in the distance accompanied the approaching object. Brighter it grew as the sound grew louder, more angry. Racing across the sky towards them was a blue fire. Suddenly, it was speeding directly over the tower with a sizzling sound, like a hot iron passing through water. Then, Brother Dominic shouted, "Off the tower! Quickly!"